there's no new things that teams can figure out. But somehow throughout these 2 years, they've kept managing to figure out, and we're about to see it right now. The best 4 teams from each region will come together to race for $300,000. After a 6-week season, this is where everything comes together. Every map counts, every pull counts. These teams are going to have to push their abilities to the limit.
Now is going to continue with the running it down mid strat. That is a 4 Sarid pack snap into the immediate binding shot to not let anything leap out. This is not an easy strategy, yet somehow they pull it off perfectly.
He is just kiting the 4 awakened mobs, and the rest of the group is just dealing with Harlan's tweet.
Oh, and the whole team goes down.
Deplete from Beyond keeps doing it again and again.
They have done the impossible.
This might be the best set of teams we've ever had at the finals. Every team looks so strong. That was the craziest moment in MDI history.
Welcome back to our final day of the Mythic Dungeon International's Global Finals. We are just bursting and bubbling with joy, Tettles, Dratnos, Zyronic. How we all feeling? Start off with you, Tettles. You rarely ever
I'm feeling
lost
pretty
for words.
good. We started it off. I was smiling, feeling pretty happy. I look over at Dratnos. Dratnos is sitting there giggling about something, and thus that made me start laughing. But we're here on day 3 of the MDI Global Finals. We're gonna have some great matches today, and I'm incredibly excited.
I cannot wait. And now at this point, we have 4 teams remaining, Dratnos. And how are you in terms of surprise, not surprised to see that 3 of the European teams made it out of day 2?
I'm not surprised to see Wunderbar, Golden Guardians, and Perplex still in the tournament. I think that was absolutely to be expected. I think that the 4th slot was more of a toss-up. I could have seen that going to teams other than Deplete from Beyond, but I think Deplete from Beyond is a great option to have in that slot, and I hope to see them do well today against Perplexed.
Most definitely. Of course, we're seeing Wunderbar and Golden Guardians in that top position. Really, no surprise on that one, like you mentioned. And then while in the lower semis, we see Deplete from Beyond and Perplexed fighting it out, and really just fighting for their survival, since probably one of the biggest surprises we had this weekend, Zyro, was seeing Perplexed drop down in the very first round.
I feel like that's one of the biggest stories we have this weekend so far is, you know, a team that a lot of the competing teams thought was on par with Wunderbar just didn't show up in their first match of the weekend, and they've been having to fight out of the lower bracket. Fortunately for them, they look like they're back kind of on their form, but they got to keep going now. It's a grind down there in the lower bracket.
Yeah, without question, and there's just going to be a lot of potential for slip-ups and mistakes that they need to be watching for. So let's take a look at our schedule to start us off. First, we're going to be having Wunderbar and Golden Guardians well rested in the upper finals, followed by Deplete from Beyond and Perplexed, followed by our lower finals, and then our grand finals, Ratnos, which will be a best of 5 with a 7 dungeon map pool.
Yeah, so we're going to start off today with this jockeying for position between Golden Guardians and Wunderbar. And then all 3 of the other matches today will be elimination matches. So this first match, though, is extremely important because being that upper bracket team into the grand finals is very valuable. You have the rest of the day to watch the other teams play and to practice whatever maps you want. Whereas if you lose this round, you're down into that lower bracket and you have to play right into the grand finals, and that's a lot rougher.
I mean, personally, I don't know if I believe that. Okay, so obviously playing through the upper bracket is way more advantageous, but I don't know if it gives you as much of a practice advantage as it has in previous cups.
Yeah. It's still valuable, though, to be able to chill a little bit and to watch the other team and come in, a little bit more rested and or practiced, right? You can just play some practice maps instead of difficult tournament matches against a different team on different map pools than the one that is in the grand finals.
It can also give you a map ban advantage because it is 7 maps in the final match of the day. Being able to understand and have a more offensive ban can be advantageous.
Yeah, gives you time to study the teams a little bit more, which is always going to be important if these teams want the top prize possible from our $300,000 prize pool. The first place team is going to be getting $150,000. Second, third, fourth, 60, 30, and 24,000 respectively, and lots of vying for those 4 positions right now. So Cyro, going to be a lot on the line, in addition to the bragging rights of being the champions of BFA.
Yeah, I mean, every single match we have today is a large pay increase. So, for instance, our first match of the day between Golden Guardians and Wunderbar, you lock up second place at the very minimum if you win this match. That's $60,000 in your pocket. That's pretty nice.
Exactly, and that's going to be one of those things that these teams have been preparing for, as they've had 2 weeks of knowing the maps, knowing the dungeons, and it's going to carry forward right now into our upper finals between Wunderbar and Golden Guardians, as we are going to have our map bans coming up in just a second. Looks like we're going to be getting Underrot and Toldagor with some bans coming in quick. Dratnos, about to be expected?
Yeah, I think it's never that surprising to see Toldagor getting banned out. That's a dungeon where there's a lot of volatility, and these teams, I think, are really interested in dungeons where it's all about just how well they execute the mechanics, and there's a little bit less that, is kind of a little bit less pressure on very technical pulls like the cannon pulls. So I'm not surprised to see Toldagor go. Underrot is a dungeon that was a little bit weird because it was a reaping dungeon for our first day and a half, and that meant that there was kind of a split incentive in practicing it, so I'm also not surprised that teams are feeling a little bit less prepared for that one than the others. And that's going to leave us with King's Rest, Workshop, and closing out with a Taldazar. King's Rest, though, to get started. This is going to be a good one.
Oh, yes. Tyrannical Raging Explosive starting us off. The top 2 teams of MDI from pretty much all of BFA are squaring off right now in our upper finals.
Well, we have King's Rest into Workshop, so it's hard to innovate inside of these 2 dungeons, so it's really going to come down to like the very small intricacies of how both of these teams are ending up playing King's Rest. We've seen Wunderbar and Golden Guardians play KR already this weekend, and we know that they're going to end up line of sighting a bunch of the explosives and the mobs in this Golden Serpent room for the first pull of the dungeon. That allows them to be able to get this first pull underway as quickly as possible, get the mobs grouped up, and make sure that they're line of sighting a bunch of Deathly Chill casts and explosives.
Yeah, so for some context here, Wunderbar's best time in King's Rest was just shy of, or just under 20 minutes, 19 minutes, 56 seconds. Golden Guardians, when we saw them play this yesterday against Complexity Limit, they had a 20-minute, 27-second run. But it was filled with 3 deaths that were probably, if you took those out of the equation, would have gotten them competitive with Wunderbar's time as well. So this is going to be a very, very close match, assuming nothing big goes wrong for either side.
Yep, and right now, you do see coming across both sides, you see the Ring of Peace coming out almost at identical times as the tanks are going to look to heroic leap out of danger to be able to line of sight a bunch of these mobs, get away from all those enraged champions and enraged mobs as they do drop sub 20%.
Now
goes down on the side of
though.
Wunderbar.
For Wunderbar, that's going to be a full team wipe.
Oh!
Unless, there's no way that they can recover this.
That's a
the
wipe?
question is, can they kill these champions? So there are 3 champions. Oh, and there's a Witch Doctor left. That Witch Doctor is spamming those Deathly Chill casts. It will be killing pets first, because the pets have more threat than any of the hunters. But you can see now Frag and Gingy kiting for their lives. Oh my goodness. Look at that play. Gingy ducking back and forth in and out of the line of sight. He needed to. He had to be really careful there because there was a champion running after him as well. But he needed to line that Witch Doctor. I think they're going to be successful here. I think they are going to be able to actually finish this pull. And the call has been made for them to not release because they believe that they can actually finish this pull, and then they'll be able to res Zalia, and then they'll be able to get the Master Res out. And actually, you can see the Battle Res coming out on Zalia right now because they Invis potioned here. So if they release, they would not have access to that to get back this time.
Now Invis potted here, so there's no way that he can be able to make it back. Oh, and then also the Hunters probably have their camouflage back up, so they can make it back in. But, that was a tragedy for Wunderbar. Golden Guardians, on the other hand, 65% on the Golden Serpent. They have those 2 Colossus mobs on the pull as well. As long as Lighty is able to dance around with the Colossus frontals, this should be pretty good for Golden Guardians. They're utilizing the 3-target cleave from the rapid reload with the Hunters to be able to gain significant amounts of single-target damage while doing efficient cleave. This is looking fairly textbook from Golden Guardians, and they're pulling it off perfectly.
Yeah, this was going to be a game that would have absolutely come down to a matter of inches and minor optimizations, but with that huge mistake on the side of Wunderbar, the ball is now firmly in Golden Guardians' court. If they don't make any big mistakes and they execute their route properly, I don't see how Wunderbar can come back from this, unless they have some faster strategy than even the one we saw yesterday, or 2 days ago, which would be very, very impressive because their strategy was already very fast.
Well, it's like whenever we were talking about King's Rest and Workshop in the pre-show, and whenever we were talking about like right as the match started, there's not a lot of optimizations that you can do in this dungeon. Like, there's only so many things that you are able to do and pull off in terms of strategies. A lot of the times, you just kind of have to go in a linear direction with how the dungeon ends up working out. Golden Guardians here are about to be down in Golden Serpent momentarily. You're going to see J.B running off to the side, grabbing the 2 other constructs with the minions of Zul, and then the rest of the group is going to be walking into that gauntlet area and starting that gauntlet.
So what's the lore behind the Golden Serpent and the Golden Guardians being hostile to each other instead of friendly?
That's a great question.
It's the kind of thing that keeps me up at night watching these games.
That's a great question. I have some weird conspiracy theories with other things, but Golden Guardians and Golden Serpent is not one of the ones that I am well informed about, unfortunately, Dratnos. I'm sorry.
All right, we can see over here on the side of Golden Guardians, yeah, J.B running into these minions of Zul. A couple of them actually targeting him. That's kind of lucky because they're not going to be targeting somebody else when they run in, yeah.
So JB normally ends up just walking into them and getting a couple of them feared away from him before he ends up pulling the constructs because he doesn't want those constructs pulled yet. Then he'll try to catch up with them as quickly as he possibly can and spinning crane kick some of them to be able to get off a little bit of health from the shield because, of course, running a triple hunter comp on Alliance, you don't have access to a ton of purges, so they're going to DPS through the shields like you just saw right there. And now here come the constructs. They're going to come out with this 3-pack of kings. Wunderbar on the other side, on the left side of your screen, has now engaged the king and all those agents. Zalia probably doing something very similar to what we saw from J.B a second ago.
Yeah, this is... Well, actually, what happened on Wunderbar, they have a slightly different strategy where they pull those minions in with Golden Serpent. Mm-hmm. So they're able to do this part a little bit quicker as a result of that. So that may help them close this gap a tiny bit between where they are and where the Golden Guardians are. However, Golden Guardians are more than a full king pack ahead here.
Look at this, too.
This time.
Golden Guardians do something that's incredibly smart, and they down all 3 of the mobs that are in that gauntlet pack immediately. That is their top priority, to be able to get the next gauntlet pack to start spawning. And then once those 3 mobs are down with a little bit more priority focus, they then turn their sights onto those 2 constructs. It's just to be able to try to get that next gauntlet pack spawned as quickly as possible.
Right, it's this fundamental understanding that these teams are so good at of what is the bottleneck in this dungeon, you know, what is the thing that is slowing us down here, and it's not the animated guardians' health. If they have all the time in the world to kill those animated guardians, it could not matter less if they were even still alive right now. The only thing that matters is killing the king and queen packs so that you can then trigger the next one, and that, yeah, is really great prioritization from both teams, actually. You can see doing that. In fact, Wunderbar still have their animated constructs alive. Or animated guardians alive, an extra pack ahead, I think, of where golden guardians were. No, maybe not. No. The camera angle tricked me there. Yeah. Okay,
so look at this. Golden Guardians do a great job of utilizing Ring of Peace to be able to knock that raptor back into melee. You can't stun it or anything like that. So that you can't either trap it either. So the hunters positioning themselves closer to melee to be able to make sure that that beast cleave is applied on 2 targets. Excellent. Golden Guardians do not hesitate. As soon as the gates drop from that gauntlet area, they all 5 pop a Lightfoot Potion. They run all the way through here. I believe that they actually kill this Purification Construct from what we saw yesterday.
Yeah, this is something that was different than Complexity Limit strategy in here. Mm-hmm. When we saw the 2 of these teams, the 2 of those teams match up earlier. They're just dealing with this construct. There are ways to skip this, but I think their thought process is, hey, it's going to take us a little bit of time to skip this thing anyways, and if we kill it, then instead of doing a 5-pack later, we can just do 2 enemies from a 3-pack, and then have the 3rd one eventually come in with King Tazar. So that is the difference that we're going to see, yeah.
Because you have to spend some time to skip it, you may as well just drop some damage on it. In addition to that, all of these embalming fluids, you're going to have your cooldowns up immediately just over and over again since you are running hunters with rapid reload traits, and their Bestial Wrath is almost like has an insanely high uptime as is. So you can actually pop offensive cooldowns on that Purification Construct and not sweat it too much. Wunderbar on the other side, though, are electing to skip the Purification Construct. You see Zalia setting up his Transcendence, transcending away as soon as that Purification Construct does start to cast his frontal ability, and now Zalia, being the only one in combat, melds it off. Now is already grouping the Internment Constructs and Embalming Fluids in the room. On the other side of the screen, though, Golden Guardians have pulled the Internment Constructs into Machimba. Wunderbar's kind of starting to catch up here.
Yeah, we'll have to actually check this boss 2 split timer. That'll be a good way to indicate which of these teams has a faster strategy here. However, even if Wunderbar has closed the gap a little bit, remember that they've gotten a little bit less count here, right? Because they've skipped a mob that the Golden Guardians killed. So
Absolutely.
even if this gap closes from the 50 seconds that it was at in boss 1, I would still say that as long as it's not by too much, the Golden Guardians are in an advantage position here.
Yep, Lighty ends up getting Yoda out of the sarcophagus fairly quickly, probably to the point where Machemba will not be doing any mechanics. Basically, if you go fast enough on Machemba, he no longer casts any of his abilities. Wunderbar on the left-hand side have engaged Machemba. You have to get those internment constructs kind of low, because if they cast an Entomb while Machemba is active, that's bad news for you. So you kind of have to take this room slower normally to be able to make sure that you do have the correct killing power on those. And on the side of Wunderbar right now, you can see some mummies on the screen. Just a melee kick is enough for these mummies. It's not really that big of a deal. And with 100% CC uptime from things such as paralysis or freezing trap that Wunderbar does have access to, these mummies aren't abnormally dangerous. You do have to make sure that you keep them CC'd though.
Yeah, it's not the end of the world. I think this one was intended to be CC'd, the one that is under the boss. It ended up being too close to the boss, so it got hit by a Thunderclap. And it's not going to actually cost them any DPS or anything, because they'll just be able to interrupt it, and they're not going to focus any damage into it.
Yeah, exactly. I suspect that the only thing that's really going to even be hitting it's like Thunderclap, right? All right, so Golden Guardians here have down Machemba the Embalmer. We know that they are going to end up pulling some mobs into a corner. They're going to overpull what is relatively normal in a live route.
This is such a scary part of this dungeon here on the side of Golden Guardians. What we're about to see is probably one of the pulls that wipes them the most in practice, if I had to guess. It's certainly the one that has wiped me the most on the live servers.
I have never pulled this much on live realms. So Lighty does a great job of using just the very smallest corner edge here to be able to get everything grouped up as quickly as possible. Then you see a shockwave coming through right as all of those raptors start their leap to be able to get
look at that healing
stopped.
tide totem right in the middle of everything. They're going to kill it, but that got quite a bit of heal through. Lighty drops to 17%, gets the life cocoon. Yoda, though, not as fortunate, does perish. They'll be able to resurrect him. They have 2 battle reses available. They could use 1 here.
Okay, look at this. So they freezing trapped the Beastmaster that was in the back of the room for a moment to be able to stop it from casting abilities. Oh, Lip ends up going down.
Lip has gone down as well.
This is not great for Golden Guardians. The pack should be finishing up in just a moment, but with only 3 members, they have to chunk through a 30% health Beastmaster.
Tettles, look at this difference, though, between the boss 2 splits. Exact same time for both teams. From boss 1 to boss 2, 6 minutes and 4 seconds. But Golden Guardians got extra count. Yeah, so in fact, it was not... The gap didn't close at that point. The gap actually opened a little bit. However, not by as much as I think was lost when the 2 hunters died on the side of Golden Guardians. So I think this game has actually gotten closer than it did at the first boss death point.
Alrighty, so if you were watching, Lip pops his camouflage and Lightfoot potions all the way down the platform. The rest of Golden Guardians are going into the Nyalotha realm. All of them Lightfoot potioning, running all the way down to the platform, making their way towards the council area here in just a second. Lip will then engage the boss himself. He will tag Cool the Butcher. It will pull all of his friendly teammates out of that Nyalothan realm. Wunderbar on the left-hand side are starting to catch back up, doing something very similar. You see Gingy and Miraz, they have to wait for...
Oh, look at that.
That's so unlucky, actually.
I don't think it's unlucky, because I think it's a fixed spawn and patrol of the Brood.
Yes.
I think that they murdered that first pack so fast. Well, I think they were quick even. And that there's really a cap on how fast they could be.
Yeah, they are allowed to either be 15 seconds quicker to be able to get the hunters through before the brute happens, or they're allowed to be 15 seconds slower. But doing it where they did is unfortunately going to cost them to be take just a little bit extra time. Ooh, so now some of the spiders are making their way here. Okay, everything's fine. Wunderbar has engaged Cool the Butcher. Golden Guardians has about a 50% HP advantage on Cool the Butcher. Of course, this council fight is broken up into 3 parts, so 50% on Kula is not a typical 50% of a boss HP ahead, but it is a significant amount.
Yeah, this boss fight, especially on Tyrannical, it can feel like 3 full boss fights. It is a slog, but they are getting through it here, and it's nice on the tournament realm with this pattern that Kula is first. I'd say that is a... It's really favorable to deal with Kula the Butcher first, rather than trying to deal with it while there are, charges coming out from Akali's spirit.
Well, fortunately enough for the Golden Guardians, they do have 4 members who can deal with Akali's charge solo. 3 Feign Deaths, and if JB's feeling a bit frisky, he can jump off the edge and transcend back on.
Yep, that's a move that is very effective until it doesn't work one time, and then you are extremely sad and you're depleted. Yeah.
And your healer is at the bottom of nowhere, the abyss. All right,
Yeah.
Wunderbar has engaged Xanazal the Wise. Golden Guardians here have already killed the totems. They, of course, only kill that earthen wall totem and then begin to focus down Xanazal the Wise. They let the explosive totem go off. They just pop a couple of defensives there to be able to make sure that they don't end up going down. They really don't want to put any damage that otherwise could be put into Xanazal into these totems. They know that they can instead kill the totems during the intermission phase.
Yeah, there's really no rush on the Thunder and Crash totem or on the Torrent totem because they don't really have any casters or people that, like standing still and casting is punished by both of those totems, and their team doesn't have anybody who does either of those things. So it's a really strong thing about this composition compared to, if you're trying to actually have somebody cast Shadow Bolt or whatever. Oh no! JB tried to do the Transcend thing, but he didn't jump off in time, and he has been yeeted off the edge by Akali the Conqueror. That is really, really bad for Golden Guardians.
Okay, so this will be fine. This is not great in the moment, but it will be fine. Basically, the hunters here can feign death really late to be able to cause Akali to cast Barrel Through for an indefinite period of time. In addition to that, Yoda does have his turtle active. Basically, Lip is the only one without turtle currently, and if it had to charge him, he would not be in great shape. Yoda can solo here with turtle since he doesn't have his feign death available. Or actually, he's going to jump off.
He's jumping off and disengaging
back
on. That is a skillful maneuver. It does work though. Love to see that. The way that works is if you're off the edge of the platform when Akali would finish the charge cast, instead it can't figure out how to get to you because you're off the platform, and then you need to disengage back on before you're off the platform permanently. As the
difference in JB's damage is actually starting to become readily apparent here. Wunderbar is starting to catch up a little bit. They're still pretty far behind, maybe 25 seconds or so, but that definitely helped them put themselves in a position where they are okay. Again, 4% enemy forces count difference. We know Golden Guardians is going to do a pretty interesting strategy with how they're trapping this Beastmaster and pulling mobs into Shadow of Zul and whatnot. So we're going to be seeing that here momentarily. Wunderbar on the left-hand side have downed Akali the Conqueror and are making their way towards Shadow of Zul
17
themselves.
seconds slower than Golden Guardians there on the boss kill. Whew, this is close. However, I think Golden Guardians have a better strategy here because they just get to go straight into Shadow of Zul with a trash pull, whereas Wunderbar are doing a full trash pull before Shadow of Zul. So Golden Guardians with a time advantage and I think a strategy advantage here too.
I agree with that. It's those bottlenecks that you're talking about. Shadow of Zul actually has a pretty big bottleneck because you have to wait for the gate to drop. You have to wait for King Dazar to be summoned. So trying to get into Shadow of Zul and get him killed as quickly as possible without any backtracking is a major advantage. I do agree. I think this Golden Guardian strategy for how they're playing these mobs into Shadow of Zul is definitely an advantage.
We can actually test this though because we know that they killed the third boss 17 seconds before Wunderbar. Let's see how much quicker they pull the last boss compared to Wunderbar, and I think that will be a good indication of how much time they've saved with their different trash pathing in the dungeon.
So Shadow of Zul ends up going down as the first mob in the pack to be able to go down. There's a reanimated Raptor. The rest of the group is focusing that down, getting it killed. JB walks into the room to be able to start the Dazara RP, so he is going to be engageable here momentarily. There, of course, is some count that needs to be grabbed by the Golden Guardians. Most of it will end up coming from the 4 obelisks. Some of it will end up coming from that Beastmaster that they also have available to them that they make sure is trapped.
All right, they're now into the last boss fight. Bloodlust is popped. They have 2 battle reses available if they need it. If they can kill this last boss, they will surely win here. They are ahead enough that they can win by just killing this boss cleanly. But it is not an easy boss to kill cleanly, even without 4 awakened obelisks. And with 4 of them, it becomes very, very difficult. 25 seconds separating the 2 teams at start of pull. So actually, that is not enough to be super comfortable on the side of Golden Guardians.
No, if anybody ends up dying, I would be very concerned because you have the 5 death differential, plus you have just the time lost by the damage.
Yeah, the death differential right now is completely even, so it is all just which of these teams will kill this boss and the 4 awakened mobs first. Wunderbar could close the gap here by priority damage more on Dazar and less on the awakened enemies, but that does make the fight more dangerous. And we've already seen Wunderbar earlier in this MDI lose a King's Rest map because of Awakened enemies still being alive when Tazala spawned.
Yeah. I don't know if you really can commit to trying to focus down the boss any more than you did already previously in practice, right? But it looks like Wunderbar is starting to catch up a little bit here in terms of boss health.
Yeah, 5% separating the two King Dazar health totals. Oh my goodness.
0 death differential.
Yeah, the death differential is completely even. However, there are more Awakened enemies dead for Golden Guardians, so they should have an easier time as this fight progresses. Still, this is very, very, very close.
Yeah, this is absolutely insane. Yoda doing a really good job of disengaging away from that Quaking Leap. King Dazar here has reached 60% health, meaning he will mount Tazala momentarily, which is the mob that does, in fact, cast that fear ability. You do see, there's that Beastmaster that I was talking about earlier.
And hey, here's another thing. The Golden Guardians do have to kill that Beastmaster as well, so that is a little bit more health that they are going to have to chew through. As King Dazar, roughly reaching the same health amounts here.
So it may look on your screen like Wunderbar and Golden Guardians do not have adequate amounts of trash count. That is fairly normal. Shadow Zul on the Tournament Realms, I don't know what the deal is. He doesn't give trash count, so that 96% is correct. They are actually at 100%.
Golden Guardians aren't quite yet, though.
Fine. Yeah,
Golden Guardians need to kill that Beastmaster, which they will do, but it is going to slow things down for them a little bit, right? Wunderbar here are ahead on King Dazar health.
How has this happened?
I don't quite understand it, Tettles. This is wild. Somehow
Did you just pray to the Twilight Dev gods now?
You know what,
doing
they have
an insane amount of damage.
Now is doing way more damage than Lighty. Zaylee is doing way more damage than J.B. Other than that, the numbers look fairly even between the hunters. But yeah, it looks like maybe they're leveraging some more tank and healer damage. And that Beastmaster does need to be killed by Golden Guardians as well. I think that Wunderbar have come back in this thing.
Wunderbar's gonna win this. Stratos.
Oh no, and there's a death to seal the deal here for the Golden Guardians. Lip going down. That is going to be all that Wunderbar, I think, needs now to win this. They just have the last 10% of this boss's health to take care of, and then they will win this game. Game 1 here, despite a huge mistake at the start, going to Wunderbar. Whew.
That's right, against all odds here, Wunderbar, missing out on the early advantage, the early lead, but they end up coming back in this with just such an amazing competition between both of these teams. Wunderbar ekes out the win right under Golden Guardian's nose here, Zyro. Absolutely ridiculous.
And I think the thing we really have to look at is their ending time of high 20s is about on par with other runs that we've seen in this tournament. I mean, Golden Guardians had a King's Rest run earlier on that was a 20-30-ish run, so the fact that Wunderbar had that massive mistake and we're still kind of able to kite it out with Hunters a little bit and still put up a relatively fast time is pretty incredible.
Yeah, and it really just goes to show that you cannot count this team out at all, and it just kind of keeps on going back and forth as well, Dranos, where we're seeing small advantages that teams are trying to capitalize on, but they're just so good in the clutch.
I mean, it was an uncharacteristically bad run for Wunderbar here. To have that kind of wipe happen for them at the start of the run, I don't think either team is going to be happy with how things went here. Either team would have lost to the runs from Friday of the other team. So This is a scary place for both teams to be, and either one of them can step it up here, and if the other team keeps playing like this, they'll be able to win by just going back to their usual performance.
That's right. Let's start breaking down how those small advantages started coming about from the beginning of this round, Zyro.
Yeah, I mean, I think the major save for Wunderbar here is that they didn't end up actually full wiping. They realized that with the 2 Hunters they had left alive, they just had to finish off that Witch Doctor to make sure the Shadow Bolt Wallies didn't go off. And they were able to kite out the 2 champions afterwards, and that was just really smart heads-up play by both Gingy and Fragments there. Now, of course, just the random deaths on the side of Golden Guardians. Like, I don't know what this move is supposed to be here. That Monk play seems so ridiculous and unnecessary. Just have your Hunter soak it. It's not going to one-shot you on 21 unless you get hit with spinning axes. I don't know why you go for that play. I feel like it was almost they were trying to style or something. And it actually ended up losing them the match. It's pretty crazy.
Yeah, and from experience, trying to make that transcend play as well, you have to kind of run against the lip of that window or of the edge of the room, so it can be kind of a pain perfectly timing it when you want to if you're not as comfortable falling down deeper into the pit. But if you do it properly, it looks great. But like you mentioned, what's the purpose of it when you're at a 21? You know you're not going to get one shot. You have defensives available to be able to work off of, and
I mean, it's a
causes
time
extra
save.
problems.
It
You
does
just
take
have to
damage globals, right? Yeah.
Yeah, you just have to be sure. You gotta, if you're gonna try it, you gotta be 100% sure it's gonna work. So if it ever messes up like that, then it was not worth it to ever.
But I mean, the
use
hunters
that.
can just DPS in the move the
Yeah,
entire
they
time.
can DPS while they're knocked in the air anyways. All their
it's-
casts are instant.
Yeah, but
It
JB is
saves
gonna lose
JB.
less damage. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay,
But
what's he gonna
he's-
lose, like 2 globals? He's losing the 2 globals running out anyways to Transcend.
That's what I was going to say. He's going to lose a couple globals there, and I believe he already is still running some gushing wounds, if any, but most of it's just straight versatility. So, yeah, I mean, he's honestly just running full versatility, so the damage he takes isn't going to be a big deal. He could very easily survive, even if, you know, some of the hunters weren't in there as well. So, it's just extra melee strikes, extra damage that he'd be missing out on.
I also don't want to chalk this up to just mistakes from Golden Guardians, because Wunderbar definitely showed some crazy gameplay as well. Like, the damage values on the last boss alone, they were in it to win it. They were absolutely pumping that boss. So it wasn't just the mistakes from Golden Guardians. It was going to be close either way, but I think the mistakes sealed the deal for Wunderbar.
It wasn't just the damage values, like it wasn't just the overall DPS from Wunderbar that was insane on the final boss to me. It was the fact that they had just wild amounts of priority damage on Dazar while maintaining those insanely high values on their overall.
Yeah, and it just goes to show, you know, every little difference that can be squeezed out, every little advantage that they can take care of, they really do. They really go for everything possible, which also means it's going to push us into the next round, which is going to be on Workshop, and honestly, kind of a similar feel to this dungeon from KR, you know? Mostly on the rails. There's going to be a lot of just priority target damage coming through on this one, Dranos.
Yeah, I actually love watching these two teams clash in this kind of dungeon because it is such a mirror match of ideas as well to see such a similar strategy coming out in the dungeon and just who can execute it better. That being said, in King's Rest, we actually saw differences in pull patterns, and we may see that here at Workshop as well. One thing to wonder about is if anybody has adopted the Void Elf technology that was debuted yesterday by Complexity Limit. That's the kind of thing that these teams certainly may have had enough time to practice, but you know, they had to choose whether to spend that time on this or on something else.
That's true, and it is going to be like a really big investment if they do, but potentially a very profitable one as well, Tettles, because guess what the first round of the grand finals is? It's going to be a Workshop, if it doesn't get banned, of course.
Workshop, as it's been described many times, a very on-the-rails dungeon, hard to innovate, but this Golden Guardians team and this Wunderbar team have been the kings of innovation for an incredibly long time, have a lot of skill. I wonder if they're going to have any strategies that have yet to be seen inside of these dungeons, like what we saw from Complexity Limit yesterday, the multi-Void Elf racial skip over the ledge strategy. That was interesting. I wonder if either team is going to adopt it. I'm not entirely sure if it's like a huge time save, but it's definitely unique.
Definitely is, and we love to see our stats, Zyro. Look at King Mechagon.
Yeah,
At
he's
least
a
one death.
dangerous boss. He's a dangerous boss. He can do a lot of damage with those Giga Zaps, and we saw yesterday happen to Complexity Limit. You don't have any of those major personal cooldowns up, and you get some corruption effects on top of a Giga Zap, you're just going to go down. There's nothing that can be done to save you. So this is a very scary boss. Any boss that really has a lot of focused single target damage on any one player is something that needs to be taken seriously, and this is one of those.
Especially when it cannot be eluded as well. And I was just looking through, I don't think we've seen either of these teams play Workshop. It's always gotten banned out for them, but you gotta know that they'd be practicing it or have some strong strategy as well if they know it's going to be the first round of the grand finals. I'm extraordinarily interested to see this one, and here we go, diving right into the Workshop. Dratnos, Tettles, let's take it away.
All right, now we have this very first pull of the dungeon. This is where a lot of time can be lost if you're not clean with it. All about getting everything killed within a couple seconds. Looks like Wunderbar are going to be trying to do it with the Rocket Barrage cast, and they have succeeded. Golden Guardians are trying to do it with the hammers, and they have done the opposite of succeeded. They have reverse succeeded.
Now they have a very bolstered bomb.
Yeah, they're going to be able to kill it there with that hammer, but that is costly for them in terms of time. That is 15 seconds that Wunderbar has been gifted for free here. You saw there are actually those different ways that you can kill the enemies as well. That is pretty cool. The either using the Rocket Barrage or the hammer. And you can see now Wunderbar, yeah, they're getting started with this boss. 15 seconds before Golden Guardians.
This is such honestly, the hammer timing in Workshop is one of the things that can make or break your run so heavily, it feels like, because it allows you, like, if you play it perfectly, it just ends up giving you such a time advantage over a team, over a different team, if they don't just have the most clean hammers or rocket barrages possible.
Wow, now is flirting with disaster. They're running right next to the Vent Jets on the No Mercy. They'll be grouping up here, and they'll be using this last hammer charge to finish off No Mercy and remove the last piece of Platinum armor from the Platinum Pummeler. Oh no! Now got knocked in a weird direction, though, as a result of getting hit by his Saw Blade, and that is going to mean that No Mercy will charge in a weird direction, not towards the hammer.
Golden Guardians are starting to catch back up. So the hammers do actually have an execution style, like an execute style effect whenever mobs are lower. And with Golden Guardians stacking all 5 players inside of this is going to one-shot No Mercy, and the Platinum Pummeler is going to be significantly lower for Golden Guardians than it is for Wunderbar. This may actually end up killing the Platinum Pummeler.
It's certainly going to do a lot of damage there. You can see Platinum Pummeler down now to 5% health, and they'll just be killing it off, not even bothering going to that last hammer.
Ooh, Golden Guardians.
Yep.
Excellent hammer management allows them to start coming back.
It was such a disaster there for Wunderbar that the Platinum Pump, or the No Mercy charged in the wrong direction. That is really, really bad for them. And you see here, this is going to cost them far more time than the first mistake from Golden Guardians. And once again, we are 2 minutes into this, and both Golden Guardians and Wunderbar have made costly time mistakes that are really uncharacteristic for either team.
All right, so now Golden Guardians, you see Lighty running down, grabbing all of these living wastes and waste processing units at once. He will be melding off all of that trash. Everybody's going to be using their combat drop abilities to be able to get out of combat. Those mobs are fairly dangerous, especially in a bolstering environment. We've seen a lot of different strategies for how teams are dealing with these waste processing units, these junkyard dogs, the living wastes, all of that trash over there in that area. There's the most unique amount of way to be able to deal with it. Wunderbar looking like they're doing something very similar to what Golden Guardians just did, though.
Yeah, what was Frag doing over at the side of the room there? Was he potentially pulling some trash in?
We missed something. Golden Guardians has lusted Cujo. Wunderbar lusted No Mercy for You and Platinum Pummeler.
And took way longer on it.
Yes, got beat by 20 seconds on that fight.
That is great positioning then for Golden Guardians. That extra Bloodlust they'll have access to here. This is something actually that people are doing on the live servers too, saving that Bloodlust for Cujo instead. It doesn't actually affect your second and third Bloodlust, assuming you want it on the live servers for the second to last and last boss. In the MDI, you're only getting 2 lusts in this dungeon, but you still will be able to get one on King Mechagon, even if you lust Cujo instead of the first boss. You're not under a huge amount of pressure to lust the first thing you can, which you are in dungeons that are closer to a 10-minute timer.
Yeah, Golden Guardians and Wunderbar doing something great with how they're positioning Cujo after this leap. They're making sure that they get Cujo to the corner of the box. That allows everybody to be able to DPS Cujo during that Vent Jet cast. Golden Guardians here are going to be down in Cujo about 35% ahead of Wunderbar.
This is a great position to be in for Golden Guardians.
Oh yeah, no, this is absolutely fantastic, especially on a tyrannical setting. Being 32% ahead, that probably... Dude, look at Golden Guardians. They're actually skipping all this trash. That means that they're going to play the 5-pack at the top of the landing after the final boss.
Yeah, they've decided nothing in the waste processing area is going to be taken care of. They will just be doing all of the rest of the trash of the entire dungeon instead. We'll see if Wunderbar has the same idea, and it looks like they might, because you see Wunderbar here, you can get an idea of what they're planning to do because they take bosses towards where they want to go, and you see they're all kind of just cheating towards the exit there. That is a very Wunderbar move to do, right? To just always have a boss right at the edge of the room that you're going to want to be leaving at when the boss dies. That's that thinking ahead. It's all this thought process of just what is the next pull going to be? What can we do now? You know, while we're also DPSing to prepare ourselves for the next pull and to save ourselves travel time.
Yes, and we saw yesterday. I believe I think most of the teams yesterday pulled like waste processing units and junkyard dogs into the bottom 20-some-odd% of Cujo. So just completely different in strategy. We've seen a lot of different strategies coming into this workshop dungeon across the whole weekend.
Yeah, Wunderbar and Golden Guardians, though, on a mirror strategy so far. Completely identical pull patterns, and I think for the rest of the dungeon, they're kind of locked into being the same as well because there's really not too many options in this dungeon. The only options, it's not what you pull, it's how you pull it that they could differ on.
Yeah, Golden Guardians are one full gauntlet trash pack ahead. They killed the Mark III and Mark I robots. One literal gauntlet trash pack ahead. Now Golden Guardians have engaged the Blastotron. Wunderbar about 50% onto these defense bots and are trying to chew through them as quickly as possible, eagerly trying to play catch up.
I'm getting some serious deja vu here because they were one gauntlet trash pack ahead in King's Rest as well.
I think I've been here before, Jet. I agree with you.
Alright, Golden Guardians downing the Blastotron. They will now be activating this obelisk. This is an obelisk that pretty much everybody activates because the opportunity cost is so low. You could just go through the gauntlet the old-fashioned way, but that is risky as well, and then you don't get the benefit of killing off Malthair, which you get by doing this.
So I've heard rumors of teams being able to skip over and reset Spark Flux with some weird techniques. But again, they ended up deciding at the end of the day that the techniques required to be able to do this, it's better to just play the obelisk even and not have it with the final boss.
Yeah, that's the thing is, you could save 20 seconds or something compared to the minute you normally save by skipping an obelisk, but
you have to.
The benefit is still the same for doing the obelisk, and the benefit is actually it's somewhat valuable. Killing Malthair, that's good.
Yeah,
one less thing to deal with on the last boss.
Exactly, it's one less thing to deal with on the last boss. And basically, you'd have to wait for Spark Flux to reset anyways. So, hey, there's merit in just playing that obelisk. That obelisk is probably one of the most efficient awakened obelisks in the game in terms of time cost versus time saved.
Yeah, this is a dungeon that's actually a little bit easier on the +10 level than the +9 because you get that obelisk and you don't have to deal with that stupid gauntlet that I can never manage to do it quickly.
I think we're all there with you there, Jetness. Golden Guardians have engaged Head Machine and Spark Flux. It looks like Wunderbar is starting to catch back up relative to where they were boss HP-wise on Cujo. They are not in position where I would feel comfortable, though.
Yeah, that's the thing. Well, that's the thing about Wunderbar is just, that they do the same pathing as other teams, and just boss health is melting faster for them. They're just there, they walk the same steps, and somehow it's faster. I don't really understand it, but yeah, it's just, if you just take your eyes off of them for a second, that lead of the other team just keeps shrinking.
Maybe it's the advantage of having like 2 Hunter mains on their team, in Miraz and Jinji, versus... I mean, Shakiba's been playing a significant amount of Hunter on live. Lip and Yoda are both very, very strong multi-classers. So, I don't know, man. It's weird to me that Wunderbar is able to catch up like they always do.
Yeah, Beastmastery Hunter, extremely skill-intensive rotation, so having those people with the years of experience on it leads to just so much more damage coming out of it, for sure.
Beast Mastery Hunter, also the most interesting class in the game.
Absolutely, yeah. You love the way that they get... This actually is such a great fight for them as well, because normally it's so punishing for ranged players and for melee players, because, the melee players are trying to stand next to Spark Flux while there's all this area denied, and the ranged players are trying to stand still while there's all this stuff that can stop them, and BM Hunters just get the best of both worlds, right? They can stand anywhere and move freely.
All right, GG with the bolstering strats, waiting for Head Machine and Spark Flux to reach sub 20% before pulling all of these robots and other assorted trash mobs, tinkerers and whatnot into this boss fight. Now they have to do the fire circle while having all this trash available to him. Lighty just standing in the cog, making sure that he positions the mobs first and foremost before anything else. Yoda ends up going down. There is a checkpoint available at this point in the fight, so Yoda immediately, as soon as Head Machine Spark Flux dies, accepts that he releases his spirit, is now engaging back into combat with these mobs. Wunderbar doing something very similar on the left-hand side of your screen. They need to make sure that they don't have any deaths. They are still what is looking to be about 20 to 25 seconds behind Golden Guardians.
Yeah, Golden Guardians do now have a death on the board, so that is going to be a 5-second penalty that'll be assessed at the end of the run, so that is not great for them. But yeah, it looks like about a 20-second differential when you factor that in, now separating these two teams.
Golden Guardians. So now you have here the Golden Guardians did end up killing off that spider tonk, the tonk that's at the top of the hill first, to be able to get the RP from that robot that is going to carry them up towards that landing area on the way to King Mechagon. Wunderbar doing something very similar. You do see on the left side of your screen, one of those tonks is marked with that skull icon, and they are DPSing it down about 30% ahead of the other one.
Yeah, even though the other one will get bolstered here, this is still efficient because it starts that RP, and therefore you're not waiting for this stupid, helicopter thing to get there in time. All right, Golden Guardians now with this pull. So they're going to be doing this bridge in 2 pulls. This is the first and slightly easier of the pulls. 3 mechanomes and 2 of those robots, but even still, this is actually a very lethal part of the dungeon, this bridge.
Especially whenever you do have these 2 Mark III robots in the pull. They cast a short out ability. Since you do have double shield generators out at once, as long as you do not have a lapse in the mitigation from those shield generators, you should be fine. This pull right here that Golden Guardians is engaging is probably one of the most dangerous pulls in any dungeon. It's probably rivaled by the double matron under rock pull that nobody ever does.
All right, we have the Golden Guardians now engaging it while Wunderbar still working on the pull just behind where they were. So yeah, the second to last pull for Wunderbar, the last one for Golden Guardians, and yeah, those shield generators, it's so scary when they disappear. When you see them disappear, especially if you were counting on their mitigation, that is, I think, one of the biggest sources of deaths in this area.
Letty doing a good job of kiting his way into that shield generator as well to be able to get some of the mitigation. You do see that overcharge buff. It looks like a stopwatch over the Mark III robot's head. It gives them an immense amount of haste, so you have to be kind of scared whenever the short out is going out with that buff on them, and the turtles come out from the hunters of Golden Guardians. That's
not great. The turtle is a really useful cooldown to have in phase 1 of this this boss fight here. So I guess they'll have it for phase 2 coming back probably, but you can see pets getting dismissed here and resummoned, summoning out these turtles. The turtles are going to be the pet of choice for 2 of the 3 hunters here because they are tenacity pets for a 20% DR from their pet family, and they have a 50% DR personally, and the combination of those 2 on this plus 21 key level is enough to survive a Spirit Breaker cast from Urgroth Breaker of Heroes, which they can use to soak instead of the tank taking it.
Exactly. Historically, and you can see it from Wunderbar, they're using Core Hounds, which historically have been the hunter pet of choice for most of the MDI, but once we jumped from a 19 to a 21 level, being able to take a melee from Urgroth Breaker of Heroes actually is fairly important, and if you end up eating the melee, you need both of those walls active. You need the 50% wall from the turtle, and then you need the 20% DR from the tenacity pet.
Yeah, you can see actually pets getting revived here by Miras on the side of Wunderbar, whereas Golden Guardians have not. They've saved themselves 2 revive pet casts. So that is an efficiency advantage actually for Golden Guardians with this different pet selection.
Wunderbar
but the downside is
look at this, dude. Wunderbar is actually burning aerial unit R21X a little bit faster than Golden Guardians. Golden Guardians have their Bloodlust available, though.
Yes, Golden Guardians did not lust pull because their lust wasn't available on pull. They'll be lusting the next phase of this fight. Wunderbar have already used that lust, and they've used it to catch up, but they don't have access to that resource now for the end of the fight. So I'd say Golden Guardians still have an advantage here, but it is a small one. It is not one that I would feel good about up against the huge sustained damage that we've seen Wunderbar be able to put out so far.
5-second death differential as well is what separates these teams. Yoda going down on Head Machine and Spark Flux, so basically Golden Guardians have to kill King Mechagon 5 seconds ahead of where Wunderbar end up killing King Mechagon, which, if you have Bloodlust available...
Oh my goodness. King Mechagon jumping out of that first aerial unit at the exact same time for both teams. This is neck and neck. It is 5 seconds in favor of Wunderbar, whereas there is that Bloodlust in favor of Golden Guardians. I think I'd prefer to be on the Bloodlust side of things, but it is really, really, really close.
I would hate to be on either side of this, honestly. Yeah, I think I take the Bloodlust over the 5 seconds from death differential too, but goodness. Please
Lust
press
is still
Bloodlust,
being
sir.
held here by the Golden Guardians.
Why? There it is. Okay, here comes the Bloodlust.
Okay, there it is. The Lust comes out eventually.
Oh
This
man,
is going to be a
10%
defensive Lust
behind.
as well. Getting it to overlap with this Magneto arm, there's some value there in affecting your healing.
There absolutely is some value there. Again, they need to kill King Mechagon himself once it comes out of the Omega Buster by 5 seconds because
Look
of
at
that
this!
death.
Wunderbar's actually opening this gap in their favor, despite Golden Guardians having a Bloodlust. I guess it's closing a little bit back up now, but again, Wunderbar gets a 5-second bonus here, so Golden Guardians, not only do they have to kill Omega Buster first, they have to do it by 5 seconds. And this is even on the health total between these 2 bosses. Now slightly in favor of Golden Guardians. Golden Guardians 1% ahead.
Go to the end of this.
That is not enough, though, Tettles. That's not enough. They need a few more than 1%.
Just 5 seconds.
They're hoping for somebody on the side of Wunderbar to die.
Yeah, that would be good. That would be what Golden Guardians needs for this. And both sides here just trying to do everything they can to eke out a little bit more damage. 4% now.
Golden
difference
Guardian's
on
going
the
to kill the
Omega
Omega
Buster
Buster first.
Okay, and there it is.
so-
Omega Buster. Once King Mechagon dies, this is going to start a 5-second timer. Golden Guardians have to do everything they can to just kill this king. I don't think it's going to be enough, though. Yeah, there it is. The timer starts.
Whoa! There's 2 seconds again. Is this the second time in Workshop we've had just 2-second differences in performance right there? Wunderbar is actually insane. They didn't even have lust as they started the Omega Buster at the very end, and they still took the win, Zyro. What?
Wow, I mean, that's impressive. And I don't really know what to say, man. These teams are just so close in skill level that I kind of hope we see them again in our grand finals, because I'd love to see a best of 5 series with if these teams are going to be playing like this today.
What is this factor that's allowing Wunderbar to be able to come back and just pump a little more damage here, Dranos? What is it?
I don't know, Jack. If I knew, I'd be winning MDIs.
That's true.
It's a secret. There are 5 people in the world who understand how Wunderbar does it, and they all play for Wunderbar.
It must be. I mean, I think when we were looking at like King's Rest, for example, I was like, okay, maybe there's a couple people who are getting hit by tornadoes, causing JB to be forced to stop damage, start healing them a little bit more, but I wasn't really seeing much extra damage being taken on King Mechagon on that one, Tettles. Maybe they could be using Excel a little bit more, but like they're just across the board. It was just Zalia doing a little bit more damage. Everybody on Wunderbar just doing a little bit more damage.
Dude, I'm at a loss. Like I don't know where they gained the extra damage from.
Because again, the bigger mistake was made by Wunderbar, right? Like if you just added up the time lost from individual events, like Yoda dying wasn't great, but that probably cost 10 or 15. The No Mercy charging in the wrong direction, that was way more costly.
That was a 25-second penalty. Yeah, that was like 25 to 30 seconds. Of course,
and somehow Wunderbar they just come back.
I mean, does this matter?
Insane.
I don't personally know, because I'm not like too into healers, so Jackie, you might know more about this than I do, but Zaylee was running Expedient with Gushing Wounds, and JB's running Versatility with Gushing Wounds. Is the difference really that big of a difference in terms of single target damage?
It can be pretty big, because the higher haste that you have, the more that you're going to be able to proc Gushing Wounds, although Gushing Wounds' damage does proc with Versatility, or does scale with Versatility as well. So I don't think JB was running any of the Gushing Wounds. I think part of it could be that. I believe they're all running the 3 Sunrise techniques, 3 Secret Infusions, 1 Sunrise technique on top of it. I think more Sunrise techniques would also merit a lot more damage. Okay, JB is running 3 Sunrise techniques. So I think part of it might also just be that if he's being stressed to the point where he's not able to fit in enough globals, especially because he's not really running with a lot of haste, he's just not meriting a lot of extra Sunrise tech damage. And if he's not running any Gushing Wounds, that's another problem as well. So there's a couple little areas here and there where if he has to expend extra time to start healing other people, it's going to further compound the loss of damage throughout the run.
Yes,
and I'm sure
the missed coefficients, and of course accounting for the crosswinds, you have to factor that in.
That's
right. That really makes a lot of sense to me.
The match is also played on a Sunday, so you kind of have to.
All right.
Dude.
Zyro, what do you got for this round? Okay.
I want to go over that first boss pull, because that was kind of the biggest difference throughout the entire game, right? This No Mercy charge from Golden Guardians to the 4th hammer instead of the 3rd hammer is just a huge time save. It actually ended up putting Golden Guardians in a solid 20 to 25 second lead throughout the entire dungeon, making sure you get all that free single target damage on Platinum Pummeler. At this point, Wunderbar's single target damage, they had their Platinum Pummeler at like 80% when this hammer goes off for Golden Guardians. So they just... This technique is what gave them their advantage, and it's really unfortunate that they had that random death from Yoda, and that they just had that bad bolstering management on the pack right before the final boss. They had a lead throughout the entire dungeon, leading right up to that, and they ended up engaging the boss at the last second, and I'm still kind of dumbfounded as to how Wunderbar was able to do more single target damage than Golden Guardians without Bloodlust. That's just nuts to me.
Just Hunter things. I'm sure Tettle's just already, taking advantage of all the differences that the hunters have left, right, and center. Yeah,
it literally has to be the difference between JB and Zalia. Like verse percent versus Gushing is probably like 15k DPS, right?
Is it? Let me double check if it's full Gushing.
I don't think it's the sim
half and
DPS
half.
difference. I think it's the like globals used difference that it would explain it more.
Yeah, a lot of it is going to be okay. So Zalia is running mostly Gushing with some Expedient on as well. And no versatiles, and that's part of the thing is that versatility is a decent damage increase for Mistweaver, but it's not nearly as good as running with Gushing Wounds, High Haste, and everything like that. You fit in so many extra globals to maintain Gushing Wounds onto the boss constantly, and especially when you're in a priority target situation. There's really no need for Azalea to switch.
You have to cast a damage global every 1.5 seconds to be able to proc every 3 seconds you have to cast a damage global to be able to even have the opportunity to proc a Gushing Wound or refresh a Gushing Wound on a target.
Sure, and
so there is some benefit
GCD
there.
with high haste makes a really huge amount of difference as well on top of it. But like, Azalea could also be doing even more damage if he was running more Sunrise techniques on top of what he already has, because he's already running, for example, like a Misty Peak, which is just like a haste bonus, which is okay because he's running with the Expedience, but it could be even more damage on top of it if he's looking at some of the Azurite that JB's got on right now with 3 Sunrise techs. So. Yeah, basically, what a game. Unbelievably quick 2-0 as we see Wunderbar move on into the grand finals, while Golden Guardians is going to be dropping down, awaiting the winner between our next series, Deplete from Beyond and Perplex. So we'll be taking a quick break. I know I've just, completely exhausted our casters by talking about healers for more than 2 seconds. We need to give them a breather. We'll be right back with more MDI. we're back after a... Oh my. Tettles?
Yeah?
Cease.
Yeah?
No.
Got my transmog on, Jack.
Oh,
we saw some great transmogs during the break.
And
We
now
saw
we've
some great
seen
transmogs during the
some
break.
horrible ones as well. Anyway, welcome back after a ridiculously close upper finals between Wunderbar and Golden Guardians. We do see our EU champs moving on to the grand finals, while we now are going to look at who is going to join Golden Guardians in the lower finals. Hello everyone, I'm Jack, and joined right now by Nagura, Dranos, and Tettles. And looking at this, we've got Perplexed, we've got Deplete from Beyond, and hopefully, Dranos, I think we're going to have a pretty close series in this one too.
Yeah, this is a battle that we've seen before a little bit in EU Cups, but two teams that have had some great games this weekend and have also had some pretty bad ones. It's kind of uncharacteristic for Perplexed, though. Perplexed had that series against Complexity Limit where their games looked really, really rough. Other than that, they've generally put up a pretty high standard of play, not just in this tournament, but in the whole MDI Cup series. So I think that they have to be the favorites in this matchup, but Deplete from Beyond have really shown some excellence as well.
Yeah, and at this point, it's going to be looking at who is able to maintain a lot of their composure as well, because, like you mentioned, there have been a lot of failures. There have been a lot of technical issues between a lot of these teams. And at this point, Nagura, we also get to see quite a few dungeons that they've already played before, that they've already practiced on a ton, and get to see how they're going to perform there for their second or third time.
Yeah, and we're also going to see, in this series, actually, there's going to be Wayrest and Underrot, which previously have been on Reaping, but now it is Awakened in this series. So either they ban both of those matches, or we're going to see one of those maps without Reaping, which is something we haven't seen before. So definitely going to be interesting what kind of strategies those teams bring to these dungeons, or if they decide to ban it both. But then Junkyard is going to be open, and we know those teams do not want to play Junkyard.
I was going to say, I feel like a lot of the dungeons that we have in this map pool are usually most of the fodder that people try to ban out through a lot of the matchups, except for pretty much Motherload, Dranos, I'd say.
Yeah, if you turn this Motherload into a Toldegor, we would have 5 of the most banned maps in this series. Instead, we just have 4 of them. But yeah, teams are going to have to choose between banning Wayrest, Underrot, Siege, and Junkyard. Junkyard, I don't think we've seen yet, or Underrot this entire weekend. Those are, I think, the most likely ones to attract bans. And then Wayrest and Siege are ones where I think you would ban them if you were targeting the other team in them specifically.
All right, well, let's take a look at what these teams have been banning, as it does look, Tettles, there it is. Underrot and Junkyard receiving the bans. We're going to be rolling with Wayrest.
Yep. Unsurprisingly with the Junkyard ban, I feel like just with how messy Junkyard was during the regular season, how many bans it received. In addition to that, has Sanguine as a on-death affix, pretty hard dungeon to be able to pull off cleanly. May as well ban that out. Bursting Necro Underrot, even if it is Awakened, again, pretty rough stuff, whereas the bursting inside of Wayrest Manor, say you haven't practiced it a ton because you were you saw it as Reaping and Awakened, and you were just kind of trying to get a double ban in terms of value on it. Wayrest Manor is the easier of the two, I feel like.
Yeah, I'd say so, especially when you're looking at, how you want to put together a lot of your routing as well. It's not too painful as well with the affixes that you're going to be looking at. Although, Rawl, even on a Fortified, has claimed a lot of lives, Nagura.
Yeah, I think the Rawl itself is actually a very easy boss, but because of the easy nature of the abilities of the boss, teams tend to just pull a lot of trash on top of it, and that's why we've seen so many deaths and so many wipes in that boss.
Well, it's kind of like when you have the easy rotation for the Council of Captains, and sometimes people just don't quite respect it the way that they should. So we'll have to look as, on average, 1.5 players get killed on this boss every time it gets pulled. Let's see what these teams got as our first round of the lower semis gets underway in Wayrest Manor.
All right, so we're going to see what kind of comps those teams decide to play. We've seen the same dungeon with Reaping already, and we've seen a bunch of DKs, and there we go, triple DK even.
The
coming
triple
out of Deplete from
DK.
Beyond. Wow.
That is something that we have not yet seen, I think, in the MDI this time, but there it is. 3 of them.
So.
That is really, really exciting. Deplete from Beyond, on the other hand, on the more standard 2 Death Knights and Hunter composition here. Let's see what Perplex is able to do with 3 Death Knights here. I think this is going to be really spicy. Ooh,
It looks
already
like they pulled
divine.
both sides into the boss as well here in Perplexed side. You can see a lot of trash here on top, while all the DKs are just pumping 1 million DPS. Return dropping really low though, did manage to recover.
Look what's happening to these bosses. 26% on Selena before she phased, 35 on Malady. That is wild. Damage from these Death Knights is just off the charts.
I actually feel bad a little bit for the Hunter, even though the Hunter is doing a lot of damage, but compared to the DK, it's just nothing.
yeah. I mean, the good news about the Hunter is you get to do good damage on, like, most pulls, right? Whereas the DKs, sometimes you have these pulls where you're just sitting around hitting, like, a wet noodle. You can see it's happened a little bit to Wolf Disco here and Dr. J. And that's something that happens, you know, if your cooldowns are slightly later than the other Death Knights, or if you get mind controlled on this fight, you'll do a lot less damage than the other players. Wow, this is pretty impressive, though. Okay, so a little bit more trash count has been taken care of by Perplexed in this pull, but they're actually killing this boss a little bit later than Deplete from Beyond. Despite having more impressive burst on the opener, Perplexed kind of sustained damage, and I would say that this is where the Hunter came in big for Deplete from Beyond, was not quite as good.
Yeah, so it looks like they're actually moving on to the courtyard here. We saw the skip in almost every dungeon where they basically, after Triad, they use their Invis potions to go past this captain troll and past the sister. And now they're having a huge pull inside the courtyard here. Soulbound Goliath being pulled on top of everything else. So there's a huge amount of DPS they need to do onto this trash, because this trash can be very dangerous. Not only because the debuffs that are being casted on top of the group, but also because of the mini-boss here, Matron, which does a lot of tank damage while also having to fight the boss at the same time.
Yeah, they need to be really, really careful here. Oh, actually, yeah, they need to be so careful here of the bursting as well.
The
this
names
is something
are
that
switched, right? Like,
yes,
from Beyond is actually on the right side and Perplexed on the left, yeah.
Yeah, so I think I misspoke a little bit earlier then as a result of that, but that is absolutely the case. Divine Field's team is Perplexed, and Deplete from Beyond is Rentari and Dr. J's team.
Yeah.
All right, Soulbound Goliath dying pretty quickly, though. Both teams making pretty short work here. That triple Death Knight, actually, that we're seeing, so that is Deplete from Beyond with the triple Death Knight, did a pretty good opener here once again, although really only one of their Death Knights really popped off on the opener. That's one of the things about Death Knights, and the third Death Knight is just so much less utility than the first one, because there's so much damage that only one Death Knight can really do. You know, once all the small mobs have been killed, if one Death Knight was enough to kill the small mobs, then, you know, that the extra Death Knights don't really get any extra benefit from that.
Yeah, and it also, I feel like sometimes because those teams are doing so many big pulls back to back, I think sometimes they'll have one of their DKs hold on to the cooldowns and have only one of them used it, and then on the next pull they switch it around. That's why it sometimes looks like one DK is the much better player compared to the other one, while in reality it's just one of them using their cooldowns while the other one is holding on to it.
Yeah, that's something you'll see actually in a lot of different cases in this game where, you know, damage meters will tell one story, but often it's just who was assigned to do what will lock you into a certain finish on the damage meters.
Yeah,
all right,
definitely.
So 30% ahead is going to be, so we've fixed the names now. It is Perplexed on the left, Deplete from Beyond on the right. 30% ahead on Soulbound Goliath health is when Perplexed was able to finish it off. They're also a little bit ahead on trash count right now as well. So certainly an advantage opening up in favor of Perplexed with that Hunter instead of the third Death Knight.
It looks like they're gathering a huge pool here on Perplexed side as they're just Lightfoot
what is
posting
happening
through
here?
the room. They're going into the Hunter's area as well. This is basically half the dungeon that they gathered up here. This is gonna be a huge amount of AoE damage to the whole group. But you don't have to heal the damage if the mobs are dead before they can do anything. But Wolf Disco actually
Wolf Disco goes down though, and there's a lot
unfortunately.
actually of problems here. As somebody dies, this is going to make bursting much more deadly here. It's going to make it a lot harder to do bursting cleanly. And there are so many mobs in this pool that bursting is going to be a serious threat. You can see those stacks accumulating on the whole group. Everybody's health just getting, oh my goodness, a Shine barely surviving there. All of those stacks. Great spell reflect coming out from Divine Field as the rest of the team line of sights those those spits rather.
Yeah, that was actually really well done. One thing that can be a little bit of a time loss is if your tank is trying to spell reflect a spit cast, but then it gets absorbed by any sort of corruption that you have on yourself or something from beyond, anything like that. It can definitely consume your spell reflect, so you want to make sure you use it at the correct time to not have anything absorbed like that. And there we go, another big pull by Perplexed. It's just one big pull into the next, and Deplete from Beyond, unfortunately, having Curse to go down. They do manage to just rest him back up normally right after the pull.
Yeah, I'm surprised they didn't choose to use their battle res here. They had him dead while they had a Thorn Guard at about 50% health, and they decided to just slowly kill the Thorn Guard by itself and then save that battle res. It's a safer strategy, but it's definitely a slower strategy, and I'm not sure you can afford to be slower against a team like Perplexed.
Yeah, I agree. Maybe they're afraid of some of their pulls later, because let's be honest. I mean, if you look at those pulls, even this Ral pull that Perplexed just did, if you pull a lot of trash on top of a boss and you have somebody go down, you have to finish the boss with one less DPS, right? Because that's the last battle rest and they actually had to use it here. So they had to use the battle rest, but Rentari is dropping incredibly low as they have all that bursting stacks going off on everybody. Just barely managed to survive. Dr. J also incredibly low, but they should be able to finish this pull. And yeah, you can see just how much damage is going out in the groups in these kind of pulls that they're doing.
Yeah, it's such a rough combination of bursting, and then you have all these maggots coming out as bursting is at its worst as well. And if you got a combination of a big stack of bursting and multiple stacks of spit, that is very difficult to survive. Rawl the Glutton is now almost dead for Perplexed. Deplete from Beyond has yet to pull him. That is a large advantage in favor of Perplexed here. They just need to make sure that they stay in control of this dungeon, and they have almost 80% trash count as well. So they're pretty much done with count. After this, they can take an obelisk down to the Lord and Lady Wayrest room, and then they should get all the rest of the trash they need from that. So they are pretty much home free here. Deplete from Beyond doing their big pull, though. This is a triple Death Knight. Let's see how great that is with this pull. This has got to be the reason to play triple Death Knight is this pull.
Yep, there's definitely a lot of trash on top of Ral here for Deplete from Beyond side. Clicks dropping incredibly low, going down. They do not have a battle rush available.
Iglu's down as well. That is the
can theoretically finish this, but it's going to take them a long time. Ral does not do a lot of damage, so theoretically, Rentari might be able to self-sustain himself on a fortified Ral pull, but he's out of defenses because he had to use everything on that trash, and they also have a Steward here, which just increases the damage Rentari is taking.
Yeah, Rentari is going down
There
here.
we go. Yeah, Rentari going down.
That is going to be the rest of the team dying as well. And again, I'm not quite sure about the plan here. I feel like that they should have wiped immediately upon their healer and a DPS being dead at that time.
Yeah,
There's often this kind of desire to just keep it going and keep a pull going, but I think that the writing was on the wall for that one, and they are going to be now running back. This is a really tough run back as well. This is the kind of thing where you don't necessarily have a run back practice, and you run into obstacles that you didn't expect on the run back. So Rentari, okay, looks like they've melded off combat, so they should be okay here, but still, it's a really nasty position to be in. It's going to cost them a lot of time.
Yeah, on the other side, Perplexed, they already dealt with 2 of the obelisks, and now they're gonna use the Nyalotha realm to walk down to that next boss's area. And this is a very smart thing they did here. They killed Senred, Beckoner, and also the Tank Bastard at the same time. They just basically had both of the obelisks being activated at the same time, and then you can fight them all at once, which of course is difficult to having to fight 2 of them at once, but in the MDI it's definitely something you can pull off, and now they are engaging the boss fight with all of the trash in this area.
Yeah, this is going to be, again, the Death Knights need to kill all this trash before it kills the rest of the team. It is a scary moment, and it's very important that the Death Knights do their damage properly here. There you can see a Shine starting to pop his big cooldowns. Wolf Disco as well. And it actually looks like Swag has done a majority of the heavy lifting here just with that Hunter. No Death Knights required. All that trash already dead there. Great work by Perplexed.
Yeah, and you can see Divine Field charging from left to right. It's basically because he's waiting for his Spell Reflect to be ready, not just for survivability, but also for boss DPS. Because if he gets his Spell Reflect back up when the boss casts the Wasting Strike, it just does more boss damage, and therefore you just see him leap from left to right.
Yeah, the Wasting Strike and Spell Reflect cooldowns are slightly desynchronized, but recently it's been discovered that you can alternate double Intervene and then Intervene and Heroic Leap for every other Wasting Strike, and that will let you make enough distance away from Lord Wayrest that by the time he eventually catches up to you, you will have your Spell Reflect back. That is something you see a lot of very skilled tanks doing on this boss fight. It's a little bit sketchy, though, because you need somebody to intervene to in the right position. You can see it's actually that statue from Zamak that's been placed in a specific location so that Divine always can know that he's charging to that spot with the intervene.
Definitely convenient to have the statue here that you can use to charge to. And it looks like they're about to finish off that boss too. Deplete from Beyond did re-engage Ral at this point. But yeah, it's just a huge amount of time loss, especially when you look at Perplexed barely making any mistakes on their side. It's just close to 11 minutes in the dungeon and they're already on their way to the last boss. So just insane speed by Perplexed, really. Deplete from Beyond, and looked like they had a really fast strategy as well. Smog almost going down as he was running through those ads to skip them. Looks like they are going to Shadow Melt off the aggro, or they're pulling it on top of the boss. We'll see.
They do need the count from it, so I imagine that, it's going to get pulled onto the boss.
Oh, they have two obelisks? Oh yeah, they need it anyway, yeah.
Yeah, so they have Blood of the Corruptor and Voidweaver Malthair here with the last boss. They need to get those interrupts, and they're going to run a little bit out of space thanks to those Blood of the Corruptor puddles. But as long as their Death Knights are able to stand in their Death and Decay for at least the first 10 seconds of this pull, that will be all the time that they need. That is the really big thing for Death Knights, is being able to stay inside their Death and Decay. And you can see that has allowed both of them to spike over 1 million DPS here on the pull. Woodweaver Malthair now starting to get some cast off, and a cast does go through on Swag, who immediately perishes as a result. And that is one of the scary parts of this fight, is you don't quite have, you have to spend an interrupt on Gorak Toll himself, so you don't actually get one on Malthair. But it looks like they're already at 100% count. I'm not sure if they're going to kill Malthair. They might just kill Gorak Toll instead. Maybe somewhere in this drought they've gotten a little bit extra count. It looks like Malthair will be dying, but yeah, wow, Gorak Toll is just melted here as well.
Yeah, they definitely focused Gorak Toll right after they got that blood down. The blood is definitely an awaken mob that needs to die really quickly here just because of the limited room that you have. You see Swag actually being in this pool, and it's not because he doesn't know how to get out, but it's because if he's in this pool, the ads will actually not jump because there's no path available to reach Swag, and therefore the ads from the boss will not do their jump and therefore do not spread out and also not do the damage from the jump. And Gorak Tool is going down, so Perplex is winning the first game against Deplete from Beyond, and what a run it was by Perplex as well.
This is Wayrest Manor, right?
Yeah.
Right. This is 5-boss dungeon, right?
That is correct.
This is 12 and a half minutes? What? I mean, I know we started thinking of like, oh yeah, Taldazar is this quick dungeon, and we got some other quick dungeons here, but Wayrest is usually not on my list of like, oh yeah, they could do it, just over 10 minutes or something like that. Tattles, what in the world was that?
Well,
my
sometimes
goodness.
whenever you have a 2 Death Knight or a 3 Death Knight dungeon, depending on which comp you are, you're going to see teams electing to pull 100% of the count that they need into every single boss, so that 12 minutes was functionally just 5 bosses. That's all it really was, because
real.
all of their count. I think Perplex did 1 pull that was without a boss. Oh, I guess 2 if you count the albums. 2 pulls without a boss involved.
That was like a Motherload, but less movement required, less travel distance that they even had to go on. That was great. And, Dranos is what we're looking for from Perplexed, to see if they're that team that's going to be able to step up and give Golden Guardians and Wunderbar a run for their money, literally. Because there's prize pool, Dranos.
There's a large
there's
prize
money on
pool,
the line.
yes. I see what you've done there. That was clever, Jack. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, yeah, just making sure.
I think that was certainly a big money play from Perplex. That could have been a big money dungeon if they were up against
Literally,
Wunderbar or Golden Guardians.
Because there's money involved.
Right, yeah, that was what I was going for as well.
Yeah, good job.
Thank you.
Hey, Tattles, do you want to start breaking down with what great things we just saw from that dungeon? You okay?
Get me out of this.
I'll let you wear your hat.
I'm gonna shut up. Get me out of this conversation. All right, so now we have Perplex pulling Soulbound Goliath with the whole entire courtyard area. Double DK making very quick work of that. You do see Ashine and Wolf Disco spiking well over 1.5 million. You do have some problems for Deplete from Beyond here, but this is the power of Triple Death Knight here. Everybody's starting to drop pretty low from how big this hallway pull was, but they were able to just kind of claw back. They end up having a pretty good run, but they were still a little bit behind Perplexed. Then basically once Clicks and Igloo end up going down on Raw, like Nigger always talks about, we have so many deaths on Raw just due to how much trash teams want to pull into it. It's one of the more common bosses that you end up having deaths on. Like, compound that with bursting, you end up having problems. Perplex just ends up having an immaculate run. Looks great going into Gorak Tool as well. They're slightly over count. Honestly, I can give them a mulligan on going over 4 count, because sometimes you kind of have to like I don't know where you would adjust your route to be able to gain 4 count in Wayrest Manor. So you would have to just completely change how you're doing it, and that would probably cause them to
time because
Yeah,
they're doing
I
such
was gonna
huge
say.
goals.
Exactly.
They would have to see them up, not
just,
get it
you just
in.
put
You know,
more
it's like
things
whatever.
in the DK's meat grinder, and then you just like let it go. You're like, all right, they'll get an AoE, you know.
Also, you
Epidemic
lose-
will get it. Bursting Swords will get it.
You lose count if a maggot ever gets an infest cast off, so there is some value in Wayrest to being slightly overcount so that doesn't end up messing you up if it happens.
Yeah, I think that's actually a really good point because we have seen that a couple of times before in cup play where they're like, where's this 1% count or something, and all it takes is one missed kick and your perfect run is just kind of scuffed. I mean, we've seen it not so much with Siege of Boralus because most people play Alliance, but that's another dungeon where it's like, okay, well, in case we miss a gutter or two, we don't have to worry about having absolute perfect percentage onto that one. So, very well played by Perplex, which also is going to start moving us on into our next dungeon where, oh, what do you know? It's going to be Siege of Boralus here, Nagura.
Yeah, Siege is definitely a dungeon where we've seen teams have some incredible strategies, and we've seen a bunch of different stuff as well. We've seen people play Horde and Alliance, and we've seen the interesting monk strat that I keep forgetting. Song of Gigi, there we go. That is the ability name that Ethical
No,
was
it is
using.
Song of GG. It's, you say GG when you do it.
GG.
I didn't know the Celestials got signed by Golden Guardians.
Okay. Yeah, 17 minutes. Moving swiftly along. 17 minutes is the time that Deplete from Beyond has put up in this dungeon. We know that 16 is possible from teams like Wunderbar, so the question is whether Perplex is able to hit that reliably.
It is, and we looked a number of times at how people are setting up some of the largest and most aggressive spotter pulls possible, and a lot of it comes down to just chaining, binding shots together, making sure that people are watching out for any of the big banana rampages that are going on. So let's see what these teams got as Siege of Boralus gets underway with Perplexed up 1.
Alright, so we haven't seen Perplexed at all yet in Siege of Boralus, so we'll see what kind of comp they're running. Very likely we will see that triple hunter that we've seen by every group so far, I believe, in Siege. We did see Horde, though, from Deplete from Beyond, while all the other teams played Alliance. Now, Siege is the only dungeon in BFA that actually does have a different starting point depending on what faction you play, and not only that, there's some mobs who are also are a little bit different inside the dungeon, and specifically the first boss is a little bit different as well. So we will see those differences later on if Perplex actually chooses to play Alliance compared to the Horde that Deplete from Beyond is playing.
Yeah, one of the big differences as well is this gate here after Hadal Darkfathom to this last boss opens up a lot slower if you're Alliance side than if you're Horde. So if you're Alliance side, you're kind of obligated to backtrack while that RP is happening and go get some trash then. Whereas if you're Horde, you can just do the dungeon in a more straightforward, linear fashion that I think is a little bit easier to do as well.
Yeah, definitely a difference there as we see the Perplex actually playing Alliance, so the Deplete from Beyond is still playing Horde, while the Perplex does have the different starting point with the Alliance. They do have Shadow Melt available, so they can do this skip on their side, while the Deplete from Beyond does not have the Shadow Melt, so therefore they need to either have somebody die, or they need to use some invisible potions, or they just kill all of the trash that they're gathering up here. We'll see what they do, as Perplex is using their Shadow Melts to get rid of the trash they aggroed on their way to the first boss.
Yeah, you can see Deplete from Beyond here. They're thunderclapping, running their way here, and this is going to be a large amount of trash because, of course, they don't have Shadow Meld. Rentari, though, dropping extremely low. Of course, Necrotic is active in this dungeon as well, so it does need to ideally drop stacks here. We'll be able to do that, and they're grouping up the entirety of the first part of this dungeon, popping that Bloodlust. They will be killing all of this at once is the plan. Perplex, meanwhile, already into the first boss here. They have a smaller amount of trash here, but they have pulled it with the boss as well. Different trash, too. The Alliance side trash, a lot more nasty in this first area than the Horde side.
Yeah, and another difference here on the first boss is that even if you see the mobs that are spawning during the boss fight, the boss will just continue to spawn them. While if you are playing Horde, then you will stop spawning those vanguards, the ones with the frontal stun, if you just see them and if they're still alive. So a little bit easier for the Horde side compared to Alliance. And yeah, Perplex definitely choosing to do a different route here with their different amount of trash that they do. They did pop their Bloodlust immediately as soon as they engaged the boss with the trash on top, while Deplete from Beyond used their Bloodlust for the trash only, and then afterwards engaged the boss. So already from the get-go, a little bit of a difference in strategy, which doesn't mean much because later on we will see a lot of trash being played with those spotters with the friendly fire from the artillery.
Yeah, both bosses here within 10% of each other. Perplex, though, about 7% trash count behind where Deplete from Beyond is at this time. So this is, I think, it's really hard to judge the advantage between these two because the differences between Horde and Alliance kind of last throughout the whole dungeon, right? There's the difference later in the dungeon too with that gate opening. So it's really hard to actually tell who is in an advantage position given just the information we have with count and stuff because they're kind of playing two slightly different dungeons.
Yeah, I agree. Perplex actually downing the first boss here, so they can move on already. We see the Lightfoot potion being popped by Divine Field, gathering a lot of trash around the corner here, making sure everything is gathered. Want to be careful with the trample from the commanders, and I think on these pulls, this is why Hunters are so good, not only for single target, but also for these kind of AoE pulls, just because the pull is not over until the commander dies here, and Commander has a lot more HP than the rest of the trash, and Hunters are just very good at focusing down high HP targets while cleaving the low HP targets around it. They just have very high priority target damage, and therefore those kind of AoE pulls that they're doing are just so well done by the Hunters. As you can see, the Commander just died slightly after everything else, so well done by Perplex getting that pull done. They're now also fighting Voidweaver, and that's definitely an interesting choice because we've seen a lot of the teams play Voidweaver with the last boss.
Yeah, Voidweaver has a spawn position on the last boss that's fairly far over to the left, and that means that your tank will generally be the first person and the only person in range of Voidweaver for its first like 4 or 5 casts while it slowly waddles its way towards your team. And because of that, you can usually just let those casts go through on your tank and it's not a big deal. So that makes Voidweaver surprisingly easy to play with the last boss because you really don't have to start worrying about it until after the tentacles are dead. Whereas, some of the other ones, it really depends on where the lists actually are in the last boss room. Some of the other ones can be much more nasty to deal with. Perplex, though, they've gotten kind of the best of both worlds here because Divine has gone back outside of the realm and he'll be pulling the boss. The rest of the team using this as a skip to the second boss here. So there's kind of a cool combination of strategies that we've seen. Some teams use that obelisk and don't kill Malthair just to get to this boss. Other teams use the obelisk and then bring Malthair all the way to this boss. And Perplex have kind of split the difference. They're killing Malthair, but they're not spending all the time to bring him all the way over here. They're just killing Malthair, moving him a little bit, and then doing this mounting up and using Nyloth as a skip strategy.
Yeah, and you can see the difference in trash here between those. Perplex is ahead in dungeon speed as they're already fighting Red Captain Lockwood.
Look how low they're getting Dread Captain Lockwood as well here. 65% full on energy, but if you Thunderclap at the perfect time here, it will be rooted and unable to jump back up there. Avatar has expired for Divine, so no longer able to keep those Thunderclap roots on Dread Captain Lockwood through that Conflict and Strife major essence that both warriors are running. But 60% is an incredibly strong amount to be able to bring her to on that first phase. They may be able to 1 phase or to 2 phase from to kill it in 1 more phase.
That would actually be a really big time save. I don't think we've seen any team be able to do that just yet. I think all of the teams so far needed 2 intermission phases before they got her down. So let's look at the HP of Dread Captain Lockwood on the left side of the screen on Perplex. You see the energy bar filling up at the bottom. Once she reaches 100 energy, she will attempt to jump away. If she's
they're gonna need
or knocked, then she will not jump.
They are probably going to need a couple of those roots to work out, but look, Divine is saving his avatar. You can see that is still available for him. Normally, that's just a button you press on cooldown. In this case, though, it's going to be something that he will hold until Dread Captain Lockwood gets close to that 100% energy mark, and then he'll be using it right now to make sure that she has a root applied to her every time she would jump back. And it needs to be really precise here. They are going to be able to do it, though. That is really impressive by Perplexed. Killing Dread Captain Lockwood without her retreating a second time. Deplete from Beyond, on the other hand, you can see that is the second retreat happening for them, so they are completely unable to replicate that strategy. And that really required a lot of precision and skill, specifically from Divine Field, so really great job by him there.
Yeah, there was a huge amount of time saves. It really matters in the MDI in this kind of competition to get an extra little bit of a time save on this boss here. So well done by Divine Field and by Perplex to get this done. Now they are fighting Samrak. After they have Samrak done, they have 2 obelisks left, so it looks like they will be playing 2 Awaken mobs on the last boss. While we do know that Deplete from Beyond is only dealing with Samrak, and they're actually dealing with 3 obelisks on the last boss. But they have a lot less trash to do on the Deplete from Beyond side, so they don't actually have to go back and do that many spotter pulls, which in the end is not going to be as big of a time save if Perplexed manages to pull off this spotter pack cleanly.
This is not even, they're not even using the spotter for this. Perplex is just fighting this the old-fashioned way. This is something that actually we saw a little bit of this yesterday as well. Teams just deciding that, you know what, all that setup time, all of that nonsense with the spotter, we're not going to bother. We'll just kill these mobs with our abilities because we're playing with hunters. Those are kind of like spotters anyway. They just destroy the packs just as well.
You're not wrong. We see the binding shots coming out of the hunters as well to help Divine Field Kite. Not only is it raging, which of course can do a lot of damage to your tank if they all reach raging at the same time, but you also have necrotic, which just stacks up over time. It's actually a really deadly combination having necrotic and raging, because they're raging at the end of the pull, and that's the point where you do have a lot of necrotic stacks. So definitely very difficult combination of affixes here for the tanks specifically. And Divine Field is also not running that Dwarf ratio because he chose to run that Shadow Melt with the Night Elf. So he doesn't have a way of resetting the necrotic except kiting out the debuff.
Yeah, in a way, this affix combo is really, really difficult because, as you mentioned, if you're in the pack under 30% health, you have so many necrotic stacks and you're taking all this extra damage from raging. In another sense, the good news about this affix combination is that the counterplay for both affixes is the same, right? In order to beat necrotic, you run away from the pack at the end of the pull. In order to beat raging, you run away from the pack at the end of the pull. So as long as it's a pack that you can actually run away from, that is something you can do. Meanwhile, though, on the side of Deplete from Beyond, you can see they are also doing a fairly large pull here. Don't think they have a spotter involved in this either, so they're just setting up for what will be their big Song of Chi-Ji pull, right? Is that what this team does? No, that's not this team. That was Ethical that had that strategy, and Ethical not in the tournament anymore. So yeah, but we will see at least a spotter pull, I think, from Deplete from Beyond.
Yeah, I think Deplete from Beyond is only doing this Hadal pull, where they basically, you see Kurisu here just camouflaging to the boss while everyone else is in the Nyalotha realm, or at least the 2 people who do not have camouflage are in the Nyalotha realm. There we go. Now all the trash is being pulled on top of the boss. This can be very scary because you do have those commanders who just charge around to ranged targets and they will stun everyone in their path, which is deadly on this boss because you do have the Breaking Waters and lots of other abilities that you need to dodge. So getting stunned here is definitely not what you want to happen. As Perplexed, still dealing with trash, and you can see they're getting closer and closer to the percentage that Deplete from Beyond has.
Yeah, so actually no spotters involved at all in this strategy. This is just, they're just playing this dungeon straight up. Pretty much both teams are. Okay, no, never mind. Perplex is absolutely doing a massive spotter pull here. Wow, my predictions are 0 for 10 or something in this dungeon so far today. But yeah, this is going to be a big spotter pull for Perplexed while Deplete from Beyond busy working on that boss. So Perplexed getting that binding shot. They've got all those enemies out of line of sight of the rest of the group, while Swag with that turtle is going to stand in with the sighted artillery, and look at that. That is a beautiful job of spotter execution on all these enemies. That was the entire trash from Hadal's room as well. They will now be running into Hadal with those commanders still engaged, and they'll be killing it all together. So both teams on the same boss here with the same trash. Deplete from Beyond ahead though, and Perplexed playing that Alliance side will have RP to wait for after this boss dies as well. Whereas Deplete from Beyond playing Horde will not have to deal with that.
Deplete from Beyond definitely in the driver's seat here. As you mentioned, after this boss is a Shine going down as for Perplex here, unfortunately. They do have a Battle Rest available, but it's going to take a while because they need to use the Engineering Rest. So yeah, just another time loss here for Perplex.
That is so bad.
Both teams had 0 deaths.
Yeah, actually impressive this late into a Siege of Boralus to have the first death occur after the 10-minute mark from either team in Siege of Boralus that has got to be a first. This is a very, very deadly dungeon. But yeah, Shine coming back up. Probably something went wrong with the Commander Trample, if I had to guess. That is usually the cause of death on this fight. when you get the autopsy reports from what's happened on Hadal Dark Fathom, it's usually Trample that's there.
Yeah, definitely, especially when it's in raging range, it will probably close to one-shot you as well if it hits you, not only get the stun on you. So definitely very deadly. You see, Deplete from Beyond is still missing a little bit of percentage, but that's the obelisk that they still have left to do. Now that's the last difference between Decay from Beyond and Perplexed. We do see the difference in 3 Awakened mobs still being active for Decay from Beyond, while there's only 2 for Perplexed. That means the last boss fight is actually going to take a little while longer for Decay from Beyond because they will have to deal with that extra mob. And what we saw from them last time as they played that dungeon was that they were actually finishing their Awaken mobs in between the first and second platform before they activated the second platform. And therefore, that boss is definitely going to take them a little bit longer. But Perplexed, not only do they need to finish the boss, but they also need to wait for 1 minute before the gate opens because they're playing Alliance, and you get this extra little bit of RP that happens on that faction.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it's a full minute, but it certainly feels that way when you're standing in front of the gate just waiting for it to open. And yeah, Deplete from Beyond, they are now pulling this last boss. This is a hugely difficult boss fight with all of these Awakened enemies. First order of business is going to be killing this Gripping Terror within 20 seconds of the full starting. They have 4 seconds left here. 2 seconds. Barely managing to beat that DPS check. That was very, very tight for Deplete from Beyond, but they've managed to kill the Gripping Terror before the second Demolishing Terror spawned. Now that next Demolishing Terror is down, and now they have a little bit of time where they can just kill Awakened enemies if they want to. However, Perplexed may have the opportunity to steal this map from Deplete from Beyond if Perplexed is able to, shoot the cannon more quickly and be able to just go right into pulls. Wow, Rentari getting launched into the air there by a Dispel. Does manage to intervene back down, though.
And you see how difficult it is to play these Awaken mobs here. Not only is there very little space, and you have to kite the blood on top of also having the huge area of denial from the Tankmaster. And even if you do not trigger the second platform, which is what they're doing right now, they're not actually shooting the cannon, therefore you do not get the Demolishing Terror or the Gripping Terror on the second platform. But the boss still casts the ability where you can see the 2 debuffs that are being applied, the Purifying Water, which does a huge amount of damage, and Eagle cannot dispel both of them. So definitely lots of damage still going out in the group on top of having to dealing with the Awakened mobs.
Yeah, it is possible to speculatively turtle right before the boss casts the ability, and then if it would have targeted you, it ends up being deflected. That may have been what caused Curry to use his turtle earlier, but most turtles still available on the side of Deplete from Beyond. Meanwhile, Perplexed is pulling this boss as well, and they have dealt with the first set of terrors also. They are now going to be killing their 2 Awakened enemies. Oh no, Swag has died though for Perplexed. That is really, really the opposite of what they needed here.
So, okay, the one thing that would put Perplexed back into the lead here, or would be able for them to catch up to Decay from Beyond, would be to trigger the second platform before the Awaken mobs are down. But that's such an incredibly difficult thing to do.
They are shooting that cannon.
They are doing it, all right, there we go. So the second platform is engaged for Perplexed. Now, Divine Field has to tank the Tankmaster, the Blood, and the Demolishing Terror, which is so difficult because of all of this area of denial. And the Demolishing Terror needs to be tanked in melee. He cannot walk away. Otherwise, the group dies. You see Divine Field just standing in the Dark Fury. The Spirit Breaker being taunted by one of the Hunter Pets, thankfully, because there's no way Divine Field can survive while having the Spirit Breaker on him.
Yeah, they're going to finish off Urgroth here, and Divine leaping away, able to just barely survive, and they are in on the Gripping Terror now. They need to kill this thing as quickly as possible, but Deplete from Beyond are still ahead here in progression.
Yeah, they're done with the second platform. They are moving on to that last platform for Deplete from Beyond. And not only are they ahead in boss speed, but they also don't have any deaths. This is a perfect run by Deplete from Beyond.
Is this going to be a 16-minute run? This would be a run on par with Wunderbar's time, if they can do that. This is wild, yeah. You see Rentari shooting that cannon there instead of anybody else. He will then have a little bit of time to get back to the platform and engage the Demolishing Terror. You actually have some time before the Demolishing Terror does the AoE. It's after it does its first slam is when it will then be eligible to start AoEing if nobody's in melee range. So you have a little bit of time where it can just have nobody next to it. That Gripping Terror, though, is falling rapidly for Deplete from Beyond. 24% left. Once they kill that, great spawn on the second Demolishing Terror. Both are tankable in the same spot by Rentari. So they're not going to have to do anything fancy in order to survive those 2 Demolishing Terrors. As long as Rentari just stays in melee range of both of them, that cannon will be getting repaired here. And the time is going to be impressive here from Deplete from Beyond as they surge back into this series 1-1.
Whoa! You'd love to see those big comebacks. Deplete from Beyond taking the victory just over 16 minutes, if I saw it correctly there.
16:02
big win.
Is an exact
same time
with
as
Wunderbar's
Wunderbar.
time. Yeah, that is
Oh my goodness.
the best pace we have seen for this. Tied with Wunderbar. Very, very impressive.
That's the bounce back that we're really needing to see out of them as they take that win. And this is it, Tettles. Everything's gonna be on the line as they're tied up 1-1.
I love that Deplete from Beyond was able to bounce back from all the problems that they were having earlier on in the weekend. That Siege of Boralus looked impressive, especially since we've seen him play Siege of Boralus a couple of times thus far, and it did not look that good. They can absolutely save 30 more seconds off their timer if they're able to get the Dread Captain Lockwood clap perfected. There is some optimizations in the Deplete from Beyond route that allows them to go even faster than what we just saw.
Yeah, and that's really what we're going to be looking at going forward is what are these little areas that they can start making a couple of improvements on, because, you know, what if whoever wins on this point, Nagura is going to have to go on to face Golden Guardians and potentially have to go after Wunderbar after that. So it's not just about this round, it's about everything afterwards.
Yeah, I mean, this Siege of Boralus strategy that Deplete from Beyond just showed, really, I mean, it's the exact same time that Wunderbar had in Siege as well. So I think almost no team had the same time, except Golden Guardians, of course, who just barely lost against them earlier in the series. But all the other teams were just like a minute slower than Wunderbar's strats, or maybe even 2 minutes slower. So having the exact same time in the Siege is super impressive by Deplete from Beyond. And as Tettles mentioned, if they just have some more refines here and there with the clapping strat on Dread Captain Lockwood, then they're going to make up even more time, and they can really beat those kind of teams like Wunderbar and Golden Guardians, in my opinion.
That's right, and Siege of Boralus is going to be in the grand finals as part of the map pool. So, Tettles, what made this run so amazing for them?
So, first and foremost, I thought the opening scenario from Perplexed was actually just a best case scenario for them. I thought they were able to pull the first boss immaculately quick, just with how they were dealing with it because of how Alliance side Boralus ends up working out. Then they end up doing just this gargantuan pull after the third boss. I think their downfall started to be whenever they played this Malthury Obelisk that you see on screen right there. I think that they need to be able to play triple Obelisk into Vic Goth. Perplexed, again, then gets the clap route on Lockwood, but the back half of their strat was just not great for Alliance side Siege of Boralus. Whereas for Deplete from Beyond, their back half strat after Lockwood was incredibly fast and incredibly well refined. That triple obelisk also helped propel them to success. Them also playing Horde after they kill Hadal, the gate drops immediately versus Perplexed having to wait there for 20 seconds, kind of AFK, twiddling their thumbs. But Deplete from Beyond just immediately gets to run all the way through, so a huge advantage of Horde Boralus here. And then from there on out, again, like I talked about a second ago, triple obby here. They play it off perfectly and are able to just look so clean in the Siege of Boralus. I'm super happy with how they performed today.
That's right, and you know, this goes to show that this team really isn't out of it at this point. We've talked a number of times, Nagura, where, you know, Deplete from Beyond can be really polarizing in a lot of their performances, and right here they're trying to do everything they can to put those doubts about their performance to bed.
Yeah, and I mean, the last game of the series is going to be Motherload, and Motherload is definitely one of those dungeons where things can go really wrong very early on, and we've seen 11 deaths by Deplete from Beyond, but we've also seen Perplexed make mistakes here where they didn't manage to do that first pull properly with the Peacekeepers, and they lost to Complexity Limit in that dungeon. And Deplete from Beyond actually already played it twice. The second time they played it, they improved incredibly compared to their first match, where they had a 15:09 time. So definitely have a really fast strategy if they pull it off there.
That's true. All right, let's take a look at our stats as well, Tettles. What do we got for this one?
So yeah, the average completion time, of course, these two teams being from the European region, were competing against one another. So it's easier to just gauge average completion time and average deaths against one another. Again, Perplexed with the immaculately higher win rate in Motherload, but they didn't look so hot in the Motherload earlier on in this tournament. So while the win rate would lead you to suggest that Perplexed should be the favorite here, I would be leaning more towards like a 50-50 in terms of who I genuinely think will end up winning this map in the Motherload.
What do you think about this one, Drados? 50-50?
Yeah, I think that this one, so Deplete from Beyond has had two Motherloads, and one went great and one went bad. Perplexed has had one Motherload, and it went medium bad. I think it's really just going to be about which version of each team shows up today, because I think that there's a huge range of results that are all possible from both teams in this dungeon.
theoretically, I think Perplexed has the faster route and like the faster decision making on how they're going to end up being playing the dungeon. But consistency wise, can they hit it and can they look good?
Yeah, and are they able to really sustain it throughout game after game after game if they do get past this point as well? Because whoever wins this next round is going to be having just a ton of extra dungeons to be doing for the rest of the day. And speaking of more stats, we also have one Nagura for Mogul Razdunk too.
Yeah, Mogul Razdunk also one of those bosses that in itself probably shouldn't be an issue for them, but because they are making it so much harder on themselves with how they are playing the boss and kiting the obelisk and whatnot, it's just so much more difficult for those teams. And we've seen so many things go wrong with that kiting strat, and we know that the Fleet from Beyond is playing the kiting strat where they have those 4 obelisks that the healer is just running around in a circle basically. And yeah, we've already seen this weekend that lots of those Awaken mobs can snap back to the rest of the group, and then it just causes disaster, and it's just going to be a full team wipe if that happens.
That's right, and we looked at how these teams and how these players have really gotten better and better at kiting, but at the end of the day, there's still mistakes that can happen, and Perplexed definitely is no stranger to them. But I also think in some cases they've learned a lot as well, Dranos, as to like when they need to just put their nose to the grindstone and keep pushing to make one strategy work, whether they're saying, all right, let's call an audible, let's take care of an obelisk first, and let's see what happens.
Yeah, that's one of the really impressive things about the MDI, because the teams don't just play these 1 dungeons. They have 12 to prepare for and all this practice time to like portion between them. That makes it really, really difficult for them to decide exactly what to practice and what to learn to do.
That's right. Let's see how their practice is going to be paying off for them as our final round between these two teams gets underway in the Motherload.
All right, so we already see a similar strategy. We see the warriors just run through, tagging the mobs, and we see the hunters go different paths. Basically, what is happening right here is that the hunters are going around this area, tagging the mech jockeys so they jump into the peacekeepers, and Divine Field also just trying to tag as many jockeys as possible. Then they go into this first boss room area and Feign Death / Shadow Melt off the aggro from all of the mobs that are not the peacekeepers. So the peacekeepers will walk to them, which not only give the percentage from the peacekeeper themselves, but also from the mech jockey that jumped into the peacekeeper. And the rest of the trash group reset because of the Feign Death / Shadow Melt that they used.
Yeah, you can see both teams with the exact same plan here. Huge amounts of peacekeepers all running here at the same time. It's actually a very precise strategy because you need to hit a Shadow Meld within a very precise window of a few seconds, because it needs to be early enough that the peacekeeper hasn't been piloted in yet, but late enough that nobody else's has yet been either. So it's pretty dangerous here what these teams are up to, but they've managed to perfect this to an extent. We've seen it go wrong a few times so far this weekend.
Definitely have seen it go wrong, but it looks like both Perplexed and the Fleet from Beyond did refine this strategy, and it looks like both of them did pull it off. At least they pulled off the Shadow Melt / Feign Death. They still could wipe to this boss because the Peacekeepers do a lot of damage. That's why Divine Field and Rentari are just kiting around the room. Thankfully, they do not attack the tank all the time because they stand still to cast his shield, which can be a problem if you have affixes like Sanguine, but thankfully no Sanguine this time around, so they don't have to worry about this, but they still have to worry about which direction the shield is being casted in, because it will prevent the damage dealers to do damage, so they definitely want to make sure that shields are all being casted in the same direction.
Yeah, they don't need to worry about it too much as long as everything is dead by the time the boss dies. It doesn't really matter whether it dies, when the boss is at 50% health or whether the boss is at 10% health. That's the most important bottleneck here in the dungeon, is just when the boss dies. So you can see on the side of Perplexed, 10% health on the boss as the last Peacekeeper has just fallen. They are a little bit ahead of where the Fleet from Beyond is at, but not by that much. It's a very close game so far.
It also looks like the Fleet from Beyond does have a little bit less percentage, as there's only one Peacekeeper left they have to do. And yeah, so 2% difference here in trash. Looked like Perplexed maybe had some more extra trash that it pulled on top, which is not a huge difference here. It is teaming, so everything does give a little bit less percentage, but as long as the Fleet from Beyond doesn't have to do one extra pull, it is still basically the same.
Here we see both teams doing a fairly large pull in this area. Actually, it looks like Perplexed may be going smaller than Deplete from Beyond. Yeah, they are. Deplete from Beyond is doing everything here all at once. So this is an opportunity for them to skyrocket into the lead here. They are doing what Perplexed just did in 2 pulls. Deplete from Beyond trying to do in 1. Look at all of those debuffs on Rentari, though. He's taking huge amounts of damage. That Life Cocoon gets eaten through very quickly. This is so scary, but they've managed to do it. They've managed to kill all these mobs, and that is going to give them a huge advantage here. They are definitely ahead at this point because they've found a way to remove a pull from the dungeon.
Yeah, that was actually a crazy pull. And you saw how low Rentari dropped there. Now they do have those 2 drillers that jump out of the excavators, but it's actually not a big deal because they are going to skip to the boss anyway here. So they're all running towards the boss, and then they will just feign death / shadow melt off the aggro, not only from the trash that is skipped, but also from those drillers that are very inefficient to kill because they don't actually give any percentage. Perplexed, on the other hand, looks like they're dealing with the obelisk here, which is very interesting because unless they use it to skip only? No, it looks like they're actually playing it.
So Perplexed is going to be fighting obelisks with the last boss, whereas Deplete from Beyond is going to be doing that kite strategy. And that is definitely a difference between the 2 teams here. I think that the kite strategy has a faster potential time. So I think that if Deplete from Beyond is able to actually do their thing, then they should be able to win here. But their thing is a little bit harder to do.
Yeah, definitely a little bit harder to do. We see Deplete from Beyond fighting Astaroth now. 49%, so you can see Perplex is quite a bit ahead on trash. I mean, Deplete from Beyond also pulls trash on top of Astaroth, so they'll catch up a little bit, but still a little bit in favor for Perplex.
Yeah, because Perplex is going to be able to pull that trash onto Astaroth as well, and you can see that there, the Taskmaster pull. Yeah. So they're opening up a little bit of a trash lead here, but 50% of a tyrannical boss is a large difference, and I think I'd rather be on Deplete from Beyond's side of this, although you have to factor in the fact as well that, that Awakened Obelisk being gone is... That is a large benefit, too, for Perplexed.
Yeah, and you have to also keep in mind that Deplete from Beyond, of course, has to get 100% trash before they reach the last boss. While Perplexed, because they're playing the Obelisk with the last boss instead of kiting, they can probably skip quite a bit later on because they get that extra trash percentage from finishing off those Awakened mobs. And they gain Smog's DPS on the boss because Smog doesn't have to kite those 4 Awakened mobs. So I think this is definitely still a close game between those 2 teams, even though it looks like Deplete from Beyond is ahead. The trash difference and the difference in strategies could still mean that Perplexed can make it back into this game. And again, both of those teams 0 deaths so far. Incredibly clean run by both of them.
Yeah, this is a very impressive showing from both of these teams. Honestly, they both have shown what it takes, I think, to be competitive with Wunderbar and with Golden Guardians here. So whoever wins this is going to be a worthy challenger for the Golden Guardians in our next match. This has been just remarkable showing from both teams.
Yeah, definitely. Deplete from Beyond now downed Astaroth. They are moving on. You can see Deplete from Beyond actually running triple Dwarf Racial on their Hunters, while, Perplex actually doing the same. So we see the Dwarves being run instead of the Night Elves. Now, of course, they do have Feign Death, so they don't need that Shadow Melt that we see on almost everyone else. We see Rentari and Igloo also running that Shadow Melt and using it right there as they skip the trash to the boss. We see Rixa Fluxflame standing there in the middle. The Hunters are going around to misdirect those War Machines on top of Rentari. And we've seen them have some trouble here in this boss because the trash on top of Rixa can be very dangerous. Not only for Rentari, you see how low he's dropping here at the very get-go, but also for the rest of the team if that charge smash is going on anyone but Rentari.
Yeah, this is a really dangerous pull for Deplete from Beyond here. We've seen a lot of things go wrong for teams with these 2 War Machines with Rixa. Look what's happening to Rentari's health. Oh my goodness, the Life Cocoon does come out though, and he will be saved for now. This is such a scary moment though as a Protection Warrior is tanking all this stuff. Meanwhile, you can see Perplexed is pulling some trash instead. They get to pull this trash because they do not have to pull all of the VMZ because they're not doing that kiting strategy. Deplete from Beyond, meanwhile, they have to pull all the stuff from that last quarter of the dungeon, the VMZ, because they need it all clear so that Igloo can do the kite in that whole space.
Yeah, and that trash is usually not the trash you want to pull. Most live server groups don't want to deal with any of that trash except the one that is around the obelisk. But those MDI teams have decided to just clear that whole area because of that kiting strat, because they think it is more efficient to kite the obelisk instead of playing them. And it definitely can be incredibly dangerous to deal with the awaken mobs on the last boss, just because there's so many things they need to be aware of on the last boss. Not only the Gatling gun that they need to dodge, which does a huge amount of damage if you don't manage to go around it, but also you have the missiles as well that need to be dodged. So if you have any sort of area of denial happening from the awaken mobs with the Dark Fury and with the pools that the blood spawns, it can make it just this much more difficult to dodge the abilities from the boss.
I actually think the Perplexed is ahead here. They are almost at 100% trash
I think so
count.
as well, yeah.
Yeah, and Deplete from Beyond needs a lot of trash here. So even though they're killing Rixa 60% ahead of where Perplexed is, that is not, I think, worth the huge trash differential that we're seeing now. Perplexed can just kill Rixa, and then they can run to the last boss, Shadow Meld and Feign Death, and pull the last boss with those 3 awakened enemies, and they are done with this dungeon. So Deplete from Beyond in this final 50% of Perplexed killing Rixa Flux Flame, in order to catch up, probably needs to be able to do the entire trash zone here.
Yep, and they're probably going to do it in 2 pulls. It's just too much for them to pull everything at once. That's why we see them just gather all of this trash on the right side. So 2 trash pulls still left for Deplete from Beyond. While Perplexed, as you mentioned, the last percentage that they need is going to be from those 3 obelisks. So after this boss, they can run to the last boss and just start fighting. They don't need any extra trash. They are done right after this. Now, they don't have Bloodlust available yet, which can cause some issues for them, because not having Bloodlust for those 3 awakened mobs at the start of the fight makes it even more dangerous.
Yeah, that is a very scary moment. They will get the Bloodlust back in the middle. Actually, you know what? They have another trash pull here. They might just about have Lust on pull. Perplexed.
I don't think they have to pull trash, right?
Or sorry, Deplete from Beyond is going to have to pull some trash. Yeah, Perplexed does not. So you're right, yeah. Because Perplexed is trying to deal with those obelisks, yeah, they're going to have to delay this Bloodlust. That is good news, though. That means they are reaching this boss at the 10-minute marker here. I think that is the fastest that a team has made it to this last boss. I think Perplexed may be on the fastest Motherload time that we've seen so far.
Yeah, they might very well be, as they are in the last boss area now. They are using their Feign Deaths to de-aggro that trash that they just pulled, and now they're ready to engage. They still have 20 seconds on the Bloodlust. Maybe they decide to
Are they
wait.
waiting for
I'm not really
Bloodlust?
sure.
Oh, no, they're not.
No,
they're
not.
going right in
They're
here. They'll
engaging
lust
the
when it
lust.
becomes
There you
available.
go.
Yeah. Here come those awakened enemies, and these awakened enemies are kind of dangerous on this fight in particular, but the Triple Hunter composition is really good at dealing with all these things. They have the Turtle for the fear, they have the ability to move from blood pools no matter where they are, they can dodge the Dark Fury pretty easily, and they can even taunt the Spirit Breaker from Urgroth, so they have really good answers to almost all of the awakened abilities in this fight. It's still difficult, though.
Yeah, definitely still difficult. We see Ashine actually using that spot there on the stairs where the missiles actually don't reach from the boss. So that's a position you can use, but the Gatling gun still hits you even if you do stand on the stairs. So that's why he went back inside, making sure he does dodge that Gatling gun. And it also really matters where they position themselves, because the blood of the Corruptor not only spawns a pool below himself, but he also spawns 2 pools below players. That's why they want to make sure they're not in the wrong position to not spawn those pools in a bad spot. And now, unfortunately, the Gatling gun is being casted in a really bad position. There's no way for them to dodge it, so they just had to run through that Gatling gun, and Smok needed to out-heal it. They are almost done with their wake-em ups, so only the blood left. And once the blood is left, they should be able to finish off this boss easily. So, incredibly done here by Perplexed on that Awaken pull.
Meanwhile, Deplete from Beyond, they are doing their kiting strategy here. Everybody who is still in the boss platform is just in so much danger because they don't have a healer here with them. Mogul Razdunk slightly lower than it is for Perplexed, but now Perplexed just has the Mogul as well, and they have an extra player to do damage here. So the Bloodlust also not yet been used by Deplete from Beyond. That is so they're going to have the Bloodlust probably after the intermission or maybe during the intermission to get out of that phase as quickly as possible. Perplex already used that Bloodlust, and that is a difference between these 2 strategies. Perplex just fired it off once it became available. Wow, look how low everybody's health is on Deplete from Beyond, but a huge burst of healing coming out from all of those Mechagon bit band combos and the acceleration of clicks there.
So both of the bosses, basically for both teams, just jumped into the air, starting that intermission at the very same second. They're so close to each other, and you see the 0 deaths for both teams as well. Now, the difference in DPS is going to matter so much, not only in this intermission phase, but also in that second phase. Now, Deplete from Beyond having the Bloodlust definitely means they're going to be able to nuke
Right,
the
it's
boss
Bloodlust
faster,
versus
but-
the healer.
Versus the healer DPS, yeah, exactly.
That is going to be the
And
difference
they have to
here.
use less defensives as well, because the Hunters and Deplete from Beyond, they have to make sure they stay alive, because
Yeah, how
they don't have a
actually-
healer to heal them.
How's Dr. J going to live this? I don't know if he can. He doesn't have Turtle. He's in an Eye of Corruption. Okay, he somehow is able to live there. I think that may have been a natural dodge for Dr. J to live that drill smash. I'm
You
not
think
100%
that's what
sure,
happened?
but I believe that is what has just happened for Deplete from Beyond. Wow, if they win as a result of that, that will be wild. But here it is.
Perplex
Here is
is
the
so
Bloodlust.
low.
There it is. 26% on Milko Razong for Deplete from Beyond. They have the Bloodlust. 18% though for Perplex. Look at these two bosses. They are melting, and this is going to be
Close.
neck and neck between these two teams. 2% now separating these two boss health totals. There
Oh
are
my
no deaths
God.
for either team. 10%. The bosses are on the same percentage. It will all come down.
This
Now it
is
is
so
Deplete from Beyond who's
close.
ahead. Deplete from Beyond killing this boss slightly faster with that
It's Deplete
Bloodlust.
from Beyond.
Oh, they're going to be able to kill
Oh,
Deplete
not-
from
Oh my
Beyond.
god, it's Deplete
Whoa!
from Beyond who made it!
Misty
Wow.
Igloo came back. He ran up the ramp, came back, popped way of the crane, added some extra damage, and another 2-second victory. Oh my goodness. Deplete from Beyond's go to the lower finals. What?
Wow. Dr. J really dodged that smash.
It's the
I
natural
think so.
dodge,
I
dude.
think that was the natural
Is that
dodge.
what
Had to be.
So
It
Hunter,
had to be.
He didn't have
Hunter
Turtle.
Okay, so Hunter has is an agility class, and since they play Dance of Death, they have an insane amount of flat agility, which gives them increased natural dodge chance. He had his Dance of Death up and natural dodged the drill smash. What a game!
You can't
Help.
intervene it, or can you intervene?
Oh my.
Oh, it may have been intervened. Yeah, it may have been intervened.
Yeah.
That's
You can
intervene,
say
that
right?
would be more.
You can
more
safeguard it. You can't intervene
be-
it, right?
That'd be more
I'm
believable.
not sure.
I
Dranos
don't-
is looking.
I'm just
I don't see
investigating.
winning safeguard.
Yeah, so
So
if he did it, it was not through safeguard. It was through a regular intervene. I'm not sure if that works on it, but either way, wow, that was close, and that was an incredible performance. Both teams here with 14-minute-ish Motherloads. That is so much faster than the time that Golden Guardians put up in this dungeon as well. Golden Guardians had a 15-minute run, and we thought that was awesome, but man, that was fast.
and especially with Igloo coming in, he's decked out in damaging corruptions, probably popped his obsidian claw on the boss at the very last second, way the crane's up, just does a little bit of extra damage for a 2-second difference to get the job done. That is some great routing by the healer Nagura. That's what we just love to see.
That was incredible, to be honest. And I mean, that was a great play by both of the teams. I mean, that's such an incredible time by both of the teams in a Motherload. And I just want to give a shout out to Perplex as well, just because, I mean, this really could have went either way, right? Both of the
Yeah.
teams just played so well in this Motherload.
Yeah, well, for this one, the doctor was certainly in, Titles. Let's take it away. This game was wild.
I genuinely do not know which strategy is faster, where the triple obelisk killing it or the kiting is quicker, but man, that was so close. You had at the beginning Perplexed. They were a little bit quicker on being able to get their peacekeepers down, and were just dealing with the first pull a little bit better than what we saw from Deplete from Beyond. But then, after coin-operated Crowd Pummeler, Deplete from Beyond pulled 2 additional packs, maybe 3 additional packs. You see those hunters misdirecting Rentari right there to be able to get all of those mobs grouped up over what we saw from Perplex. Perplex ended up doing a completely additional pull, then did the obelisk. And so then both teams are absolutely neck and neck. You see right here, Deplete from Beyond at 55% enemy forces count has pulled Rix of Flux Flame, where Perplexed here at 70% enemy forces count after Azarok is running here, pulling a bunch of masterminds, pulling a bunch of assistants, and just getting more of their trash count. Then there's the fundamental difference in what the strategies of the compositions are, what the teams are doing. The team of Perplexed here is going to be fighting all 3 of these awakened enemies. They ended up killing Malthier earlier, where Igloo on the other side of your screen has been kiting the awakened mobs around. And that all came to a head within the final 2 seconds of the match, where honestly, both teams have nothing to be upset about with what happened. That was, whenever I said 50-50, I did not believe it was going to be as 50-50 as I thought.
True.
Literally
Oh,
just the
my heart.
tiniest of mistakes that could have gone and could have happened would have made the
2-0
difference. Igloo having fantastic routing, running around, knowing that he's going to get back to the boss by the time that it's about to die, gets to add a little bit of damage into the group right there. That was ridiculous. So huge congratulations go to Deplete from Beyond. They have constantly been that team in the European region, fighting for that recognition as well, Dranos, to say, hey, we're a top team and we can roll with you guys.
Yeah, that is 2 back-to-back maps from Deplete from Beyond that have looked as good, if not better, than Wunderbar's best. So that this is a team that if they can keep putting up maps like that, they're going to win this tournament.
That's right. That's what we really got to be watching for, is some serious contention going on. But also, I think it also highlights in many cases, Nagura, they've been practicing a lot for these later rounds. They kind of metagamed and they kind of worked out the strategy that, hey, we're probably going to drop down to the lower bracket. Let's see how much of a run that we can put together there, too.
Yeah, I mean, it's really impressive that those kind of teams, especially since they're dropped into the lower bracket so early. And if you drop into the lower bracket, not only do you have to play more matches, but you also just have less time to prepare for those later matches, right? Because you have to play so many more series. While the teams in the upper bracket, Wunderbar and Golden Guardians, they had to play 3 games so far, and now they can just prepare for the grand final, at least for Wunderbar, right? Golden Guardians still have to play 1 more series. So just really impressed to see just how refined their strategies are and how risky they are as well. Having such a fast strat in those kind of dungeons when you have to practice so many different kinds of series is just really incredible.
It really is. And now that means Deplete from Beyond moves on into the lower finals to square off against Golden Guardians. And this is a matchup we haven't seen for I think we've all been really looking forward to as well, Dranos.
Oh yeah, this is going to be a good one. I cannot wait to see what these 2 teams are able to put up against each other. This is not going to be one to miss.
Yep. And really, we're going to be looking at this point, I think that last dungeon series also highlighted a lot of dungeons that usually get banned as well. So showing a lot of depth from Deplete from Beyond, and we'll see what they're going to have in store as we take a quick break before we get into it. Don't go anywhere. The lower finals will be right up after the break.
As for my fellow casters, you guys have been crushing it and doing an amazing job, especially given the circumstances and needing to work remote. I wish I could be on the virtual desk with all of you, except for Tettles. But there is one issue that has been Twilight devastating me the entire show. Just like Starfall damage, the pun to dungeon ratio has been non-existent, and that's just the ineffable truth right now. Well, I do have something that could help this situation out. So, whenever you guys need it, the Book of Puns is ready for you guys. I'll see everyone in Shadowlands.
Aww, we miss Sloot. Thank you so much for granting us the gift of the Book of Puns. We love to see it. And welcome back, everybody, to the Mythic Dungeon International for our lower finals as we prepare for Deplete from Beyond and Golden Guardians squaring off. Hello, everyone. I'm Jack, and joined by Dratnos, Tettles, and Zyronic. And my friends, my work colleague Tettles, how are we feeling about this lower finals? Deplete from Beyond making a crazy run right now.
Man, just as I thought we got rid of Sloot, he came back with a vengeance and brought bad puns. But fortunately enough, we don't have to deal with them today. as in this Golden Guardians and Deplete from Beyond lower finals match, both of those teams in the last series that they've played, they looked hot.
They did, and wait. I'm just kind of waiting for Sloot to open the door behind you and just be like the guest appearance and just. You gotta watch out for more than just the cat.
He's not here, man.
He's scared, Tettles. He's scared. It's gonna happen. He's on his way.
He's not here, man.
Let's get a great look at some of the dungeons that we're gonna be looking at as well, because at this point, that last series featured a lot of dungeons that we were assuming that would pretty much get banned all the time, Dratnos, but Deplete from Beyond was just showing off how strong that they can be in them.
Yeah, Deplete from Beyond looked insane in some very difficult dungeons. This map pool, a little bit different, though, has a slightly different set of maps in it, so we'll see how they do in this one. Of course, they haven't had the time to prepare for this like the Golden Guardians have, because they were just busy with the last match while Golden Guardians was looking ahead to this one. So a little bit more of a precarious position for Deplete from Beyond.
Yep, and Underrot, Shrine of the Storm, receiving some bans. What are we making of this one right now, Zyro?
Very interesting set of affixes here. We know how strong Golden Guardians can be on a Teldazar. The Freehold was always a question mark for me, though, because Golden Guardians, they ran that slower strategy of killing the 4 Awakened mobs on top of Harlan Sweet. We know that's about 45 seconds to a minute slower than a perfectly executed kite strat, so I'm not quite sure if that's going to be a super strong map for them. Maybe they've got something better that they're just holding up their sleeve for that?
Yeah, we'll have to see. I mean, I wonder if part of it was just metagaming each other to say, all right, I want you to ban Toldagor, or that other team should be banning Toldagor. We're not going to be burning our ban on it, Dratnos.
Yeah, Toldagor is definitely an interesting one. Freehold, I think, is going to be a really, really exciting place to see these teams do battle, because their times from earlier this weekend are 3 seconds apart in that dungeon. And as if we haven't quite had enough of our fill of couple second differences here, they are shaping up again for that. They both got a 1 death run. For Golden Guardians, it was 13 minutes. For Deplete from Beyond, it was faster. It was 12 minutes, 57 seconds. So that is very close in terms of potential there. But there's room for either team to be faster just by cleaning up their run than the other team was.
True. And I think a lot of cases, Deplete from Beyond just continues to get better the more and more that they're playing for just a sustained session. It kind of reminds me, Zyro, of some of the runs that you had back in Legion, where it's just you get into that groove and you keep on pounding.
Yeah, you kind of get into that zone when you just keep playing matches. I mean, you kind of have to have a good base in all these dungeons already, which is where all of our teams are going to be anyways. They've been playing in the MDI for, all of our cups for the entire season, the entire 2 years that BFA has been in the MDI. So I think that the practice thing isn't going to be that big of a deal for them. Maybe Golden Guardians will be a little bit more polished on the maps that we have in this series. But I don't know. I'm just really perplexed at how Deplete from Beyond is playing. They don't seem limited at all.
That was a golden pun.
All right. No.
Someone describe it as
it's always the 2 below
Someone
me.
describe it as Wunderbar.
It's always the 2 below me. Dranos, I'm glad I can count on you.
Yeah, now that I'm up here in this top camera position, I feel all this responsibility and, not a kid anymore, like
adulthood.
you already down there.
That's right. Interesting how Tettles is always around the bottom.
Very
and
interesting,
always crying.
yeah.
All right, well, we have Fortified Bolstering and Grievous coming in for this first map, and that also means that we're not going to have Trothak be as deadly as it usually is, Zyro.
Yeah, it never really is that dangerous, but I mean, the thing is, the only thing that makes this boss dangerous typically is pulling the trash on top of it. And fortunately, most of the trash mechanics in Freehold are generally pretty easy to deal with. The only major mechanic you really have to look out for are those chain hooks that can pull people back into the packs. And then, of course, the Frost Blast can do a lot of frontal damage if they're not interrupted. So it's really just kind of free AoE, and as long as you have a hunter kiting that shark around, you're not going to have too many issues.
That's right, and looks like our teams are ready to go. So this is the lower finals between Golden Guardians and Deplete from Beyond. The winner of this series gets to go up against Wunderbar in our grand finals for their shot at $150,000 for first place. Let's take it away. Game number 1 gets going.
Well. I haven't actually had the opportunity to cast with Zyronic yet, but now we get the lower finals. Golden Guardians and Deplete from Beyond starting off with a fairly similar strategy. Everybody popping a Lightfoot, using those fears and running all the way through before grouping the mobs up on the corner there.
Yeah, and it's finally interesting. I think every single other Freehold that we've seen before has started with teams doing completely different strats, with one team going for that triple pull at the beginning of the dungeon, but both teams, like you said, just opting to go for the same strategy, going through, leaving this trash down on top of the boss, and they're also going for similar pull sizes here. They're not going for that massive line of sight pull, they're just going for the same 4 mobs that just spawned the boss. Very interesting.
I think it has to do with the fact that it is bolstering, right? So there are a lot of the Corsairs or the Corsairs and the Bonesaws will end up fleeing or like leaping away. So trying to play as few mobs as possible and just being able to manage your bolstering there makes a little bit more sense. So 7% enemy forces count coming onto both sides. Sky Captain Crag to spawn within mere seconds of one another. The Bloodlust timer also identical. I think I'm having deja vu looking back and forth. And dude, these teams are neck and neck right now.
Yeah, so I wonder if what happened is if Golden Guardians kind of realized that their time in their run was slower than some of the better times from other teams and decided to make some on-the-fly adjustments while they had extra practice last night or maybe this morning. They've done this before. In one of our cups in the normal season, they said, you know what, we just need to learn how to kite. And they did it. They practiced that on Saturday night. They had it ready for Sunday, and then they crushed their opponents with it. Maybe they've done that here. And you can see they look like they're doing a pretty good job of it already. I believe in their earlier pulls they did 18% trash, and then they actually pulled more trash on top of the boss at the end. It looks like they're still doing the more trash on top of the boss at the end here as they pull stuff in with the Hunter misdirects. But yeah, just going for a smaller trash pull at the beginning seems like it's working out for them here.
Yeah, leaving that Bonesaw trapped off to the side for a little bit, waiting for it. Waiting for the mobs and Sky Captain Crag just to get a little bit lower before and eventually pulling it in. Sky Captain Crag is starting to die quicker for Golden Guardians than Deplete from Beyond, purely focusing down Sky Captain Crag, and that is the power of that rapid reload, getting those aspect of the wild, that cooldown up more readily available, increases your potency of single target priority damage focus. Golden Guardians is able to down Sky Captain Crag 10 seconds ahead of Deplete from Beyond and is ahead in trash count currently.
I mean, yeah, being able to DPS the boss down faster while dealing with trash is impressive in its own right. And of course, the thing about this dungeon is you just get to move ahead further in the dungeon that way. I mean, they're already across the bridge while Deplete from Beyond is just barely getting across it now. So I believe the strategy we're going to see here, similar to other strategies we've seen, is teams will head down, skip all the way down to the Council of Captains, and probably have one hunter go ahead and start the RP for Trothak, spawning that pig. I'm not quite sure if they're going to catch the pig right now to spawn Ludwig, but they'll probably do that later on, right?
Igloo goes down.
Oh, no.
So Deplete from Beyond does this. I actually really like this pull that is after the bridge here. Igloo I think he may have gotten melee. Ritari ends up going down. This is so dangerous for Deplete from Beyond here.
I think the wizard powers for Dr. J are going away here. I mean, natural dodging a certain death before, and then having your healer go down twice in a pull and your tank go down. Yeah, there's going to be a full team wipe from them, unfortunately. Yep. It doesn't look like they even got any feint death resets off, just a full 5 deaths, unfortunately, for Deplete from Beyond, and they're going to have to gear back up through that pull again. It looks like the Hunter cooldowns aren't really that major of an issue here. One aspect of the wild was popped, so they can maybe go for that pull again, but in the meantime, Golden Guardians has already chewed through almost a third of the HP on Council of Captains here, and we know how quickly this boss can go down if you get good brew RNG.
I love that pull from Deplete from Beyond, how they end up pulling all these Padfoots, the Oarsmen, all the stuff on the post bridge, but unfortunately enough for them, that is the danger of those Padfoots, those little Vulpera rats. Whenever they plague step you, they put a pretty hefty dot on you. It is dispellable by Igloo. I actually have no idea how he died, but unfortunately that was a wipe from Deplete from Beyond. Golden Guardians now are pulling some mobs into Jolly and Raul, utilizing those brews to be able to deal with them very swiftly. Everything's going to go down all at once. Great bolstering management from the side of Golden Guardians.
And it looks like the second time around for Deplete from Beyond, this trash pack is going a little bit more clean the way you want to see. Of course, you got to keep an eye out for those duelist dashes if they actually get off. Not only does it stun everything in between them and their target, but it also just brings them out of the pack, which means it's a pain to kind of deal with bolstering at that point. So you see the shockwave coming out on those casts from Rentari to make sure that they stay in the group. Great execution there from Deplete from Beyond, but it's going to be an uphill battle for them with those 6 deaths on the board now. And yeah, they're just a full boss behind now.
Yes, well, that they are hoping a lot that Golden Guardians will make a critical error. Golden Guardians are grabbing lightning. They have dealt with that fairly quickly, and now are making their way to do looks like a double pull right here. So there are harpooners in this pack natively. So dealing with those, first and foremost, is probably your top priority. There are some mobs that have a little bit higher HP in the pack. The Scrappers, I think, have 10 or 15% more health than the rest of the mobs. But this should be a very easy pull for Golden Guardians to be able to pull off.
Yeah, we talked about it briefly beforehand, but most of the trash mechanics in this dungeon are easily dealable with if you have people that are paying attention to every mechanic and you have stuff sort of situated out. Like we mentioned, the Frost Blasts, as long as those are interrupted, everything else doesn't really matter from that particular mob. And the chain hooks are usually just kind of dodged by not really worrying about them letting the tank eat the initial ones, and then the second ones can just be disengaged from on the hunters. So usually there's not that much of an issue with that. So Golden Guardians now going for this similar pull that we see every single time. The 2 Crushers pulled on top of Ludwig von Tortollen here. Of course, those Crushers don't bolster anything that they die next to because of Z-axis issues, so they don't really have to worry about killing them before Ludwig here.
Is that why they don't bolster other mobs?
Let's go with that.
Okay. Anyways, but yes, as Zyro said, once they are killed, they do not any longer bolster mobs. That makes them incredibly efficient in this setting where we have in Freehold currently. So the Triple Crusher plus Ludwig von Tortollen, that coupled with the fact that the only DPS that's going to come via melee is JB and Lighty, the Triple Hunter really wants the 3 Crusher plus Ludwig pull. It makes it incredibly efficient over what you would normally see inside of a Freehold.
Yeah, being able to activate that rapid reload on, a one large target in this form of Ludwig von Tortollen here is just like a huge single target increase. They could pretty much have their aspect of the wild up the entire time, which is incredibly efficient for single target damage. So even though they're AoEing, they're doing more single target damage as a result of it. Going in for another large pull here, and the same thing, as long as they get those Frost Blast casts and they make sure none of those rampages get off, they should be totally fine here. Just making sure you get a stun on those blind rages as well so that the mobs stay in the group. They're doing a good job of it. Shockwave coming out from Lighty here to make sure everything stays stacked up, and just going to be AoEing it down with that massive Hunter AoE. Even Lighty himself going in with probably a Miraculous Fang here doing a lot of damage.
That's the major advantage, too, of Cutwater RP, is that you get significantly less brine scales, which have about half the HP of normal mobs inside of this dungeon. So whenever the teams do drink their brews, they get way fewer casters, which, in result, adds fewer bolstering stacks. On the side of Golden Guardians, it looks like Shakib did about half the damage of the rest of the other hunters. He must have been focusing down something there.
Looks like we had another death on the side of Deplete from Beyond. Curry going down in this pack must have been an errant Frostblast or something here, maybe a Fixate. But that's really unconventional. Goes down again! He got chain hooked in! The harpoon in! It was a bolstered harpoon! Oh no, that's the worst feeling in the world when you die. You have to run back to your group and then you just get the insta-second death. Man, Curry, that's gotta feel.
Yeah, that's rough. Golden Guardians on the other side have engaged Trothak. They have pulled those neutral mobs into him as well, being able to allow the hunters to engage their rapid reload. So they're not going to pull those neutral mobs in all at once. They're going to just pepper them in to be able to have the highest uptime of that rapid reload possible.
Shellitav informing me that they don't bolster because they wear hats. That's why.
Because they wear hats?
They wear hats, yes.
I see.
Yep. That's it.
Is that like an actual answer? Or is that like a meme?
No, dude.
Okay,
no.
Golden Guardians has pulled some trash into Trothak now. Once Trothak has reached 30% health, they're still just going to be cleaving off of him as to make sure that he doesn't get any stacks of that bolstering on death affix whenever mobs die nearby. But again, this is just peak efficiency coming out of the Golden Guardians. Currently with 0 deaths, they're having an immaculate run right here, is ironic.
I mean, yeah, so far so good for Golden Guardians here. I think the thing that's going to be really interesting to me... Ooh, that was a scary moment there. Looks like he's going to be totally fine here, though. Just healing himself up there. Was that just to fixate that melee damage? Oh, he got hit by the boss charge there, too, JP. Come on. The boss is at 5%. Let's go, dude. You got to play better than that.
Okay.
Whoa.
It was Shark Toss into Harpoon. He's trying to top himself. Has to move away from the fixated mob.
Wow.
Accidentally gets hit by the boss. And he's still alive. It's okay. Honestly, easy game.
Wow, that could have been really bad. It looks like they aren't changing their strat up here. If they're doing the same strategy as what they did earlier in our cup this weekend, they were using this awakened mob skip to run up to the boss. They will spawn the boss by having Lighty attack it, and then that will pull his 4 members of the group outside of the realm, and then they'll just cleave down the 4 awakened mobs on top of the boss. And then the rest of the trash percentage they need will just come from these Ravagers. Is he just going to do this on his own? Okay, he's not going to get the 3rd mob in. Okay.
Yeah, exactly. He sits here and gets these 2 mobs while the rest of his teammates are running around. Because they're not able to mount up, they're going to take a little bit more time to be able to even make it there. So Lighty doing a great job of just getting himself in position, starting those painful motivation casts. Now, Golden Guardians have engaged Harlan Sweet. They're going to be killing all 4 awakened enemies on top of the boss. Lighty is probably going to be the breaking point in something as dangerous as this, so make sure that you continue to watch his HP.
Keep an eye, the Bloodlust wasn't available when they started this boss. They need to Bloodlust instantly on cooldown to help with this AoE here, but they haven't popped it just yet. There it is, just now coming out. It's going to help them finish off these 4 awakened mobs, but you got to keep an eye on Lighty's HP now, dropping incredibly low there, below 30%, and just now being topped up by JB. As long as their tank is alive here and they're getting kicks on Wood River Mouth here, they should be totally fine here. They have so many tools for dealing with the other mechanics here, and with Samurai Beckoner of Chaos, that's most of their issues gone. They don't have to worry about any of those fear circles here, but once Void Weaver goes down, they'll be, for the most part, pretty much stabilized, and it'll just be a large single target encounter. The question for me, though, here, Tettles, is what are they going to do for the rest of their mob count? They still are going to need about 15% mob count to finish off the dungeon, and they only have 2 Ravagers left, so you have to imagine they're going to go for some Cannonball pull right as Harlan Sweet goes down.
They're absolutely going to Cannonball Barrage this middle pack right here. Then the 2 other Ravagers should be able to finish off the remaining count that they do need from the instance. I believe that middle pack, I want to say it's 9% enemy forces count. And then the Ravager that's in the back, near where all the dogs and the oarsmen and stuff like that are, is going to be about the 5%. The other Ravager, again, going to be another 5%. So that should be about the count that the Golden Guardians do need.
With another death for Curry on Deplete from Beyond side on Trothak, all eyes are on Golden Guardians right now, and the question is, are they going to be able to beat their previous time in Freehold with this new changed strat? I believe their previous time was about a little over a 13-minute time. So we're going to have to see if they're going to be able to beat that, and they're definitely on pace right now. Once Harlan Sweet drops below 30%, he takes double damage. It's all going to come down to how they set up this Cannonball Barrage pull. If they do it perfectly, I think this can be way faster than their other time.
Yep, you do see all those offensive cooldowns being activated for the Golden Guardians right here. The aspects of the wild coming out for multiple members. They are just melting Harlan Sweet here at the very end. They're positioning themselves. Okay, they're not even going to.
They don't need to actually.
Barrage.
Yeah, we're just dumb casters over here. I think the Ravages are on their own should be enough actually.
Yes, they will be because yeah, as long as they get an oarsman, I suspect that should be enough. Okay, no, we're really just stupid. What,
are they really just killing this trash pack when they have 2 Ravages alive? I'm so confused right now, man. Lip incredibly low there, but able to be topped up by the way of the cream from JB. I don't get. They have 2 Ravagers alive.
They're just bolstering mobs and. Okay, so look at the top of the screen. At the top of the screen, there's been a binding shot applied to that trash pack that's over there. So some of those mobs are about to get hit by the painful motivation and go down. I don't like this.
I mean, this is definitely not the best way to do this, and it's going to bring their time up to just under 13 minutes. The Golden Guardians, even though it's not the prettiest thing in the world, it's still a 0-death clean run, and they're able to go up in this series 1-0.
That's right. They're taking the win and, capitalizing on any of the mistakes that Deplete from Beyond started from basically the beginning of the dungeon, really, here, Dratnus.
Yeah, you got to be a little bit confused about what exactly happened there for Golden Guardians, but I think the most charitable explanation is that they knew that Deplete from Beyond had wiped fully, and so they knew they had enough time to take that slowly and more safely, so they decided to not try and pull stuff in with the boss because there is some inherent risk in doing it that way. So they maybe knew that they had a couple minutes to spare and they could just fight the trash pack by itself and guarantee the win.
Yeah, and at that point, it's really just make sure you do every little thing that you possibly can to not jeopardize that kind of victory. And we've seen a number of times as well, Zyro, where teams are kind of just making audibles or kind of making some weird plays just to guarantee that they make it through the finish line because they know they have a lot of breathing room.
Yeah, you can tell by our confusion at the end of that match there. Hopefully that's just like a fluke and they just messed up some count somewhere and they knew that the Ravagers wouldn't quite be enough trash percentage to finish off the dungeon. It was just really bizarre to see that happen. I don't really know what it was. But I mean, they are able to somehow clean it up at the end, right?
I think the plan was to bombard that mid pack and get the full count from it that way.
Yes.
And then because they decided they didn't need to bombard to win the match and take they could upgrade their chances of winning from 95% to 100 by taking the safer strategy of just fighting it by itself. That is, I think, the way that makes the most sense. Of course, it's possible a mistake was made as well, but that would be the explanation for if they decided to do that, actually.
Sure. Now let's start breaking down some of those bigger mistakes that, Deplete from Beyond just completely got bogged down and their magic just kind of depleted from the beginning.
Yeah, this is really rough for them. There were a lot of things that went wrong for Deplete from Beyond. None of them were as big as this wipe here, though, that they experienced on this trash pull after the bridge. Meanwhile, Golden Guardians had some excellent bolstering management throughout the dungeon. Bolstering as an affix in here can actually slow you down quite a bit, but they did a really good job of killing everything and that second boss at right around the same time there. Did a great job of minimizing the time lost to that affix. Then they had this last boss pull that we've seen this go wrong with all kinds of different strategies here, but they did a good job of not losing damage, pulling everything together. They didn't even have their Bloodlust available because they pulled so quickly here, but they were able to use it once it came off cooldown. And then, as we mentioned, things got a little bit weird at the end when they went in and pulled all this stuff by itself-ish. And
this is so scary. It is why I just hated it too, because all of those mobs in there are just murdering Lighty. He can get the oil blade on him, or he can reflect it off. But if that oil blade sits on him for too long, he can die. That is a scary pull to be playing manually like that.
Yeah, and that was the thing, is just how long that it's going to end up sitting on him, and the risks of prolonging the pull, making sure they have to do it manually. We said it a number of times as well, Zyro. Sometimes it is just nicer. Sometimes it is easier if you're pulling larger.
Yeah, I mean, that's usually an Unholy DK thing, right? But it does actually have some importance with the case of Hunters, right? They can rapid reload even faster the more mobs you pull, get your Aspect of the Wild cooldown even lower. I mean, usually even chain them with that many mobs. So yeah, it definitely makes sense as well. And I do agree with Dratnos at this point. It was definitely just a safety thing there, not pulling the boss with the Cannon Barrage on top at the end, just making sure they don't accidentally bolster the boss. Just smart play that from them if they saw how far ahead they were.
And that means we're going to be moving on into Tol Dagor for our next dungeon, and lots of threat, a lot of threat of wipes, a lot of threat of scuffs left, right, and center throughout this one, Tettles.
Absolutely. Just with how large the teams go on the cannons, with the added with the added danger of explosive being an active affix here, the teams need to be able to play the first pull of the instance with raging and explosive perfectly, and then on top of that, do just an immaculate job in the cannon area. And it also makes you wonder, are we going to see any Vengeance Demon Hunters?
That's right. And we've kind of been having that back and forth debate about Demon Hunters and whether or not it is the right play to be able to pick them at this point, Dranos, because we found that Warrior obviously does tons and tons of damage, but the control that you're getting out of the Vengeance Demon Hunter should hopefully be enabling some larger pulls that they can make up the difference.
Yeah, I think we've seen Lighty be a pretty big proponent of Demon Hunter in this dungeon, so I would not be surprised to see him ending up playing that spec. I think that that's something that he excels at, and I think that in particular Golden Guardians are a team that is likely to be able to make use of it to remove pulls from the dungeon, and if you can do that, I think it is worth doing. Otherwise, yeah. I'm a fan of the Warrior for just doing the same pulls but faster.
And that also is going to be bringing us to Jez Howless, probably the most lethal boss that we have in Tol Dagor as well here, Zyro. On average, 0.7% lives claimed, or 0.7 lives claimed.
I think it's funny how dangerous Jez Howless appears to be in the MDI based off of the way the dungeon is pulled, but I really think it's the affixes that we tend to have in Tol Dagor. Like every single week, it seems like we either have Explosive or Sanguine, which are two of the worst affixes in the world to deal with in Tol Dagor. Those tight corridors explosives are so difficult to deal with, and on top of that, whenever you randomly have Sanguine, you get a lot of healing, but let's focus on that explosive affix. We have raging and explosive here, and if those explosive orbs get out of control, we could see some more wipes here.
You gotta love it when they spawn while you're stunned on the Jess Alice encounter as well. That is one of my favorite things.
In addition to that, too, in addition to that, the watery domes that go off on that fight, or the salt blast that can be cast on your tank, puts your tank in a position where they can actually die. Especially since all of the teams, in addition to that, are playing Alliance. So they don't have access to Arcane Torrent to be able to purge off those watery dome shields. They only have to have like the Spirit Beast if they're even playing Hunters in this dungeon. We've seen a bunch of different comps in here, including rogues and DKs. So it's going to be... I'm interested to see what we see.
Yeah, I mean, we were kind of speculating early on when we first started seeing some Tol Dagors as well, Dranos. They're like, oh, well, we have to see like what they're going to pull on the beach as well, because they have to watch out for any of the explosives. We saw tons of teams just going straight in with unholy DKs, and Deplete from Beyond's opted for it, while Golden Guardians isn't. So, great call there for Lighty choosing the Vengeance Demon Hunter. Let's see how this all works out as Game 2 gets rolling.
Yeah, and also a big difference right away, not necessarily in the tanks too, but running a rogue on the side of Golden Guardians and a DK on the side of Deplete from Beyond. We saw this yesterday from, I believe it was Perplexed as well. They decided to not run the rogue and just had everyone with those monolite keys for opening cages instead of having a rogue. And it seemed like it really paid off for them in terms of time, because rogue just doesn't really do that much damage.
Sin.
Wait, he's playing Assassination?
He's playing Assassination.
Never mind.
Yeah, look at this. I see him spamming Fan of Knives right here, man. Oh.
I mean, that's actually really interesting, because we know Outlaw, the single target scaling, especially with Corruption, doesn't really match up with those of the other classes. Better keep an eye on here. Lip goes down to an explosive. Shakib goes down as well. They only have one battle res available, and this is a tyrannical dungeon, so even if they get a battle res up, this boss is going to take exponentially longer for them to finish, and I don't think you can reset this boss, can you?
You can. You have to take the boss incredibly far. Yes.
Wow. This is really unfortunate for them. Wow.
Oh, well, that is a shame for the Golden Guardians on the side of Deplete from Beyond. Karisu making very quick work of that trash, showing the immense power that Death Knight does bring to this dungeon. Jay and Clicks making sure that they are on full-time explosive duty, while Karisu promises that he will absolutely kill every single mob if you give him enough time. And staying true to that promise, the Sand Queen is now at 40% health. Deplete from Beyond solidly in the lead.
Yeah, I mean, that's just, I mean, it feels terrible to start a dungeon off that way, but we know Golden Guardians to be one of those teams that can get their head back in the game quickly, and we really need to see that mob control that Vengeance Demon Hunter brings here. But you got to keep an eye on this. All of these mobs are now in that Raging Affix, and Light is going to be in a lot of danger here. He doesn't really have that many cooldowns to deal with this either, so you got to keep an eye on that. He's now got 8 stacks of that Crocodile debuff as well, so just, wow, got to really keep an eye on the tank here.
Absolutely. Deplete from Beyond starting to drop Sand Queen pretty low here, sub 15%. They're only going to have 1 upheaval. Those mobs are enraged. Healthy on Rentar. Karisu ends up going down. DK, he could have AMS'd that. I wonder why he didn't. Anyways.
Definitely weird.
Now they either elect to use an engineering battle res on him, or they just let him stay dead, which it looks like the Deplete from Beyond is going to just allow him to stay dead. They're going to make sure that they continue to keep that battle res for another day. Golden Guardians have engaged the Sand Queen again, starting to drop that sub 70% HP. Even though Deplete from Beyond has had a minor mishap, the Golden Guardians' mistake was way bigger.
Yeah, and it looks like Lighty's actually playing this pretty interesting build that came up on live servers recently. He's playing the Feed the Demon Hunter build instead of the more typical one. This is really interesting as well, because it's more of like a single target threat build generator, but he's going to be pretty much invincible as long as he, keeps hitting his main target. So it's going to be interesting to see whether or not that allows JB to kind of pump up the damage here. You can see him doing 50k single target, or, well, could be AoE damage here as well, but this is kind of interesting. I don't believe we saw the tank from Ethical running this build yesterday. He was running like a Spirit Bomb, sort of more AoE style build, yeah?
He was running Versatile, then he played Spirit Bomb with Strength of the Warden Major.
And looking at Lighty's here, he's just running, he's running Expedient, Twilight Dev, going all in on the damage. Still does have the Lashes of Void.
He's playing Vision of Perfection. Oh, he's playing the full Turtle build. He's playing
the Gluttony Vision build. He's going all in on that.
I get. Honestly, it's because they don't have a DK, and then Rogue Double Hunter. Nobody's going to rip threat off of him. They have 3 misdirection abilities, so there's no real need for him to play something like Strength of the Warden Major. So that Vision of Perfection does make sense.
Very interesting to see how that works out for them later on here. We see Deplete from Beyond, though, not having to reset that first boss, does have a pretty significant lead, already moving their way up the prison right now. And we're just going to have to see if there's any way Golden Guardians can get back into this game. We know Tol Dagor is a very short dungeon with very little room for mistakes. Of course, the major issue going to be that cannon platform. But interesting tech here from Golden Guardians here. They're not pulling the Awakened Obelisk. They're using that Fear Sigil from Lighty to make sure everyone can skip through those stingers in there. I forget what they're called, the buzzards? But they just skip past that trash mop in the sewers
drones
without having to worry about the Awakened Obelisk. That's pretty interesting.
Yeah, skipping those buzzing drones there.
There you go.
Very nice. You do see Deplete from Beyond and Golden Guardians both standing here. Deplete from Beyond was gaining their buffs. You saw the last buff finally activate on the final player. Deplete from Beyond then group clicks into the obelisk. We're on the side of Golden Guardians. You see Yoda is absent currently from the forward group right here. He is off to the side, opening up as many cages as he possibly can to be able to gain those buffs for the rest of his team.
Do you think they meant to pull those neutral mobs? That looked like it was a mistake.
I have absolutely no idea. It's hard to say. I mean, I could see it either way, right? Was it intentional? Probably not.
I mean, that's just a little bit more of a time loss, though, right? I mean, that's kind of weird.
They're
for them,
17%
unfortunately.
enemy. 17% enemy forces count behind right now.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
not looking great.
Now, I wonder if the less enemy forces is because they're going to be going for some much larger pull to the cannons later on. If that's the thing, and Vengeance Demon Hunter allows them to do that, that's going to be the thing that will let them back into the game.
Yep. Deplete from Beyond has killed the Blood of the Corruptor Obelisk. You do see Igloo here. He's channeling his Chi Burst to be able to pull Jess. Yep, it gets pulled straight through the gate. Now Rentari does taunt the boss. He's pulling it right on top of all of these C speakers here, making sure that Deplete from Beyond gets kicks on that Watery Dome cast to prevent the shield is imperative right now. Otherwise, there's going to be a large shield. Okay, fortunately enough, Deplete from Beyond, they do have one of the shields go off, but it doesn't end up sticking onto Jess. Everything's fine here. Golden Guardians has made their way. They have engaged Jess as well. 17% enemy forces count behind, so they're pretty far behind currently.
Yeah, but like we mentioned, it doesn't really matter if they're that far behind. If they're able to just do bigger cannonballs because of the Vengeance Demon Hunter, we're going to have to see, if both teams stay relatively clean through this boss.
Sure.
What the Vengeance Demon Hunter allows them to do. I think that's really the play. I mean, we already saw it from Ethical. Even though they did end up losing their Tol Dagor due to mistakes earlier on in the dungeon, they were able to clear the bridge significantly faster to their opponent and give themselves a chance to come back in the dungeon at the very least. We'll have to see if Golden Guardians has perfected that strat using the Vengeance Demon Hunter as well.
The absolute minimum amount of count that you can have before making your way up towards the officer's quarters area in Tol Dagor and being able to get count is 30% enemy forces count. That is the absolute floor. But then you'd have to pull the whole entire officer's quarters and then all of the landing, like both of the landing areas where the cannons sit. So, is that realistic? Probably not in this cannon scenario where you only have 5 shots now.
Yeah, I think you're right, but it's difficult to say, right? Because with the control, if you're able to pull everything to a certain, while we're talking about that, let's just pull all of the trash on the floor while Jess Hallis is doing the intermission phase, right? Let's get that out of the way. And just going to be AoEing this down. This is where their extra percentage is coming from.
Yoda was also opening up a couple of cages while Lighty was there grouping mobs to be able to get those raiders out of the cages, allowing for those to become no longer boss-spawned mobs and instead becoming mobs that give count to the group. So that's just a really efficient way of being able to deal with all of that. Jess House on the opposite side of the screen from Deplete from Beyond is dropping incredibly low, sub 20% health. Golden Guardians are starting to claw their way back though.
Oh yeah, and they're above that minimum count needed like you were mentioning earlier, so they might just be gearing up to do some massive officer's quarters pull into the cannon here, and if they're able to pull it off with how close they actually are behind now, it's going to be pretty impressive. And I think really the thing that let them back into this game was the fact that Deplete from Beyond opted to go for a large trash pull on that second story with all the buffs, and that's allowed Golden Guardians to catch up a lot here. Only 20% behind on Jess Hallis as Deplete from Beyond deals with that boss.
So now you have Deplete from Beyond, group using Lightfoot Potions. There comes the Ring of Peace. Everybody's going to stack up in this corner, use their Shadow Meld ability to be able to drop combat. Now everybody is going into the Samrek Beckoner of Chaos Obelisk. Of course, very hard to play Samrek Beckoner of Chaos with Overseer Corgus, Igloo doing the dirty work, opening up that gate for everybody to be able to walk through towards the cannon area. Golden Guardians not to be outdone, pops their Lightfoot potions and runs all the way through as well, making their way towards this obelisk. Yoda, with the shorter cast time on his lockpicking, he's going to open this gate for the rest of his group. Now everybody enters their Samrak Beckoner of Chaos obelisk.
And once Samrak goes down, we're going to see just what it is Golden Guardians has up their sleeve here. It's all going to come down to these cannon pulls, because a little bit of inefficiency, leaving one mob or two mobs alive without any cannon shots left, could be the difference here that lets Golden Guardians back into the game. Let's keep an eye on that as well. And one thing, not that it should be a major issue for these teams as well, the cannons are going to be way more safe for Golden Guardians because they do have a rogue with Tricks of the Trade that can be used for the cannon shots, whereas Deplete from Beyond doesn't have that ability. Once one cannon shot goes out from Deplete from Beyond, they're going to instantly have aggro on every single one of these mobs, so let's see how this goes for them here.
Well, they can use Misdirection, but Misdirection is infinitely worse than Tricks of the Trade with how the cannon functionality ends up working. But GG playing the most safe strategy. You see Lighty here on that Vengeance Demon Hunter running through, grabbing every single mob that is in the area, grouping them all up. Deplete from Beyond on the other side of your screen, looking like they're having a couple of issues with mobs getting spread out from the cannons.
This is what we were talking about. They're having a lot of issues here dealing with these mobs, and they even got lucky there. Dr. J got hit by one of those mobs down to 8% while he was in the cannon and just barely was able to stay alive. And they still have to deal with the rest of these mobs on their own out here, whereas Golden Guardians is gearing up for a similar large style pull of their own. The Sigil of Silence coming out from Lighty there, making sure nothing can cast. The Leg Sweep coming out from Abji to stack everything up, and I imagine we'll see the Sigil of Chains to stack it all up now. Look at this execution. The binding shot comes out. This is beautiful.
They don't even need Misery. They don't even need Sigil of Misery. Okay, the Sigil of Misery comes in incredibly late. Lip is dropping low, trying to help kill all those explosives so Yoda doesn't even have to use his Cloak of Shadows there.
They have pulled ahead in the trash percentage now, and they finished it only 5 to 10 seconds after Deplete from Beyond. They are crushing this dungeon right now and absolutely giving themselves a chance back in. And because Deplete from Beyond has to deal with the second cannon, they're now going to be behind. Golden Guardians is just moving onwards.
Look at this. Look at this. They're actually skipping most of this trash. Some of it's getting pulled, but I think they're going to pull it into Night Captain Valeri. They're pulling a 3-pack into Valeri, foregoing even doing a second cannon pull because they know they don't even have any of their utility spells available, so there's no point in doing it. They're going to have enough count just from this 3-pack on top of Valeri.
Dr. J goes down. Dr. J is their cannon shooter. They need to get clicks in there and start shooting now. With those explosive works, they're going to kill him too. Oh my gosh, this is a worst case scenario for Deplete from Beyond. They have to finish it off. They still have an officer and 2 Marines alive. This is going horribly from them, and now Clicks goes down as well. And Rintari and Igloo might be able to kite this pull out, but there's nobody left to shoot the cannon for them. Whereas Golden Guardians, they're already halfway through Night Captain Valeri with these trash mobs going down purely efficiently for the hunter damage here.
At the snap of a finger, Golden Guardians go from being a minute to a minute and a half behind to instantly being in the lead. And that is how volatile these dungeons are and how much poise and precision practice is all involved in making sure that everything is done just perfectly. This is like a dance. In watching Golden Guardians, even though they had a mishap on the Sand Queen at the very beginning, the rest of their run has been perfect, and they have been positioning themselves to be able to come back because of it, and now they are so far in the lead.
And with the trash essentially dead, minus that one officer there's nothing that can wipe them, the Night Captain Valeri. And once Valeri goes down, they do have that final checkpoint available before the 4th boss. So even if this final cannon pull does go awry for them, they should be able to easily release and fix it up quickly. And of course, this cannon pull is way smaller than the other ones. And since they were able to do that one perfectly, I don't think they're going to mess this one up. But we've spoken too soon before, so we got to keep an eye on Golden Guardians here. With only 1 trash pull left in the dungeon before the final boss, let's see how they can pull it off.
Dude, I loved the 3-target on top of Night Captain Valeri to be able to gain the rapid reload, and then you just have one of the mobs trapped off to the side because you know you get 12% enemy forces count, so you don't need it anyways. Just leave it trapped there. Now everybody's going to meld off that final mob or feign death it off to be able to drop combat with it. Lightfoot's ahead to be able to group up all these mobs, dealing with the last 12% is going to come from the cannon. Oh my goodness, what a run.
Wow, I mean, these guys have been playing great. Having the wherewithal to keep your mental stability in check, making sure you're clean, you're not focused on making mistakes. I mean, the fact that they had to reset the first boss and are able to come back and play this dungeon this cleanly is incredibly impressive. We keep comparing this team to Wunderbar in terms of how well they play, how prepared they are in their matches. They're really showing it off right here. And look at this, 2 Awakened Mobs of the last boss. No problem for that. Feed the Demon Hunter. He'll be healing himself like crazy. And also, you know what? Activating the Rapid Reload for the Hunters too as well. Just nice, efficient damage for them here. Let's see if they're able to pull it off.
They're absolutely not out of the woods yet because Malthier plus Urgroth is pretty dangerous. Urgroth with that Dark Fury cast on a fight like Overseer Corgus, which is pretty movement restrictive, can be dangerous. Lip doing a great job of dodging out of the way of the cannon and the crossfire ignition simultaneously. They really just need to make sure that they're going to be downing Urgroth as quickly as possible. Voidweaver Malthier should not be any challenge due to the Sigil of Silence. Multiple melee kicks. They should be good to go. Urgroth is by far the most dangerous one here, though.
Yoda does drop pretty low there, but he didn't even proc his Chi Death, so it looks like he's going to be totally fine here. Has that available later on. Got to keep an eye on those Hunter health bars here because they are the only 2 ranged classes in the group. They will be getting hit by every single one of the explosive bursts, so JB has to really make sure he's focusing on them with that healing. But with the 2 Awakened Mobs going down, the only thing to keep an eye on is going to be the damage from those explosive bursts and making sure that they have people available to soak the Deadeye shots. But with both turtles up, with the evasion from Yoda because he's playing Assassination instead of the Outlaw, they have so many tools of dealing with that mechanic that they should be fine.
Absolutely. Like you said, so for Outlaw, they have Riposte. It does not block the Deadeye shot, but for Sen, the evasion absolutely can. Lighty also playing a parry tank. He can sometimes naturally dodge the Deadeye shot. Unfortunately not there. He does end up getting the debuff. Overseer Corgus, once he is at 55%, this is not very challenging relative to what we have seen across the whole entire rest of this run. Deplete from Beyond are in position to be able to capitalize on the Golden Guardian's mistake, but it seems like a little bit too little too late.
Yeah, I mean, they would need somebody to just walk into a cannon blast at this point to have any chance of coming back to this dungeon. And Golden Guardians are looking to set up what is going to be the 3rd rematch in a row in all of our past MDI finals. MDI Spring Finals in Sydney last year, it was back then Method NA versus Method EU. Same thing at BlizzCon, those same 2 teams in the finals. They are 1-1 in grand finals. And it's going to be a tiebreaker here, it looks like, in our grand finals of this year. It's going to be Golden Guardians versus Wunderbar as long as they're able to clean up these last 20% of Overseer Corgus.
Absolutely. You see the turtle coming out of Lip there, being able to mitigate as much of the explosive burst damage as possible. Deplete from Beyond has engaged Overseer Corgus. Overseer Corgus on the side of Golden Guardians is going to be going down here, I don't know, in the next 5 seconds. So
last
big
couple
GGs.
percentage. Golden Guardians in the big GG, taking the victory over Deplete from Beyond in a swift 2-0. And again, dancing with their European counterparts. Wunderbar is going to be meeting up with them in the grand finals. What a great series there by Golden Guardians to just say, we need to be back in that grand final. We're ready to take them on.
Yeah, Deplete from Beyond as well. They'll be leaving our tournament now, but they have had an incredible weekend. They have put forward some great times, some great maps. They knocked out Perplex last round. Let's give them a round of applause here as they depart our tournament, but very well played.
GG's to Deplete from Beyond, GG's to GG.
That's right, and Deplete from Beyond, while they have had an absolutely magical weekend, Zyro, it just seemed like throughout this series, their magic just kind of kept running out. There was just little things here and there, just they could not overcome.
Yeah, we briefly mentioned it as a joke during that Freehold series, but it looks like the wizard powers from Dr. J have finally run out. But they still had an incredible run through this lower bracket here, really showing that they're a team that can compete with the top teams. Finally kind of squashing that I don't know, they were able to take out one of the top 2 teams in the European region, which is something they couldn't do throughout all of our cups, and that's going to be a good look for them going forward into future MDIs. These guys have definitely shown that they're here to play.
Yeah, and this has been the most fascinating thing about today as well, Teddle, is that we had 4 teams with so much history throughout the tournament in general, and you're just looking to see who's going to be able to make it out, and I guess we can't say that we're too surprised because Golden Guardians, Wunderbar have been absolute champs.
Oh, absolutely. Golden Guardians at the very beginning of this Toldagor made a mistake that Dranos would describe as medium bad. Having to reset the Sand Queen after 2 deaths is a tragedy in its own right. They didn't have a full wipe, but man, that's not ideal. Deplete from Beyond's mistakes were just medium worse.
All right, let's see, Dranos. You see that's medium bad? I think that's like super bad.
It wasn't too bad. I would say it's like medium. You know, it's cooked a little while
We have
longer.
a whole
But
scale.
yeah, it wasn't quite, well done bad.
All right. Well, was there anything else that was super well done bad? Charred
Well,
bad.
Let's take a look actually at that very first incident there where we had Lip and Shakib going down. That looked like a thing from beyond connecting with Shakib and removing him from the video game. That forced them to reset. But then all of this was made up in the cannon section, and this was a huge difference here between these two teams. Deplete from Beyond with this first cannon section, it was looking okay, but actually some of their shots went a little bit wide of the mobs, so they ended up using a lot of their cannon shots and missing most of the enemies. Meanwhile, 39% was what Golden Guardians were at the start of this cannon section, and they pulled so much with this first cannon that they didn't even need the second cannon. In the wise words of Lighty, why use many cannon when one cannon do trick? And that got them a full, massive chunk of percentage there. Then they were able to just skip the second cannon and go right into the boss. And this was where their strategy was just so much faster. Even if Deplete from Beyond hadn't had any further unfortunate things happen, which they did, that was where the game was won.
Slut is so pleased with Dratnos now after that bad joke.
He accepted the challenge, he accepted the call to action, and now Golden Guardians is going to be playing in the grand finals. And not only that, Tettles, but Nagura will be around to cast a Golden Guardians game.
Is that
So
allowed?
for those who don't know, there's a conspiracy that's being spread around that states that Nagura was no longer available to cast Golden Guardians games, and we were talking about it before the show, and she was like, "Man, if they lose, I won't be able to cast them at all. They'll continue to propagate this conspiracy, but fear not, we have broken the curse, and Nagura is allowed to cast the finals."
And fear not, Tettles is the only one who's able to propagate conspiracies about cereal now. About
Absolutely.
breakfast in general. Well, great GG's to Golden Guardians. We will be seeing them in the grand finals in our final round of the day. And both Wunderbar and Golden Guardians will be competing for that $150,000 grand prize through our 5-game best of series right now. So tons of dungeons that are going to be going through. And now we just kind of got to think about what's going to be banned from these teams, as a lot of the dungeons that we usually see banned are tossed out early in this one, so we'll see what they're going to be. We'll take a quick break before we get into it. Don't go anywhere. The grand finals coming up right after this. Welcome back, as it's now time for the grand finals to see who will be taking home that $150,000 grand prize and be the final champions of BFA. Hello everyone, I'm Jack, and for our grand finals, I'm joined by Dratnos, Zyronic, and Nagura, as well as Wunderbar and the Golden Guardians, who have constantly been matching off against each other. This rivalry, this friendship between a lot of these teams, Nagura, has just been lasting such an incredibly long time over the course of the expansion.
Yeah, I mean, this is a matchup we've seen over and over again. And even though it was almost to be expected to see those two teams in the finals, it really wasn't as clear-cut throughout this weekend as we maybe would have thought, right? There were so many close series, and even the game earlier where Wunderbar won versus Golden Guardians, it was just 2 seconds between those two teams in some of those games. So I think this is going to be an incredible series between those two teams.
That's right, and it will be a best-of-5 series, so each team will still be able to have one map ban, but there's going to be a lot on the line that'll also be testing the flexibility of a lot of both of these teams as well. Drano says they have a lot of games to be playing, especially, for Golden Guardians having to go back-to-back right now.
Yeah, a 7-map series as well. That really tests the depth of these teams and their ability to, you can't just ban out as high a percentage of this map pool, right? 2 bans against 7, a lot less than 2 against 5. So they are going to be in some environments that they are less comfortable with, or that they're more worried about their opponents in, and we'll have to see how that turns out.
Yep, and it's going to be, very interesting to see as well. We have kind of the usual maps that come up as well, Zyro, like Junkyard, which I think we're kind of expecting to receive the ban, but Siege, Wayrest, Workshop, KR, Motherload, Freehold, we have a whole breadth of dungeons these teams have to be kind of agonizing over as to which one the teams are going to ban.
Yeah, and I think at this point, with the wide range of strengths that these two teams have, I don't think it really matters what they ban.
Yeah.
They're just going to ban what they don't feel like they have a good strat on, and for them, their bad strat seems to be as good as other teams' best strat, so it's kind of crazy. I want to present an interesting fact to you, though. Okay. In our previous 2 finals, in Spring Finals and BlizzCon Finals, when these two teams played against each other for the Grand Finals match, the team that came from the lower bracket won, and they also won in 3-0. Ooh. Are we going to see that trend continue here?
Well, we didn't see Nagura cast any Golden Guardians games, and that pattern was indeed broken. So while we're kind of chewing on that idea, we also have some great things to kind of offer a little bit of a distraction, a little bit of a relaxation as these teams get ready. We've had our transmog competition, where viewers all over the world have been sending in their favorite transmogs for us to be able to judge very harshly, Dratnos.
Judge very harshly. I'm not going to do that. It's a very nice transmog, yeah.
I like that Holy Priest artifact staff as well. Good Legion throwback. I think it's got the shoulders from Desarlor as well.
Yeah, look at all these skulls. That's 1 skull on the helmet, 3 on each shoulder. That's 7 total skulls. That's a lot of skulls,
counting.
Jack.
Don't ask how I know this, but is that the Trial of Valor chest armor?
I think so. Actually, I think it's a full skirt.
I'm scared that I know that. I shouldn't know that. I don't do transmog.
I love the Trial of Valor ones. It was just like, you complete the dungeon, your reward is you get the entire set. You don't have to spend weeks working on it. It's just like, here you go. Here's a whole box full of everything that you need. So, girl, how do you feel
I
about
like
transmog?
about this transmog is
that it's gone?
I think, no, I play a female troll myself, and I think I have such a hard time finding something that looks good in a female troll.
It's true.
And this actually looks good, so maybe I have to steal it.
Yeah. We got a Volpira coming up next with, I think it's the hammer from Mechagon. One of the Mechagon hammers, engineering goggles, possibly the
really
backpack
cool,
as well.
Gotta love the NG Goggies. They're always a good mog to have on, if you do mog.
I've been having the NG Goggies just wearing them for M+ for a very long time. When you get that, when you get the cauterizer that kicks in and removes the bleed debuff in King's Rest, ooh, pays for itself. Pays for itself at that point.
This is my favorite so far.
I guess there's survival as well. Okay, we had a full set. See, we already saw the shoulders from Desarlor, but now we get the full priest set coming in, or the full cloth set, I guess.
Cloth, yeah.
Yeah, I guess this is mage, question mark?
Looks like it. Looks like there's some
actually sure.
frosty spell being cast here, so if I had to guess, it's probably a frosty mage.
I really like the screen, like the environment and how everything just really fits to the screenshot, right? And then you have this background as well.
Yeah, it's a well-framed
looks really
shot. You like to see that. That's up in Nazmir, right, where that sun is like that. Up in Bwansamdi's little area.
Ooh, this is good. Is this a
It looks like
set?
out of a cinematic.
I was gonna say, is this like a set of gear or is this all custom? I like that little like dagger in the belt as well.
It looks custom.
Yeah,
right?
some of the belt
It
mods have
also
gotten
looks like
so good.
That's one of the things I love from like Holy Paladins back in Legion, where they had like the book that was like attached to their belt while they had a big two-hander. That was great.
Do you know our players on the tournament realm have access to like whatever transmog they want, even some items that like the corrupted Ashbringer and stuff that really few people have on the live servers?
I think
Seen some people
Fired
running
Up
around
was
with those as well. Yeah.
I think Fired Up was running around with. I shouldn't say it because the chat will be spammed with it. He was running with Thunder Fury for.
Thunder Fury, Blessed Blade of the Windseeker?
Did somebody say Thunder Fury, Blessed Blade of the Windseeker?
Did somebody say Thunder Fury, Blessed Blade of the Windseeker? And now we get to see our final winner, our champion of the Transmog competition.
I hope it's Pop Knock.
Hey!
No, dude.
He's not even there to respond. Settles isn't even there to respond.
That's where he is right now. Yeah,
in the bushes.
Every time the WoW esports Twitter tweets out about a screenshot competition, I have a folder of Tettles pictures that I open up and I just submit one of them kind of at random. This was the one I went with for this one though, yeah.
Well,
Should have
what led
submitted
you
the one
to
of them on the
picking?
bench.
That was
I
one
was
you did
gonna
last
say.
time, yeah. That one was. I didn't want to go back to back on the bench Tettles pick.
So as the winner of, the screenshot competition, what led you to pick this specific one? You had a whole folder, a whole album of them.
Sometimes it's difficult just being such a creative genius. I feel more like a conduit, really, and I let the art flow through me.
That is certainly some amazing art as well. So thank you, Tettles, for being a great test subject for Dratnos to be able to work with and brightening up our day a slight smidge as we're getting ready for our grand finals. And there it is, Thunder Fury, Blessed Blade of the Windseeker. I think Lighty was running with that as well. Do we know what Now was using?
I don't know, but I can tell you that Max from Complexity Limit was using like a priest staff or something.
He was using I thought he had like a tennis racket or something along those lines at some point.
One of his, I think the Mog on his Coltiran human was he used a torch for his weapon and just a bucket helmet, and then nothing else. It was great.
Transmogs have gone too far this time. Let's take a look at our bracket as we get ready for our global finals and how we got here. Wunderbar being undefeated throughout the tournament, just sending their way directly to the grand finals, while we've seen Golden Guardians winning out. And while they did drop down into the lower bracket, they continued to push to get back to that grand finals and get their rematch. And I'm telling you, Nagar, it's just a whole dose of nostalgia from back when NA and EU were the same region as well. And this was basically every single weekend.
Yeah, I think it was every single weekend that they met in the upper bracket, in the upper final, and then they met again in the grand final. And most of the time, we saw Method EU, which is now known as Wunderbar, win. But we also saw Method NA, now known as Golden Guardians, win in that spring final last year. So yeah, it's going to be very interesting. And I really hope we're just going to see some close matches. I really hope we're going to see a 5-game series, because this one is going to be a best of 5 instead of a best of 3 like all the other games.
That's right. All right, taking a look at our maps. Yes, Workshop didn't get banned. If you were here earlier, you saw that 1-2 second difference in between these two teams. So we get a great rematch on that one, while Golden Guardians has banned Boralus and Wunderbar has banned Junkyard. So Motherload and Freehold are going to be the last two dungeons that could be played in this, but I am so excited, Dratnos, for what Workshop could mean for the entirety of the competition.
Yeah, I think you gotta like Wunderbar as the favorites in Workshop, because more went wrong for them in the earlier matchup between these two teams on that map, and they were still able to win it. So I think their strategy is maybe a little faster.
All right, let's see, as both teams got to capitalize on, not making the same mistakes they had earlier. Let's get it going. Game number 1 in our grand finals right here at Workshop.
Alright, so we're already starting here with the trash group, and already different strats coming in. Wunderbar dealing with the trash, not actually utilizing the hammers. Now, these mobs actually dropping bombs on the floor that detonate and do damage the mobs as well. It's not just the hammers that help you out, but also the bombs that you drop on the floor. And that's why Wunderbar had a very interesting strategy. They were gathering the trash up, and then they all gathered on top of the trash to make sure that the bombs are spawning on top. And then now we're slowly kiting the trash over the bombs to get that friendly fire. And it looked like it paid off for them because they managed to clear the trash a little bit faster, and therefore the boss spawned faster as well.
And what's crazy to me is this actually happened to them in their previous matchup in Workshop as well, where they were only a second or 2 seconds apart at the end. They had that same thing happen. Golden Guardians didn't quite deal with the bombs as fast as Wunderbar did, but they were still able to complete this boss faster purely because of the way they did the hammers, right? Making sure they get no mercy charge on the 4th hammer rather than the 3rd so they can put more damage into Platinum Pummeler here. Let's see if Wunderbar just made a mistake with their strategy last time and they're able to pull that off here, because that was like a 30-second time loss for them last time.
Yeah, it was definitely a bit different last time. We do see that No Mercy is going to get finished off with that hammer here, or close to actually, 6% left for Wunderbar, as Golden Guardians are just carrying around No Mercy here from hammer to hammer. Sally going down, actually. They are committing a battle rest, but I'm okay. So Sally is actually accepting the battle rest, which is really just a time thing because there's no way to need the healing anymore. It's only the Platinum Pummeler alive, there's no more damage to heal away, but because the hammers do more damage, the more people trigger it, they decided to actually get the rest off on Sally just for a pure time save of how close this game was last time around.
And it looks like Golden Guardians wasn't as successful in dealing with that last hammer smash as they were last time, so even though they're able to get the same time kill on their kill, looks like Wunderbar is killing the boss a solid 25 seconds faster than they did last time. Of course, with the main caveat being that Zalia died, they don't have that battle res available for the next 8.5 minutes in this dungeon. We'll have to see if that's going to be something that causes problem for them later on, because if they need to battle res somebody on this next boss, that could bite them horribly.
Yeah, definitely. They can't make any more mistakes from here on out. You see the skip come in by both of those teams. The tanks just running through, making sure they get aggro, and then they are shadow melting off the aggro before they engage Kujo. Of course, it is bolstering, so this trash that they just skip is very inefficient to play, just because the living waste have much less HP than the other mobs, and therefore it's just something you do not really want to deal with, at least not with the living waste.
Oh yeah, for sure. And we're probably going to see similar strategies from what we've seen as well once they just deal with those few ads afterwards. It's really going to come down to, it looks like those single target damage here. We talked about this a lot last time in the workshop here. We saw the massive amount of single target damage coming out of Zalia on the last boss here. It was definitely a question mark as to whether or not the corruption was the main issue, but really, we know corruption, even when you're playing perfectly, doesn't really amount to much of a difference. You still have the same corruption budget with all of your corruption. It might come out to maybe 3 or 4k single target DPS if you're playing perfectly. So really, it must have just been that JB felt like he had to keep his team alive, whereas Zalia was comfortable enough with his teammates keeping themselves alive and was able to pump out more damage global cooldowns than JB was. They're really going to have to try to step that up here because they know even if they have better execution in the dungeon, the greater single target damage from Wunderbar is always going to be something just looking over their shoulder.
Yeah, and a little bit of a mistake here for Golden Guardians, as Lydie didn't position the boss onto the corner for JB to still attack. Of course, the Hunters were still able to attack because there is a position where you can stand and you do not get hit by the AoE, but you can still attack the boss. But it wasn't close enough for JB to attack the boss because, of course, for melees it needs to be a little bit closer. That's why JB actually dropped 10k DPS here, just because of this fact that the boss wasn't close enough. And these things really matter. That's why Wunderbar actually finishes off this boss quite a bit faster compared to Golden Guardians, even though Golden Guardians did save that Bloodlust for Kujo, while Wunderbar did use it on the first boss.
Yeah, I mean, that's 2 million extra damage dealt by your healer on the boss, and you can see the difference here. It's going to be about a 10-second differential here in this boss timer, which is a massive deal when we saw them only winning by 2 seconds earlier on. We're going to have to see more damage and better execution coming from Golden Guardians to work their way back into this matchup, because I don't think Wunderbar is a team that will make the same mistake twice in a row.
Yeah, definitely not. We see them already fighting this gauntlet here. Can utilize the spell reflect from the warrior pretty well here as well, getting those casts through. It is bolstering, so you definitely still want to even out the damage. Don't want to just spell reflect the casters and let the guards go through. That's why the Hunters are probably focusing the guards, while the spell reflect is being used by now to even out the damage.
Yeah, and I'm just taking a look at their corruption choices here. They're running both healers are running the exact same thing as last dungeon here, just sticking to their guns. The expedient / gushing wounds hybrid coming out from Xaylia, and the full versatility build coming out from JB, just playing it super safe without too much of a damage loss. And yeah, it's really just going to come down to execution here. You can see that Wunderbar is just that 15 or so seconds ahead in terms of execution. They're on the same trash pull right now, but they still have half of the health bar to deal with on the side of Golden Guardians.
Yeah, and I mean, you gotta look at the damage, really. I mean, even though, of course, the healers and the tanks do a lot less damage than the hunters most of the time, but sometimes they can really just burst a lot, and it really makes a difference when the games are so close between those two. You can see Xaylia doing up to 70k single target DPS to this mob here, and 100k early in the trash before. And also JB just pumping 80k single target DPS onto this single mob. That's just an insane amount of damage coming out of those healers.
Oh yeah, for sure. And yeah, I mean, once again, just holding that slight 15-second lead, it's really hard to mention that. I mean, these teams are just so good. You don't see any real mistakes coming out of them. It almost always just comes down to execution-based strategies. The DPS, yeah, that's a minor thing that could make up for a difference over the entire dungeon. But any minor mistake, you know, maybe bad bolstering management in the last pack for or any of these big packs actually, or just a death somewhere could spell the difference with how close these teams are.
Yeah, definitely. You see Wunderbar and Golden Guardians dealing with this Void Weaver here, just because it's very efficient to use Obelisk here to skip to the next boss, because this gauntlet is something that can cost you a lot of time if you have to wait in the vents and you can't walk through those spots. That's why we've seen almost every team deal with this Void Weaver so far and play the last 3 obelisks or awakened mobs with the last boss. And Wunderbar now already engaging that boss, while Golden Guardians are slightly behind, but it's not as big of a difference. And you also got to consider the 5 seconds in favor of Golden Guardians. Oh
yeah, it's definitely going to add up here. We were just mentioning it. That's not something you want to have happen. Fortunately for them, it didn't happen in boss combat, so they didn't have to worry about resetting the boss without having a battle res available, because that right there would be the opening that Golden Guardians needs to just guarantee themselves this map. But for what it's worth right now, they're able to catch up in single target damage here and bring the bosses to roughly the same percentage here. I mean, these guys are neck and neck.
Yeah, this is incredibly close. I mean, it is a tyrannical environment, so percentage is quite a bit, but it's still so incredibly close. With the 5 seconds, I mean, anything could happen in this dungeon. The percentage, of course, is completely even. Both of them are on 41%. They actually have the exact same pulls in the dungeon, as we've seen last time that they played against each other. And we do know as well that they're going to pull some trash on top of this boss at the very end, which can be very dangerous because it is bolstering. And this boss by itself already has so many mechanics that you need to dodge, with those cogwheels going around and the fire that needs to be dodged everywhere. And on top of that, you also have to handle the trash at the same time.
It's a really finicky thing too as well, because you want to make sure you do it in between those flame jets from the center here, so you don't have to worry about kiting the trash around the room. But one of the things you can do if you're not too worried about it is you can stand in these damage reduction aura circles that come from the Tinkerers, but it looks like they're just not letting them go through. Usually okay, it's on the stairs right there, which is interesting because you can just Z-axis the flame vents on the stairs there as well. So there's another shield generator down that people can use, but you just cleave it down, actually. I don't think you can cleave those down. I'm pretty sure you have to single target those down, which is really weird that it died. But it doesn't even matter. The boss is already dead. The flame jets aren't going to be a major issue for them as they just deal with the rest of the trash here. Fantastic cleave execution from Wunderbar there, whereas Golden Guardians, not quite the same on their end. Wunderbar had the trash essentially dead by the time the boss went down, but you can see Golden Guardians here, multiple trash mobs still alive, some of them as high as 40% HP, which can be an issue for bolstering here, so it's going to take a little bit more time for them to clean it up.
Yeah, definitely a little bit less efficient by Golden Guardians here, costing them a little bit more time compared to Wunderbar, which definitely matters as they're now pulling those spider tanks. There's no way to skip those spider tanks. I mean, theoretically, you could skip one of them, but the one that stands on top of the platform needs to be killed to spawn the robot that gets you to the last platform. There we go. That's why they also focus that robot or the spider tank. As you can see, the Golden Guardians have that one marked with a triangle marker to be sure they finish that one down first, to get that robot faster, because it has a little bit of a RP time before it spawns and before it's clickable. There we go, and now it spawns for Golden Guardians too, but yeah, still a little bit of a difference in favor of Wunderbar here.
Yeah, and I don't see this being a team that would give up that lead either, especially now that they have that battle res back and available for them as well, should they have any issues later on at this point in the dungeon. This is a team that when they're playing well, it seems like they have a vice grip on the throats of the other team. It's like, you know what? We're not going to make any mistakes. You guys have to play perfectly to have any chance of beating us. And Golden Guardians, even though they haven't had any deaths, they've just made small mistakes. Hammer management on the first boss, slight bowstring mismanagement on that third boss. That's enough of a mistake against Wunderbar to give them the edge to win. It's so crazy just how on a knife's edge this is balanced between these two teams. I don't really know what it's going to take for one team to look significantly better than the other here.
Yeah, and they know how close this matchup is too between those two teams. I mean, Wunderbar committing the battle res when only the Pummeler was alive there on the first boss is definitely also just something that shows they know how close this matchup is, and they know that every single second counts, and that's why they committed it. Because I feel like any other matchup, they would have just kept the battle res. Yes, you can finish off that boss without the healer. It's going to take a couple more seconds, but at least you have the safety of having this battle rest. But not in this, and they actually mismanaged the bolstering here on Wunderbar's side. As you can see, those bots are really high HP still. Even stopping really low with that debuff on him that was bolstered by the mob and therefore did more damage.
Yep, but he did get it removed at the last second there, so they didn't have to worry about the damage coming out from it. And they are going to be engaging aerial unit R21Z, a King Mechagon bot here, significantly before Golden Guardians, who are still dealing with this bolstering pack. And the bolstering kills Shakib here. That's going to be that death on the board for them. So there's no longer a 5-second differential here, and they're going to have to res him up before getting to this boss. That's going to be more of a time loss for them, and they're going to end up engaging this boss a solid 20 or 25 seconds behind Wunderbar here. There has to be some major issue during this boss from Wunderbar to give Golden Guardians a chance back in, because we know that Xaylia just seems to be more efficient at pumping out that damage than JB is.
Yeah, I mean, the last time we saw Wunderbar pulling the boss after Golden Guardians, and they still managed to beat them on boss timer just because they were playing this boss more efficiently. So it's not looking good for Golden Guardians. If Wunderbar does the same thing as last time, then it should be going in their favor unless they make some sort of mistake. They still have their Awaken mobs up, so this is still a very difficult thing to chew through. They did use their Bloodlust on the beginning of that boss, while Golden Guardians, because they used their Bloodlust later on Kujo instead of the first boss, they did not have it ready on the start of this pool, and therefore they are committing their Bloodlust in the second phase. So they definitely are going to have the second phase done faster for them. But it's a huge difference as you look at the boss HP right now. Wunderbar is just so much faster because they pulled the boss so much earlier.
And we know that the Bloodlust shouldn't be a major issue here for Wunderbar, because before, when they pulled the final boss at the exact same time, Golden Guardians had the Bloodlust available for the actual King Mechagon portion of the fight, and they still couldn't kill the boss as fast as Wunderbar here. So with 50% left on Aerial Unit and Awakened Mob still alive, you have to imagine that this is just a slam dunk win here for them.
Yeah, they are now in phase 2 while Golden Guardians are still fighting those Awakened mobs as well. And they really are not having an easy time. As you can see, the Awakened mobs are still up, and you definitely need to finish off the Awakened mobs before you finish the aerial unit. There's no way for you to speed this up. On some other boss fights, sometimes we see the teams just try this Hail Mary thing where they focus the boss instead of the Awakened mobs to speed up the kill in case they know they're behind. But that doesn't work here, because if you finish off the aerial unit, you will get stunned. And if you still have the Awakened mobs up, they'll just kill you while you can't do anything about it. So they have to finish off the Awakened mobs first. And Wunderbar now, I mean, they're already on 60%, and Golden Guardians not even now in phase 1. This is going to go to Wunderbar unless they make some sort of huge mistake here, which I very highly doubt, just because this fight, it is tyrannical. But oh my god, the two things from beyond almost finishing off Maris here as he had to use his acceleration to stay alive.
Excuse me, sorry. That was a scary moment there from Mirez, though. And he doesn't have the aspect of the turtle available either for him, so this could be a horrible moment for him here.
So, I mean, he was trying to run away from those things from beyond, and he was in this corner and couldn't go anywhere. That was incredibly scary, but did manage to stay alive. And we see some of those Giga Blasts going through on Gingy, and they still have some defensives available. We also see Xaylia, of course, still having a lot of mana left, so it should be fine. And we also see just Xaylia still doing 50k DPS while keeping the whole group alive. And there we go, Omega Bastard going down. It's going to be the first game in this grand final going to Wunderbar, but they still
Yeah.
need to win 2 more, so nothing's over in this match.
I mean, look at the time there. 30 seconds faster than the previous one. I was almost
Wow,
choking on my
yeah.
water by how fast it went. That was a crazy match for them.
They absolutely made a great amount of improvements off of the dungeon they did not very long ago at all in the upper final. So congratulations to Wunderbar making more critical improvements and just straight up Dranos making it so nobody's going to be able to catch them on this dungeon.
Yeah, this is why I thought this was a Wunderbar favored dungeon, because it was so clear how easy it would have been for them to shave 30 seconds off their time from before by just not having the tank go the wrong way. And so just by doing that, then all of a sudden that makes 30 seconds on their timer. Whereas for Golden Guardians, it was not clear at all what they could do to really shave that much time in one fell swoop off of their timer. I felt like they were at a pretty serious disadvantage here.
Yeah, I think last time they had they'd messed up the hammer earlier on, but we kept talking about how they were continuing to gain advantages. It was like a rare, like a medium rare bad, something like that. Wasn't too heavy, but let's start talking about those improvements that Wunderbar also ended up making through the replay.
Okay.
Mr. Dranos.
Okay, I see. I wasn't quite sure if it was
Slide
replay
it
time,
right in.
but it is indeed replay time. Yeah. So we had a little bit of an oopsie here for Wunderbar with Zalia going down. That cost him a battle res. Wasn't the end of the world though, and it's just really hard to point out where in the dungeon things are going faster for them than Golden Guardians. It seems like it's just kind of the whole thing all the way throughout this dungeon. They're just eking out a little bit more damage, and I really think that is the explanation here. Is just they're able to do slightly more DPS. They're slightly more optimized. They're walking slightly, better pathing somehow. They're getting in the right spots of the room before things end. It's not one big thing that is doing it in for the Golden Guardians here. It's Wunderbar is just a little bit faster in every single, pull in the dungeon.
Yeah, and it just goes to show, the difference it makes for these teams when they are able to play, just that bit more aggressively and to get the job done. And we were talking about healer damage as well, seeing how Zalia is still optimizing for mostly gushing wounds, heavy haste, everything like that makes a world of difference over running over 40 corruption, but running versatility on the other hand. And we were kind of talking about that previously, Nagura, of when is it right for you to run with like versatile setups, very defensive setups, even if you can run over 40 corruption versus just running pure damage.
I mean, I still think that the versatile setup that JB is running can put out a lot of damage too, as we've seen on some of the boss fights, right? We've seen on Kujo, he was keeping up, he was really close to Zelia's damage up until the point that Lydie basically just didn't put Kujo in the correct position. And then it's not really his fault anymore because if there's no way for him to attack, then he just can't keep up with Zelia's damage if now it does put the boss in the correct position there. So I think it is very close with the two setups. It's just the fact that Zalia might just be playing more aggressively and saying, hey, I'm not going to heal you. Use your defensive here, right? So I can do DPS. And that's really something that is also dependent on your damage dealers and on your group. The better you synergize, the more the healer can do damage if your damage dealers and your tank are using the defenses properly in favor for your healer's damage.
Yeah, and getting out of that early phase as well makes a world of difference when you're not having to constantly deal with that incoming damage. So looking ahead to map number 2, Zyro, we're going to be looking at Wayrest Manor, a dungeon that I believe it was Deplete from Jan did in like 12 and a half minutes.
Yeah, and I mean, this is a dungeon where we talked about it last time around. Because it's a tyrannical dungeon with 5 bosses, fortified dungeon with 5 bosses, you're essentially just pulling 5 bosses that just happen to have 20% worth of trash each of them for your DKs to cleave down. You don't really do trash pulls in Wayrest Manor. So that's the only reason it's done so quickly here. And also the affixes aren't really that difficult for the players to deal with either. That bursting, the DKs can just AMS themselves off or even Death Strike through it if they have to, or just get carried by way of the crane. That works too. In Volcanic, you don't really have to worry about that either. You just dodge it. Forehead. So, there you go. It's
you just heal through that with way of the crane.
In terms of, just heal through that too.
Exactly. I think we saw about a 10-minute run as well, but that was with Reaping, Stratno. So do you think it's going to be taking a little bit longer, considering that Awaken's going to be the primary affix here?
Yes, I do think that Awakened is a slower affix especially in Death Knight comps, than Reaping was. Reaping is more of an accelerant than a speed bump for Death Knight comps.
Unless you play all 4 Awaken monsters the last boss.
True. I don't think we'll see that, but I can't rule it out for sure. We haven't seen either of these teams in Awakened Waycrest yet this weekend, so it is a big question mark. We do know that very impressive 12-minute time was put up by Deplete from Beyond. It looked really, really, really hard to beat that, but if there's anybody who can do it, it would be one of these two teams, Wunderbar or Golden Guardians.
That's right, and a lot of those pulls we'll have to see as we talked about Raw last time, Zyro. Let's start talking about the Soulbound Goliath as well, since no matter what, like you mentioned, they're pretty much just pulling things into every single boss they can.
Yeah, and I guarantee you every single one of those wipes there is not going to be due to Soulbound Goliath on his own mechanics. It's usually something like a lightning strike hitting the boss and his fire debuff going off while you're also dealing with trash or some other sort of mechanic going off. The bosses themselves generally aren't that dangerous. It's just the added difficulty factor of adding those trash pulls in that's going to be a problem here. So we're going to have to keep an eye on how these teams are able to deal with those trash mechanics while they're pulling the bosses as well.
That's right, and we're looking at extra casts going off, and especially we've seen a number of times just extra debuffs that are going off onto players that have spits, and Dranos, you talked about last time how important it was to even look at pulling a little bit over 100% in case any infest casts go off as well.
Yeah, either you got to have a plan for it, right? You either are sure you're going to stop all the infest, or you have a little bit of wiggle room in the count at the end of the dungeon.
That's right. We've seen a number of times where that's, you don't want to have anybody backtracking to grab just one last mob. And we've seen times where teams have had to go upstairs into Wayrest Manor, find the first thing that they can kill, and just go after it immediately. And again, with these two teams, like you said, they've either got wiggle room or they're just so incredibly confident in their abilities to be able to take it down. And that's what we're looking for out of Golden Guardians right now, as there's down one in our grand final. So both teams are getting themselves prepared, and we're going to be seeing what they're going to have in order for them to kind of take it here, Nagura. I think it's just Golden Guardian need to kind of shake themselves out of it and not to think too hard on that workshop.
I definitely think they're able to do that. I mean, they're such a veteran team. They've been competing in the MDI for so long already. I don't think a loss like that will affect them too much. I think they're definitely able to just shake it off and just bring their A game for this Waycrest here.
That's right, and I know Dr. J is looking down on all these guys, giving them the J Crest blessing as we get ourselves ready to go for the second round in our grand finals.
Yeah, he actually is. I just saw him put the eyes emoji in the
YouTube
chat.
Look at that timing.
That's crazy.
Alright, so we are in this Waycrest here, and we do see the same comp out of both teams. We see the double DK plus the Demon Hunter, so no Hunters at all in the setup. The Demon Hunter is here to buff the damage from the DKs because you get this increased magic damage. And look at the amount of damage Yoda was doing! Yoda did so much damage, I think he had aggro!
He had to have pulled aggro there. That's so unfortunate. Wow.
Oh my
but of
God.
course, the only reason he pulls aggro there is because of the build they're running. That Blood of the Enemy, Fell Barrage, on top of Merektha's Fang, they just do so much AoE burst. Even in Nod Skittish, it's really hard for tanks to hold aggro off of that, so you really have to make sure you trust your tank to hold that aggro there, and just Lighty not able to do it, unfortunately, there.
Yeah, very unfortunate. Both of the teams do commit their bloodlust as they're pulling a lot of trash. Both of the sides here with the Acolytes on top of the boss as well. So both of them are going to go up quite a bit of percentage while also dealing with this boss at the same time. So we all know how difficult this boss can be from the live servers, but no problem for those two teams as they're just bursting down the bosses so incredibly fast with the amount of damage they have coming out of those two DKs and the Demon Hunters. Now, one more thing about the Demon Hunters, not only do they buff the DK's damage, but they also provide darkness, which is incredibly good for bursting, because it can just negate some of those crucial ticks when you have 10 or more stacks on the whole team.
I think it's really interesting to look at this, because we haven't really talked too much about the corruption that our DKs and Demon Hunters like to run, but they're both just stacking some amount of versatility amplifier as well as expedient amplifier. So a lot of versatility percentage and haste percentage just so they can get out as many globals as possible and be as tanky as possible on top of that. So with that added extra versatility, it's just so weird to see it, especially Demon Hunter, one of the tankiest DPS in the game, go down like that. But here we go again. Big pull coming out for Wunderbar here. Almost instantly AoE down by the DKs, doing between them a combined 6 million burst DPS, but all three DPS are down and the trash is still alive. They're gonna have to find a way to reset this boss, but even at that point, the DPS still aren't releasing, so there's no way for them to get back in time. I don't know what they're going to be able to do here. They just now released, they're going to try to run back, but this is a disaster as Azalea also goes down, and I don't think there's any way Now can keep himself alive here.
Disaster for both of the teams. Golden Guardians having a full team wipe as well as they died in one of their trash pulls right after Try It. Wunderbar going down as well. They had to have a complete reset. Now is still in combat with those trash groups. With the mobs that they didn't manage to go down. Sally actually almost went down here as the CC was being broken on one of the ads standing right next to him. They should be able to finish off this trash, which means they have less of a time loss compared to the Golden Guardians, because the Golden Guardians had a full reset, meaning all of the mobs that they were fighting reset as well.
Oh, now
It was actually a failed pull.
Now dropped to 7% on the repull of this Matron out of Soulbound Goliath here. Now here's going to be the major difference here with these wipes that you're mentioning here. The DKs and the Demon Hunter committed all of their cooldowns to that pull, so they don't have them available here. And on top of that, they don't have the engine to buff up their strength stacking trait here on the DKs here. So their single target damage is going to be significantly worse than what Golden Guardian has, because they just went for that same pull themselves and were able to pull it off. So their single target burst is going to be much higher. You can see that here, even though they engaged the boss at roughly the same time, it's 20% lower for Golden Guardians. So this is going to be a neck and neck game if they're able to play it clean from here on out. But there's still tons of dungeon left. After Soulbound Goliath, they still have 3 more bosses to get through.
Yeah, and I just actually rewatched what happened to Golden Guardians, and they didn't wipe to a trash pull, they wiped on a skip. They were trying to skip the Witch, and one of them didn't get the Shadow Melt off, and therefore they had a full team wipe because all of them got in combat with that Witch that got pulled. It's global combat, unfortunately.
Is that the same skip that they had deaths to earlier on in the tournament too?
I think so, yeah.
Jeez, that's rough, man. That's really rough. I mean, well, what can you say? It's really unfortunate for them that the same thing happened, but fortunately for them, the mistake on the side of Wunderbar was way worse. But we got to keep an eye on Golden Guardians here. Actually, both teams going for the same pull right here, pulling a lot of trash in. Keep an eye on those spit debuffs all across the players. Everyone getting absolutely chunked. The only thing keeping them alive is that massive Way of the Crane healing from both of their healers, and they're just barely able to keep everyone alive through it as the DKs once again go to work, bursting everything down. Perfect execution from both teams, but still just a little bit faster for Golden Guardians here because they did have that burst at the start of the boss.
This is such an incredibly difficult pull to pull off, and it's so risky. Look how low everyone is dropping this whole time. You have all the spits going out, you have the Gorgeous jumping, and then you have the bursting being applied to everybody. You see how Wunderbar is dropping low. Sally is almost out of mana, and the Thorns going off on Frack. Did have to pop the cocoon on Frack to keep him alive, but now Sally is almost going down with the Thorns from the Thorn Shaper going off on Sally, and now he's completely dry on mana. We need to finish off that pull. Force Sally to get some mana back. There we go. They did manage to do it now, but Golden Guardians, they're already done with the boss, and they're ahead in trash. 9% difference in favor of Golden Guardians here.
Can't take our foot off the gas pedal yet as we're now gearing up for another massive trash pull into Rawl the Gluttonous here. You got to keep an eye on those DK cooldowns. They are up for Lip, but they're not up for Shakib. But on the side of Wunderbar here, it's going to be yet another full team wipe. They just weren't ready for that pull after just barely getting through the Soulbound Goliath. Whereas for the Golden Guardians, no major issue for them. Just those bursting stacks on a few of their players. The darkness coming in huge there for them. I think it absorbed almost all of the ticks of bursting on JB, Lighty, and Yoda there. Insane from them. And they're just able to pull it off, where Wunderbar is just not having a great time here.
Definitely not. Just mistakes after mistakes. And to be honest, this might just be a chain reaction, because if you plan out a dungeon like this, where you do a huge pull after a huge pull, you need to line up your cooldowns and you need to plan ahead your defensives perfectly. So when they had that one wipe on their pull on top of Goliath, they probably mismanaged their defensive cooldowns and their offensive cooldowns, and now the things that they should have ready are not ready in the moment that they need them. And this is why they have these just chain reaction wipes after another on Wunderbar's side. While Golden Guardians, they had a wipe too, but only to a skip, so they didn't commit any defensive or offensive to that skip, and therefore I do think Golden Guardians is definitely the team that can pull this off without any more mistakes. I think they should be able to finish off their strategy in that Wayrest Manor perfectly from here on out.
Gotta keep an eye on the health bars here for Wunderbar here as they go for that massive pull again. Darkness coming out. Everyone's still alive from that Way of the Crane healing, and a majority of the danger of the pull is gone as the massive AoE burst comes out from all three of the DPS players. Looks like this time around they have got it down, but the boss is already dead for Golden Guardians again. They are just so far ahead because the magnitude of their deaths were just not as important as the ones that Wunderbar had. I mean, they're going to have to full wipe again in a much more massive way in order for Wunderbar to come back. I feel like we're talking about this workshop again here. Just the lead has been established at this point, and it's going to be hard for them to come back.
Yeah, they're really far ahead at this point. It looks like they're playing a double obelisk here on Golden Guardian side. So they're playing the Tank Buster plus Samrak at the same time, and they're going to use the Nyaloka Realms to get down to Lord and Lady Wayrest. Now, the one thing Wunderbar might be able to do to catch up to the Golden Guardians here is to skip the obelisks and play 4 Awakened mobs with the last boss, as we've been talking about before the dungeon started. But that is insanely difficult, and we haven't seen any other team try to do that at all. Just because of the way the last boss works here, it's incredibly difficult to even just play 2 Awakened mobs there.
Especially your Growthbreaker of Heroes here in this no Hunter comp, not having that pet taunt in order to alleviate the tank damage. This is definitely like the most efficient one to deal with there. If they were worried about like travel issues, they could have gone with Samrak in that kitchen instead, but they ended up going with Urgroth just to make sure that the tank didn't have to worry about that Spirit Breaker damage taken increased debuff later on in the fight. I think the 3 Awakened mob pull is more than fine to deal with, especially with this massive AoE burst comp that they're running. They can just cleave it on top of those horrors in between Lord and Lady Wayrest and Gorak Tool near the end of the dungeon. And they should be able to burst through it with Bloodlust, but we know how dangerous that can be there. There's just so much residual AoE damage going off. But here we are, gearing up once again for a massive AoE pull. All of the trash in Lord and Lady Wayrest's room, or adding on a Matron as well, just for good measure, letting them stack up those bursting stacks so that they can cleave that AoE onto Lord and Lady Wayrest when Laddie's ready to pull it down.
Alright, so they didn't decide to do the double obelisk after all. Wow, so we will see the triple obelisk pull for Golden Guardians. I thought they would do the double one. Looks like Wunderbar is dealing with 2. So Wunderbar definitely doing the double awakened obelisk pull, while Golden Guardians chose to only do that tank buster and not deal with Samrak. So riskier strat by Golden Guardians, even though they are the ones being ahead. So now they are fighting Lady and Lord Wayrest. They dealt with the trash already, as you can see the huge DPS numbers coming out of the 2 DKs here. Looks like Yoda didn't have any offensive cooldowns available to him, that's why he's a bit lower. He was just focusing the boss. But yeah, just huge control. And you also see Lydie jumping around to make sure that he's lining up that spell reflect perfectly.
You gotta remember that 5% of the DK damage is attributed to Yoda as well, because he's amplifying their damage. So really that Demon Hunter is doing way more damage than the details meter suggests there on the top right of the screen. Really helping out there. Even though not the Felt Barrage on single target. Love that. Love using that ability efficiently. It'll be back up for later on, since it is only a minute cooldown, so they'll have that available too. And yeah, just incredibly efficient with their pulls here. It is unfortunate that this is going to perfectly clean run for them, but you got to be happy with the way they've pulled off these massive pulls here. With only 1 left in the dungeon, they're looking to take this second game, and that's pretty impressive considering both of our previous grand final matches between these 2 teams were quick 3-0 matches. This is going to be the first ever series between these 2 teams that goes longer than 3 games.
I love it. I hope it's going to go to a 5-game series. This is just such an incredibly close grand final that we're having this weekend. All of those matches are so close. And now we see those 2 teams, just the best of the best, fighting against each other. And Golden Guardians, they're about to down Lord and Lady Wayrest. And as you can see, the percentage here, they're almost done. They have the 3 obelisks that still give them percentage, and then they also have those horrors. They might even be pulling them on top of the last boss if they're feeling risky.
For sure. I feel like they have to go for it here, because if you don't go for it and Wunderbar does go for it and they're able to pull it off, you've essentially just thrown the match. So here we go. The horrors are pulled. They're waiting for them to stack up before they move into the boss here. And here they go. I wonder, is Yoda going down to take these first charges, maybe with a Netherwalk, just to make sure he doesn't go down? It looks like that's what it is. There we go. First charges out from the Gloom Horde. Gorak Tools engaged. Bloodlust is popped. It's all going to come down to this pull for Golden Guardians. If they're able to pull this off, they will secure this second round. Let's keep an eye on those interrupts of Voyager Malthus. That's probably going to be the important thing, but also have to keep an eye on the fears from Samrak, Beckoner of Chaos. This could be bad. But the burst coming out just cleaves through everything. The horrors are down. The awakened mobs are sub 30%. It looks like they're able to pull it off here.
definitely dealt with those horrors incredibly quickly. And now they're finishing off Samrak, and there we go. Samrak going down, so the fears are not actually going to go out. You can see the animation still, but it's not going to go through because Samrak is down. Now it's only Void Weaver left. Vlad also went down, so therefore they don't have the pools on the floor anymore that are going to make it more difficult. And Void Weaver is actually a lot easier for this kind of setup to deal with for them, because they have Quadra melee interrupt. With the double DK and Demon Hunter comp, they have a lot lower cooldown on their interrupt compared to the Hunter comps. So they should be able to interrupt all of the Void Weaver casts. We saw one go through on JV here, but he was fine as he was using one of his self-defensive skills to stay alive. And there we go, they're at 100% trash now. They only have 30% HP left on Gorak's tool, which really should not be any issue for them on a fortified environment.
Wunderbar has now also engaged Gorak Tool, but they need some extra deaths to come out from Golden Guardian to have any chance of catching up, because they are also 20 seconds behind due to those death timers. But with only 20% HP left on Gorak Tool, it looks like Golden Guardians are going to be able to even out this best of 5 grand finals to a 1-1 score and play a relatively clean match. Yeah, they wiped to a trash skip. And I mean, honestly, it makes that run from Complete from Beyond early on look incredibly impressive, but you've got to love taking a game off of one of your most bitter rivals here for Golden Guardians. Very impressive to see that here.
That's right. Golden Guardians bouncing back and not going down without a fight there as they take that Wayrest Manor, stick into it. And like you mentioned, Zyro, there's been a number of times these teams have been facing up, but generally it's a sweep one way or another. So big congrats to Golden Guardians, making sure they're going to keep this one close. And Dranos, they're going to be fighting it tooth and claw for this one.
It's so hard to win 3 games against Wunderbar, but Golden Guardians are taking a very important first step in that process here. Man, a lot had to go wrong for Wunderbar there, though.
True. And we were able to kind of see firsthand, you know, we talked about it. Oh, yeah, it's going to be great to see all these teams rushing headlong into each of the 5 bosses, trash in tow and everything, but also show there's so much that can go wrong in this one, Nagura, and there's so many risks they have to take.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like they're just preying on some of these pulls that they do in this Wayrest Manor. They just like pull everything on top of the boss, and then they just pray that they're just gonna survive, because there's just so much damage coming out on the whole group. And I think Casalia was doing 400k HPS at some point in this dungeon, so they're just hoping for some of the darkness to save them and not having to heal all of those bursting stacks away and all of the spit debuffs. And I don't know what other damage is coming in here. It's just incredible what kind of pulls they're trying to pull off here in this Wayrest.
Definitely, it's an absolute mess. Stratos, let's start breaking down where those wipes started happening for Wunderbar.
Oh yeah, let's just take a look at. It's really rare to see these teams have these kind of mistakes, so I don't feel bad showing just a full replay of all these different awful things happening to either team here. Of course, we had that death from Yoda on the very first boss. That looked like it was going to be the big mistake of the match so far, but then we had the Soulbound Goliath, huge bursting stacks on the whole team, followed by a Soul Thorns, causing pretty much a full wipe that led into a full wipe for Wunderbar. Golden Guardians had this other problem here. Nearly called them their old name, where the same trash skip actually that got them last time got them again. So that is something that maybe they need to work on, because that is 2 out of 2 times they've been in Wayrest where that particular skip has gotten them. And then we had just this brutal pull onto Rawl the Gluttonous. And as we talked about, it's not the Rawl that kills you. It is all the trash. All of those mistakes added up to be just enough to allow the Golden Guardians to come into this last boss fight with a huge amount of extra time to their advantage, and that, coupled with their ability to kill the boss with 3 awakened enemies, let them secure the win. Although again, it was only by like 30 seconds or a minute, and those mistakes on the side of Wunderbar were very large mistakes. It is hard to count on a team of the caliber of Wunderbar to make multiple of those mistakes of that degree of severity in a dungeon in the future, so it is a really scary position, I'd say, for the Golden Guardians to be in.
Most definitely, and it does just go to show, we talked about it before, Zyro, about, you know, Wayrest Manor and Dr. J looking down, but nobody is the king of Wayrest Manor but Dr. J. But there is another reward that will be coming around for a lot of these teams, and while we would have loved to have this at an in-person LAN to be able to show the rewards for these teams, not only the big prize pool, but also these amazing medals that we have affixed perfectly with the Eye of N'Zoth. These look heavy. I really wish they would have sent these to us. We could just do a little like modeling for them before we maybe return them.
I like that idea.
Else. Yeah, it would have been great.
I want
Send
the
one to
golden
Italy
one
as well. Me too. Let's
I kind of
all.
like the logo on the silver one a lot, though. I like that.
Well,
one.
I assume
I think
that's
that's
the
the
back.
back. Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
that's
it
the
might be at
back.
the back.
Probably, yeah.
Okay, that's cool. I do like that a lot, though.
I wonder if those eyes in N'Zoth are googly eyes or not. I hope they're googly eyes. That would be ideal.
That would be perfect. Petition to make them googly eyes before they
Yeah.
get sent out for it. You just put the little sticker there on it. It'd be perfect. But those are going to be sent out to our champions as well at the end of this. So we're going to be making sure that they get them properly rewarded, and hopefully we'll be able to get a bunch of pictures of them showing them off soon as well. So lots of very cool rewards going to be coming up for this. You know, we can kind of get together. We need to find a tank. Dranos, you want a tank? We'll go get some medals next year.
I don't know about that.
Ooh, it's gonna be great, man. Come on. We have a full range to cast your desk. It's gonna be great. We'll dominate. But first, we got to see who's gonna take the championship for our grand finals. As with Wayrest Manor done, we are gonna be moving into King's Rest, Zyro.
And you got to remember, this is a best of 5, which has essentially been boiled down to a best of 3 now, with them tying it up at 1-1. So King's Rest, Motherload, and Freehold coming up here. King's Rest, we've seen insane
so
runs.
much.
Insane runs. It's hard to think what could be done to make it even better between these two teams, because this is another one of those dungeons that's for the most part been figured out. They know the best strat, but there's a lot of execution-based things you can do in this dungeon.
There is, and there's going to be a lot of pressure on both of these teams. I think that's kind of some of the glory of this map pool in many cases as well, Dranos, is that there's some room for innovation here and there, but man, there's just huge execution tests for these guys.
To be fair, they do have different King's Rest strategies from each other. We know that Golden Guardians plans to... they pull the construct on the bridge, and then that allows them to pull trash onto Shadow Zul and skip that 5-pack later, whereas Wunderbar just zerg down that 5-pack and then skip all the rest of the trash on the bridge and that interment construct and go right into Shadow Zul by itself. Earlier on, it looked like Wunderbar's strategy was faster there, but that may have just been due to them being able to apply more damage rather than their pathing being better. I'm not sure. We'll see.
And as we gotta look at it, let's take a look at our Golden Serpent. It's usually one of the nicer bosses. Really, nobody's wiped to it, Nagura, so shouldn't be too bad.
I think the reason why no one has wiped to this boss is because there's actually no way of pulling a lot of trash on top of this boss. The only thing there can pull on top is the construct. And then it's really difficult to wipe if you don't have multiple trash packs on top.
Yep, thankfully, and usually most groups they just have the entire room to be able to work with. Very few lives ever end up getting claimed on the boss, 0.18 on average. So really, nothing too much to worry about. We're going to be looking at pretty much just end boss to decide who is going to be able to survive this, because there's been so many of those obelisks coming in at the last boss. We've seen a number of times, Dranos, it was Wunderbar really that was just saying, okay, we're just going to start focusing down King Dazar and start cleaving everything down. They took forever to kill some of those ads.
Yeah, Wunderbar just has this incredible ability to assign their damage to whatever they want to, but it looks like we are about to get underway here in Game 3 of our Grand Finals Best of 5.
Alright, so we know that they already have a little bit of a different start here. Golden Guardians, oh no, this time around they actually changed up their strategy, because I'm pretty sure Wunderbar was dealing with those minions of souls before they were going through this trash pool, but this time around they decided to skip them. As we do see a whole room pool probably gonna come in by both of the teams. Last time around, Wunderbar almost had a full wipe here, as only Junji and Fragment were alive.
Oh, a couple of minions of Zul got loose there for Golden Guardians there, and you can still fixate on JB here, but they're able to cleave it down underneath, so that was a little bit of an interesting start of the pull. Both teams going for this massive pull, but Lighting has gone down, and they're going to have to instantly kite this out to have any chance of resetting the pull, but they have to get a res onto Lighty there. Fortunately, he died after he leaped out, so they're able to line of sight, use those pet tank uptaking abilities to get in. But there's going to be a massive damage loss for them, and JB also gets hit by one of those deathly chills here. So much damage going out here, they're going to have to find some way to fix this, but no problems for Wunderbar here. The pull's dead for them.
Yeah, Wunderbar actually having no issues at all. Now it's not going to go out and do those two constructs. And there's a full team wide for Golden Guardians, as it looked like one of the Shadow Bolt volleys maybe went through on the whole team, and everyone just went down. It's such a difficult pull to do for those teams, and if you have your tank go down, it's so hard to recover. Because once the tank is back up, even though they did manage to get the battle rush off, you need to get the aggro back, and you need to get to reposition the ads. and it's just so difficult to do, even though they do have misdirect by the hunters. But Beastmaster with misdirect is just not as good as a Mars from the hunters or a Tricks from a rogue.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. And I think it might come down to not all of those minions as well getting dealt with right away there. They had to sort of spread out and make sure they dealt with them there, and it just kind of screwed up their positioning at the start of that pull. You could see that there was some kind of exodus. People were running in different directions there, which is not what you want to have happen at the start of the pull, especially when you're trying to do that line of sight strat around the staircase. So unfortunate to see that happen for Golden Guardians here, and because they didn't really deal with any of the trash significantly, they're going to have to somehow find a way to gather up this same trash pull again if they want to somehow keep the dungeon competitive, because you know Wunderbar is not going to have, we said this before, they're not going to make the same mistake twice in 2 dungeons. So here we go. Golden Guardians gearing up again to go in for this pull, but it looks like they're just going to play it safe. It looks like they just can't go for that mess.
I think this is a very smart idea actually by Golden Guardians. Even though they know they're behind this time, there's no reason for them to risk a pull when they know they don't have the defensives available. As you can see, Lighty almost going down to this one hit alone, as he does not have Last Stand or Shield Wall available to him. So there's just no way they can pull this whole room again. He's trying to stay alive as he's cutting backwards. But one thing to note is that it's actually raging tactics, and those mobs, they are raging by themselves already, the champions here. And hunters cannot actually dispel 2 raging effects at the same time. A druid's Soothe is better than a hunter's effect of dispelling the raging, and the druid one does dispel 2 or multiple raging effects, while the hunter can only dispel 1. So even with 3 hunters, you cannot dispel all the raging effects off of these pulls that they're doing.
Oh yeah, I mean, for sure. It's just rough to deal with. That's why you see the common strategy be tank them until raging, and then, all right, tank's out of there. I'll see you guys. Hopefully you kill the rest of the trash before they get to me, or we're going to have some issues. And we're seeing that still be the strategy here, even in these smaller pulls that Golden Guardians is going for. That champion, once it enrages itself a couple times and it's in that raging affix, it's rough to deal with. But they're able to deal with it this time around, like you mentioned, just the raging dispels coming out one at a time from the hunters. But they're so significantly behind here. The boss was dead 20 seconds ago for Wunderbar, and Golden Guardians still have yet to engage it, so they're going to be a solid 3.5 minutes behind or so, knowing this boss takes on average about 2 minutes to kill. And on top of that, it's just still not an easy execution either, especially if you're tilted from having an early on wipe like that. Knowing that these Guardians do so much damage to your tank on top of the damage the Serpent does, it just makes it more difficult.
Yeah, and I mean, at this point, the only thing Golden Guardians can do is hope for Wunderbar to make a mistake. They have to continue their strategy. It's very, very difficult to make up time in King's Rest. I mean, we've seen them play against each other earlier in King's Rest, and Wunderbar did make a mistake on their very first pull, but it wasn't as costly as the mistake Golden Guardians made. So Wunderbar did manage to catch up to Golden Guardians by just playing their pulls very efficiently and executing them well, but there's no way that he can do any sort of bigger pull or do any sort of Hail Mary strategy, because he already played 4 Awakened Mobs with the last boss anyway, so it's not like he could skip another Obelisk or something like that. And yeah, there's just very little room for doing riskier pulls or getting more time here and there.
Oh yeah, for sure. And like we talked about this yesterday as well, this gauntlet is the most soul-crushing thing as a competitor. Know you're behind and you've wiped, because every single bone and muscle in your body is saying, we gotta go fast, we gotta go fast. But then you deal with one section of the gauntlet and the dungeon's like, okay, you can pull the next trash back and looks at my watch, 15-20 seconds or so. And yeah, just go ahead and take it easy for a second there. And you're like, no, we gotta go fast. So it's gonna be torture for Golden Guardians for the next 4 or 5 minutes here as they deal with this gauntlet, but they're going to have to somehow try to find a way back into it, and that's going to have to be in the form of some sort of major mess up for me.
Yeah, unfortunately I don't think there's any other way for Golden Guardians to come back, as Wunderbar is now fighting the last trash pack in this gauntlet. Once they finish off these 2 mobs, the gate will open and they'll be able to move on. We do know that Wunderbar is skipping the construct on the bridge and go immediately to the Machimba room and are dealing with those fluids and the construct in that room, while Golden Guardians is playing the construct. So a little bit of a difference in strategy, but it amounts to basically the same, because Wunderbar does have to do a pull later on in the dungeon, while Golden Guardians doesn't have to pull as much as them. And now we see Wunderbar moving on, doing that skip as I've been talking about earlier.
Yep, for sure. See that same skip, Zalia taunting it to the side. He's going to Transcendence back while the rest of his team runs by, and then he'll Shadow Meld the aggro off. Pretty normal skip at this point while they set up for this massive room, more than likely going for just about every single thing in the room while they AoE down with that Hunters. You gotta keep an eye here. They're going to wait for those first Entomb casts to go off. Once those both go off, then they'll pull these two constructs into the boss and cleave it down with Rapid Reload.
Yep, there we go. They are about to gather up everything. Now, the one thing that they cannot do is pull those constructs on top of Machimba, just because those constructs are casting the Entomb ability, as you can see, and Marish is being put into the tome, and Sally getting him out. And you can't really do that while fighting Machimba at the same time. That's why they're pulling the constructs first. They wait for the Entomb pass to come out of those constructs, and once the Entomb went through, they are pulling Machimba afterwards.
Yep, looks like, oh, that Entomb cast starts casting. That could have been a problem for them, but just barely able to deal with it here. And they need to finish this construct off before the boss's Entomb goes off so that they can spread out effectively to get people out of this next Entomb. Waiting for that Drain Fluids to go off so they don't get another one of those flame patches on the ground. Here comes the Entomb. They need to instantly get this person out. That looked like it was pretty slow. He stood there for a while. It might have been fast enough. I wouldn't expect them to mess that mechanic up. We'll see if the Burn Corruption comes out here. If it doesn't, it looks like they've done it properly, and they'll only have to deal with Machimba with no mechanics, just the melees on the boss, and it looks like they've pulled it off. They're just going to deal with this large Patrick encounter here on 21 terrain.
Yeah, definitely looks like they pull it off. Now, if they don't manage to do the Entomb strategy, so Machimba stops casting abilities, it doesn't make the boss impossible, but it's a time save to do this strategy just because you can do more damage. Even if you have a full Hunter comp that don't lose any damage from moving out of the fire, the healer loses damage and the tank loses damage from having to move out of the fire, and then the boss doesn't move immediately, and then it's just gonna be, he's gonna be unattackable for a little while, and stuff like this just costs you precious seconds that is so important for the MDI, and this is why they are playing this kind of strategy here.
Yep, for sure. So it's not going to be that much of an issue for them to deal with Machimba unless now gets crit a few times, which could be pain, but they have so many things to deal with that. The thing is, you don't really want to have to use cooldowns here, right? You want to save them up for the next big pull right afterwards with the Berserkers as well as so much magic damage coming out from the Hex Priest. It can be a lot of damage to deal with. Golden Guardians just now getting through the gauntlet, and you can see based off of the boss timers at the bottom, they killed Golden Serpent 2 minutes and 40 seconds slower than Wunderbar here. They have a lot of ground to make up, and they're not going for the same skip that we saw out of Wunderbar, it looks like. It looks like they're just pulling this construct in.
Yeah, it looks like they're going for it. Now this construct is actually really hard to move just because of this beam cast that you see going off right now. This is a really, really long cast, and it goes through walls and everything. So it's, first of all, really hard to move, and it's impossible to dodge this beam if you're really far away from it. So it looks like they are finishing it off after all, while Wunderbar is moving on now. And this can be a very dangerous pull that they're about to do here, just because there's so many dangerous casters and the Berserkers on top. So gotta be very careful that they interrupt the correct spells and use the defensives on now properly.
Yep, for sure. And we've seen a lot of issues happen on this particular pull for a lot of teams here. There's a lot of residual damage going out if you don't get all of the interrupts on the priests here. There's so many caster and single target abilities. Poison Barrage being one of them from the Beastmaster. Just gotta keep an eye out, especially that frontal cleave from the Raptors. Any one of these abilities going off could be a disaster here. You see Bragner's getting hit by the Deadeye shot. They're getting knocked back, taking half of his HP, but no other damage coming out. And the explosives being dealt with perfectly. Great execution from Wunderbar here. Textbook from them.
Yeah, that was actually incredibly well done. And then on top of that, you also have Raging, right? That's why we saw the binding shots come out of the Hunters at the very end when the mobs were raging, to be able to just make the pull a little bit safer and give now some breathing room, starting to kite away once they're rooted. Now we see them actually adjust their strategy. Okay, so I really like this. They know how far ahead they are, and they're actually dealing with Void Weaver now. Usually we know that they can skip this Void Weaver and play all 4 obelisks with the last boss, where they basically just use the obelisk as a skipping tool, while 2 of the Hunters stay in the normal realm, go all the way to the boss, and get everyone out while not having to deal with Void Weaver. But because they know they're so far ahead, they're actually just finishing off Void Weaver, so they only have to fight 3 obelisks with the last boss.
Yeah, super safe play. You love to see in dungeon changes made like that to give yourself, instead of a 95% chance of success on the final boss, now you have like a 99% chance. Not having to worry about those interrupts is a huge deal, like you mentioned. So I love this, just like you. It's just the right play to make. This is what's going to win you the tournament if you have any mistakes later on.
Yeah, and I love this too, because I remember in the last year's spring final, we talked to Wunderbar Gingy, and we asked him a bunch of questions, or we asked the team a bunch of questions, and we basically said what they do if they know they're really far ahead or really far behind, if they adjust their strategies or what their voice comms is like. And I remember Gingy saying that they don't actually adjust their strategy at all, even if they know they're ahead. They basically just said, we want to just play our strategy no matter what happens, because we're confident and we practice that strategy, and that's what we want to do. But I like to see that they adjusted this mindset, basically, because if it doesn't cost you anything to do something that will make your strat easier, I really think that is the way to go. So good to see that they changed up their strategy and actually making it a little bit easier on themselves just because they are this far ahead.
Well, and that's a really interesting observation, and I think it's great to see them sort of grow from that, because I think at that time in the spring finals, they were undefeated. They'd never lost a match at all. They had won all 3 cups, and they never dropped a series. And I think when you're the people that are doing that, you're okay to have that confidence to do that. I think this shows massive growth, not only from them, but from their respect for this Golden Guardians team. They know if they make a mistake, Golden Guardians is good enough to come back from that and capitalize on that, so they do go ahead and make that adjustment on the fly. It's definitely very telling of the respect that these two teams have for each other.
Yeah, definitely. And we did see one of the severing axes go off here on Gingy because he did not have Turtle available, so had to out-heal that debuff instead of just completely deflecting it with Aspect of the Turtle, which is a little bit unfortunate, but no problem for Xayah being able to out-heal that huge damage debuff that goes out on this boss. As they're now fighting Xanazel, one thing that is a little bit annoying here in Xanazel with the totems is that they actually spawn explosives with this affix that we have. So usually we see the teams just completely ignore most of the totems, but because of the explosive affix, it could spawn explosives all over the place, and therefore we see teams basically just dealing with the totems instead of just leaving them up like we see them do with other affixes.
Oh yeah, the totems are definitely one of the more dangerous portions of this fight in general, even without the explosive affix. Also, something that a lot of people don't know as well, just a little tip for live keys for you, if you have a fire mage in your group, hold the boss on top of one of the totems. That ignite can cleave, and if it's a combust ignite, it'll solo the totem on its own. Little tips for you there.
You do see Wunderbar is dealing with Akali now, so last boss, Golden Guardians did manage to catch up to the same boss now, but because it's a tyrannical environment, this is just a really long fight. You have to fight all 3 bosses, and all of them just have such a huge amount of HP, and there's no way to speed this up. You just have to chew through each boss's HP. So even though they are the same boss, Wunderbar is still a whole boss ahead, basically, because once they finish up Akali, they're going to be done, while Golden Guardian still has to deal with Xanazel and Akali afterwards. And they also have the 4 obelisks, right? So on the last boss, they will be a little bit slower because they still have to deal with Void Weaver, while Wunderbar did deal with that one already.
Oh yeah, for sure. Kali going down here for Wunderbar means that they are heading on to the rest of the dungeon here. If I remember properly, they actually have a different route than what we see from Golden Guardians here. I believe they deal with this 7-pack of mobs here instead of just pulling the 3-pack into Shadow of Zul. That looks like it's correct. They're going to be cleaving this down. Again, this is a dangerous pull, very similar to the first pull on this bridge. You have to make sure that you're getting all of the interrupts on the Hex Priest here, as well as trying to tank as many of those severing blades with your pets as possible. If too many of those bleeds go on your tank here, they could very easily go down, just like that. Gingy going straight down. Looks like that was some sort of frost blast from a raging mob. He just instantly got one shot, 100-0. Very dangerous there. It's not going to be enough to get Golden Guardians back in, but it's a start, right? 5 seconds on the board plus a little bit less damage. But in a 2.5-minute lead like you have from Wunderbar, you need more to go wrong to let Golden Guardians back into the game.
Yeah, it can be unlucky with the raging timing here because the Frost Shock is an instant cast. It cannot be interrupted and it goes on a random target. And even though they do have 3 Soothes to get rid of the Enrage effect, but if it happens at the exact same millisecond that the raging effect gets applied to the Witch Doctor, then there's just no way to dispel it before the Frost Shock goes out, and they can just one-shot a person, as we just saw. So definitely a little bit of RNG hitting them there, but it's only a 5 seconds timer, and he could release right there as the spawn point was there. Now they're fighting Shadow of Sul, and once they're done with this one, they only have this 3 Awakened mobs left to do, and then they will reach that 100% trash that they need.
So the insta-soothe coming out from the Hunters on Shadows, so we'll want to make sure not a single Raging Shadow Barrage gets off on their tank. Otherwise, now probably just get one-shot insta-give from 100 to 0, so great to see them having that execution there, although it's not necessarily difficult to do. Just making sure you're on point to get it down is important. Insane stat there at the top of the screen there. Wunderbar has a 66.67% win rate in King's Rest. 2 out of everything King's Rest they play, they win in. That's definitely impressive. Gearing up for this 3 Awakened mob pull. Not as dangerous as 4, obviously. We do know how to do math, but they still do have to keep an eye on these Fear Circles from Samrak. We've seen mistakes on this very boss from Wunderbar back in the cups. There was a really badly timed Fear with a disengage from Genji on a leap slam from King Dazar. Instantly one-shot him. Got to keep an eye on those debuffs from them here.
Yeah, definitely have to keep an eye on that. And they're not playing Dwarf racials on their Hunters like we usually see from Hunters in King's Rest. Dwarf racial is something you can use to get rid of the Fear debuff from Samrak, so not something they have available to them. You do have the Turtle to get rid of the Fear, and they also already use Zalia's Revival to dispel all the Fears at once. But Revival down and Turtle down on Fragments. They still have it up on Gingy and Maris. Definitely want to make sure they use it in the correct moment. Because if you get feared into one of those hunting leaps by Reban or any other AoE damage that happens on this boss, it can definitely be very deadly.
And I think with Samrak down, the major breaking point of the fight is done for them. They can just pet taunt the rest of those Spirit Breakers from Urgroth Breaker of Heroes. And at that point, the only thing left for them to really keep an eye on is going to be those Deathly Roars from Tazala. If one of those goes off at the wrong moment and a couple of their players get feared into tornadoes or get feared into a Quaking Leap from the boss, they could go down. But the thing is, they still have 2 battle reses available to deal with those issues. It's going to take a catastrophic failure of a level that I don't even think Wunderbar is capable of in order for them to lose this map.
Yeah. It's very hard for them to wipe here, to be honest. Also, they still have those 2 battle rests available, right? So even if something goes wrong, they should be able to recover. And as you can see, the percentage just say 96%, but it's indeed 100% because Shadow of Sul does not get counted onto this observer view here. But it did get accounted for them in game, so they do have the 100% trash that they need in this dungeon to win. So once they finish off King Dazar, they'll be done, as Golden Guardians just now engage King Dazar on their side, so it's too little too late. This wipe early on in dungeon just cost them so much time. But it's not over, as this is a best of 5, so after this win, they still need to win 1 more to win this grand final.
Yep, the series isn't over after this map, regardless of who wins, so we still have more games coming afterwards, but you really have to hand it to Wunderbar. Coming back from that very scary Wayrest Manor, being able to play clean in King's Rest, which is one of the most mechanically difficult dungeons to deal with in terms of damage taken over time in the dungeon, you gotta hand it to them. They are the masters of King's Rest. And I also want to give it to Golden Guardians too. You can look at some of these timers. They're able to claw their way back a little bit into the dungeon and pull themselves to within 2 minutes of Wunderbar after losing 2.5 minutes at the start of the dungeon. It's definitely impressive, but it's just not going to be enough here, as Wunderbar just do not let up when they have that lead. And they're going to be taking this King's Rest and putting themselves in map point to take this entire tournament.
There it is, last percent's winding down as Wunderbar, not too far from their best time that we've seen, getting a great performance in on King's Rest, and stats don't lie, they are absolutely phenomenal when it comes to this dungeon, and Dranos, they're 1 away from winning the grand finals here.
Yeah, this is all going to come down to the next map, and maybe the map afterwards, but that is the position we're in this tournament, mathematically.
That's precisely correct. Thank you. I appreciate it. I mean,
Thank you, Dreadnought.
Zyra's been a little shaky on his math lately, so I'm glad I can depend on you.
This is just so impressive, though. These 2 teams battling it out. Like the level of play here from both of them has been very high. Although I am surprised by how many of these games between these 2 teams is filled with wipes. I feel like there's only been 1 or 2 clean games between these 2. they've put up a lot of great maps against other teams, but against each other, it seems like there's always something going wrong for at least one of these teams.
Yeah, I think it's just testament to the nerves, maybe it's testament to the pressure to it, but it is kind of odd as well, Nagara, looking at like the lower semis or lower finals coming up, and you're like, oh wow, those are so insanely close, and then it's just how aggressively these teams are being with some of these polls that there's just such high potential for mistakes to be made.
Yeah, and I think it's just the dungeons as well. I mean, King's Rest is such a dungeon. If you make a mistake, such a costly mistake, as they did there in that very first pool, it's just impossible to come back. Like, there's just really nothing you can do to make up any sort of course, there's like small things you can do here and there, but nothing that can make up 2 minutes of your time. So that's why it looks so one-sided in this dungeon, because of this full team wipe they had at the very start, unfortunately. I do think the next game, though, Motherload, even if there's going to be mistakes like that, there's definitely opportunity to come back in a dungeon like Motherload. Maybe not King's Rest, but Motherload, definitely a dungeon where you can catch up.
That's right. Now, let's talk a little bit more about that King's Rest as well. I mean, the talk of Adranos, that big wipe.
Yeah, I mean, this is where it all happened, was right at the very start of the map for Golden Guardians. Lighty just getting bounced around when he was trying to kite out. Those tornadoes in just such a bad spot. They rezzed him, but weren't able to then recover the pull, ended up full wiping. Great adjustment here by Wunderbar to kill Voidweaver Malthair. We've actually seen this done once before this weekend as well. When you realize that your opponents are way behind, just killing an extra awakened enemy makes it so that then when you're pulling this last boss, it is a far easier version of that fight. Not having Voidweaver Malthair here, that one is actually one of the most deadly on this fight with this composition, because the interrupts are so taxed from having 3 hunters instead of classes with shorter cooldown interrupts. And these hunters don't even play the Skitra bow, they play the N'Zoth gun instead, so they don't even get the incidental cooldown reduction from that corruption proc that you'll see a lot of people on the live servers using.
So why is that, Dranos? It's been the topic of constant debate.
So part of it is here in the MDI servers, you just have access to actually anything you want. So you can play the N'Zoth gun at 485 with whatever corruption you want. You're not in a situation like you were in the live servers until recently, where it was really hard to just find all the stat corruptions that you wanted to. However, even on the live servers, people tend to play the Skitra bow still. It tends to be a little bit better on single target, whereas once you start getting to full AoE situations, that's where you just need that cooldown reduction effect so much less, because you get all of it that you need from your rapid reload crate.
Gotcha, okay. So as we're looking at it, Motherload could be the final round of this tournament, Zyro. Golden Guardians is facing the wall at this point. They've got to be able to pick up a win, and we've already seen how strong or how quickly, really, I would say, these dungeons can go for both of these teams.
And I mean, you got to think Motherload is a great map for Golden Guardians, right? We've already seen a blazing fast time from, I think it was just about 15 minutes for them, only really surpassed by Deplete from Beyond in their last match of the day against Perplexed. So, man, this might go to a game 5 here. I don't think we've seen the Motherload from Wunderbar yet, though.
I don't think so. I think we only ever saw it during like the regular cup season. So I'd imagine it'd have to be one of those dungeons that they've been playing quite a bit, but since they haven't really been playing a lot of dungeons just in general because they've been winning out so easily, Nagara, we haven't really seen the full breadth of what they're capable of in some cases.
To be honest, I think Motherload is actually one of those dungeons where Wunderbar has had some issues in the past. I remember them losing quite a few games because they had some wipes in the R&D wing. I remember them pulling some trash there and having a full wipe and losing the game because of it. And then I also remember them wiping to the 4 obelisk kiting strat at some point, where they was just snapping back to the group, and it was Grievous as well, and then they just had a full team wipe and they lost the game as well. So I think Motherload might not actually be the best map for them.
Oh, that's the case, and it could put them in a position where Freehold is the final dungeon for the series. We could go the full depth of the 5 games. So what do you think on this one, Zyra? Do you think it's going to be in Golden Guardians' favor, or is it just too up in the air as to who wipes first?
I think similar to that King's Rest, it's all going to come down to who executes this first pull better. We know that Golden Guardians likes to go for this extremely volatile first pull where they pull 7 of the addled thugs on top of 7 peacekeepers. And if those thugs get too many charges off on the same person, you're just going to get 100 to 0 instantly. And the fact that they're able to pull that off consistently enough to make it their strat shows that they have supreme confidence in it. So I think if they're able to pull that off, they should be able to take a victory here and send us to game 5.
All right, well, we'll see. Another round of stats coming at us for Mogul Razdunk as well, Dranos. On average, not quite one life claimed throughout a lot of this.
Yeah, Mogul Razdunk, the last boss here, the Motherload. It's another boss where you see a lot of deaths here and a lot of wipes on this, a surprising amount even. But really, that is due to the fact that 4 or sometimes 3 awakened obelisks are either being fought alongside him or kited while fighting him, and that really increases the volatility of that fight.
And we've seen, different teams going with different setups for how they wanted to handle it. Now let's see as the grand finals are getting into their fourth round right here, as Wunderbar is facing their championship, facing their destiny potentially as Motherload gets going.
And I want to give a big shout out to Aya here for those stats as well. Even though she's not on the desk with us, she's still behind the scenes helping us make the broadcast as effective as possible. But here we go. We're going to see this big pull from Golden Guardians. Are they going to be able to pull it off?
We love Aya. And yeah, we know that Golden Guardians is doing this huge pull as Saro just mentioned. So the Bloodlust is being popped by Golden Guardians. And you see just all the Peacekeepers swarming in on top of all the thugs. It's an incredibly difficult pull because if there's any sort of double or triple charges going off on one of the Hunters or JB, then they're definitely going to go down. This is not only difficult, but also it requires some RNG too. Thankfully, the Hunter pets actually can get charged by the thugs as well. So they actually have 7 possible targets for the thugs to charge to.
This looks dangerous from Wunderbar here. This is not how this pull is supposed to go. You're only supposed to get Peacekeepers when this happens, but it looks like they have addled thugs and assassins in there as well. But it looks like they're able to deal with it efficiently. It might even be what they planned on doing. This is not the normal thing that you see from most teams going for this Peacekeeper strat, but somehow they're pulling it off, and they've already engaged coin-operated crowd pummeler. You see a lot of times people go with this strat, they have issues with it, but I spoke too soon as Fragments goes down to that static shock, plus some residual damage. That might have been a grease gun from a mech jockey, but I don't see any mech jockeys in there. I wonder what that extra damage was from. Was it the charge? Was that? Wow, that's really unfortunate timing, because it looks like they were trying to cleave down the thugs before they even engaged the boss, but that thug was at like 1 HP.
Yeah, that must have been just a little bit of a mistiming here, pulling the boss slightly too early or missing a little bit of damage on that thug, and then you get the charge right before the static pulls of the boss, and it's just too much damage to heal, and there's just no way for him to use Turtle if he's already in that stun of the thug. So nothing that they could have done there other than killing the thug earlier or pulling the boss later. So a little bit of a mistake by Wunderbar here. But Golden Guardians did manage to pull off their first initial pull, and look at the percentage. They're up to 44%. Mara's going down for Wunderbar now. So another mistake by them. They don't have any battle rushes left. So they have to finish off this pull with only 2 DPS, or they need to reset the boss.
This is going to be a full team wipe here for Wunderbar, and this is the worst case scenario. We've talked about this before. It happened to Ethical earlier on in our tournament. Once this resets, you no longer get the double trash count that Peacekeepers give from mech jockeys and the Peacekeepers themselves. So this is essentially going to be all she wrote for them, because we've seen how good Golden Guardians are in this tournament. And even to that aspect, the Golden Guardians, I think, were already ahead. They already had more trash count and were further ahead on the boss. And yeah, you can see Wunderbar here. They're just, you don't have any strategy at that point. You have to just go for whatever you can get in range of.
Yeah, this is horrible for Wunderbar. Not only the time that they lost, but as you mentioned, not getting that extra percentage from the jockeys because they're already piloting the Peacekeepers and there's no way to tag them. And we do know that if something dies without any one of your group DPSing it or just using any sort of ability in it, you do not get counts from it. And therefore, it's no way for them to get the jockeys count. And that's why they have to do these weird pulls that they didn't plan on doing. Well, Golden Guardians, on the other hand, they're up to 50% trash already because of this huge initial pull that they pulled up at the very start. And they're already done with the first boss as well. And now they're pulling the whole area. Look at this crazy pull that they're doing. They're pulling all of the extractors, all the Earthshaper and Sapper packs together.
And just so you guys know, one of those power throughs can do enough damage unmitigated to just one-shot one of the DPS. The fact that there are 3 or 4 of them in there, look at the damage going out on Lighty. And he had an Eye of Corruption on top of him, on top of Rock Lances going through. He goes down. JB also goes down. The Hunters are going to have to find a way to kite out this pull, but we've seen so many times in the past, this pull is almost impossible to kite out because you start getting errant Rock Lances, you start getting errant damage on players in the group, and your tank has to somehow find a way to go back in and gain aggro on top of everything, but there's not any easy way of doing it. Those throw rocks are coming out. It looks like somehow they found a way to stabilize, but Lighty just has to get out of there. He doesn't have any cooldowns active.
Yeah, there's just no way for Lighty to tank this anymore at this point. Lighty going down again. This might be a disaster. They're trying to finish it off, but Shakib is going down. JB is going down. This is just a chain reaction. They can't release because they killed the first boss already, so they do have to respawn there. But this some of them are already resetting. You see them trying to cut it out.
Well,
and
they
trying
get
to
the
stay in
tags.
combat with it.
They get the tags. They somehow get the tags before they reset. That's
Thankfully,
huge. That is huge.
Yeah.
Wow. And with the amount of things left alive, I think they should be stable here. They did feed 8 deaths to that. That's 40 seconds on the board. Fortunately for them, it looks like the mistake made from Wunderbar is going to be significantly worse than what they just did. But that was a very scary moment. If that pull had managed to fully reset there, we could be talking about a very close game here.
Definitely. I mean, they did manage. I mean, that was so big that they got the tag before they reset, because otherwise they would have had to do that pull one by one. There was no way they could have done the same pull again. So thankfully they managed to not have the pull reset. They managed to just keep releasing, going back in. It amounted to 8 deaths, so definitely a time loss for them, but not having to do the same pull again is huge for them. And I think the biggest reason why Lighty actually went down here in this pull was because he had double or even triple corruption eye spawn on him, and having all of this damage from the ads going in on top of also getting the corruption damage was just too much for Lighty to handle. But thankfully they managed to recover, and now they're engaging Astaroth with some of the trash on top as well.
Yep, and as difficult as this pull would seem, I think it pales in comparison to the first 2 pulls they pulled off in this dungeon.
Yeah.
It's still nothing to laugh at. You have to keep an eye on those Earth Ragers, which should be dealt with for the most part by the Conflict and Strife Major that Lighty is likely running, keeping everything Thunderclap rooted underneath the boss, which lets the Hunters easily beast cleave everything down. It looks like that's the play here, and wow, that's an incredibly efficient way to deal with that trash. And wow, they got Azeroth down to about 65% at the same time here.
Yeah, very well done by Golden Guardians, and look how much trash they already have. They're up to 85% on their side. We do know that they're kiting the Obelisk, as far as I'm aware. I might be wrong on that one because we've seen some different strategies coming out of those teams. But no, it looks like they're actually playing the Obelisk with the last boss. So we saw them play 4 Awakened mobs with the last boss the last time around. So we'll see if they continue this strategy that they play the Awakened mobs with the last boss, or if they choose to change their strategy and kite them, because they're already up to 87%, meaning that if they would kill the Awakened mobs with the last boss, they're basically done with the trash. They just need very little on top.
And actually, I spoke too soon. He's not running Conflict Major. He's running Nullification Major, so doesn't have that Thunderclap down. All they did is they just threw some bindings down, had a leg sweep come out from JB, and just cleaved everything down easily. That was incredibly impressive control and damage from Golden Guardians here. I gotta keep an eye on this here, as Wunderbar is on their heels. They do have significantly less trash percentage, but they haven't gone anywhere. They're still progressing in this dungeon, keeping the pressure on Golden Guardians here. They cannot sit here and rest on their laurels. They still have a lot of dungeon left. They have 2 bosses, as well as, like you mentioned, that 4 Awakened mob pull on top of Mogul Razdunk. That can go horribly wrong.
Yeah, definitely. And Wunderbar, I mean, with only 47% of trash that they have at this point, they definitely have to deal with the trash between Rixa and the last boss, and then probably go with that kiting strategy. But yeah, definitely it's still a lot of trash for them left to do. And it is teaming, so each trash just gives a little bit less count because there's overall more trash available in the dungeon. And now Golden Guardians skipping to Rixa, we do see them just run through the trash and now using the Feign Death and Shadow Melt to be aggro. And I think they might need some more War Machines to pull on top of the boss, but then they should be done. So after these War Machines, they can just go to the last boss, and they're done with their Awakened mobs that they're going to be pulling on top of the last.
Yep, for sure. And this is the similar pull that we saw earlier from Golden Guardians here. The double War Machine on top of the boss, letting the hunters activate the rapid reload, getting that aspect of the wild cooldown up as efficiently as possible, making sure they do the most single target damage possible. This is going to make this single target tyrannical boss last a lot less time. Of course, they have a lot of ways of dealing with Ricks of Flux Flame. That spell reflect can do a lot of damage, but you got to keep an eye on Lighty here. He's taking a lot of damage from this trash. JB really has to focus some extra healing into him. They've got to be efficient with propellant blasts, making sure they clear the platform for themselves, because that is the name of the game here on Rixa.
Double Thing from Beyond spawning here, unfortunately, did have the cloak active available to get rid of those. But yeah, they had very little space in that corner. Sometimes, if you don't position yourself properly with that frontal cast, you can leave very little room for you to be able to move around. And then on top of having the War Machines as well, it can be very dangerous. But they did finish off the War Machines now, and they only have Rixa left, which really shouldn't be an issue for them. This boss sometimes can be dangerous for Prot Warriors just because Rixa basically only does magic damage, and on top of that she also applies this magic debuff, but it can be dispelled, but it applies too, and then one of them needs to be dealt differently, either by using Spell Reflect or using any sort of immunity to mitigate it.
For sure, and not any issues at all coming out from Golden Guardians here on Ricks of Flux Flame. Of course, we know that final percentage is going to come purely from the Awakened Obelisk they pull with the final boss, likely going to employ the use of that Awakened Obelisk skip. That debuff does a lot of magic damage to Lighty, as we see the Monk Bubble coming out from JB to keep him alive. Didn't have the Spell Reflect available for that, but he should have it for this final one going out, which should finish off the boss for Golden Guardians here. Wunderbar still gearing up to do that same pull, the double War Machine pull on top of Ricks of Flux Flame here, just kind of making sure they're going through the motions just in case something catastrophic does happen for Golden Guardians, putting themselves in a situation where they could eke out a win if that mistake happens. That's the correct play here. Of course, when you're in the grand finals, you want to give yourself every opportunity to win. All eyes, though, are going to be on Golden Guardians as they move towards Mokul Razdunk and look to send this series to a Game 5.
They're playing the Obelisk here, and I like this a lot because they know they're this far ahead. The last time they played Motherload, I think it was yesterday, they played all 4 Awaken mobs with the last boss, but they know at this point we're far ahead. Not only is Wunderbar just now in Rixa, but they also still have so much trash left to do. So let's play it safe, go and play Samrak, because Samrak can cause so much issues on top of having all of the other Obelisks as well. So another safe play by Golden Guardians here, adjusting their strategy to have only 3 Awaken mobs to deal with on the last boss.
Oh yeah. Dude, I love this. They're doing the same thing as the King's Rest, like you mentioned. They're just playing it safe. This is fantastic play coming from Golden Guardians, making sure they secure themselves this victory. Both teams showing, I mean, we talked about it in the King's Rest, showing that level of respect they have for each other, knowing that they want to go for the 100% efficient play, making sure they win at all costs here and send this game to a Game 5 match, which should be a banger. We have Freehold coming up for our Game 5, but we're not quite there yet. Golden Guardians still needs to execute on this pull with 3 Awakened mobs alive. They do need to cleave down that Void River Mouth here quickly. They only have the 3 ranged interrupts as well as a tank interrupt to deal with it. The Bloodlust is popped, however, here.
And this can be so dangerous because not only do you have the Awaken mobs, but the boss's abilities need to be dodged as well. You have the Gatling gun go out, which can be really hard to dodge when you have the pools on the floor from the Blood of the Corruptor. And then on top of that, you have the Dark Fury, which is a huge area of denial. And then you also need to dodge the missiles from the boss. So definitely not easy task. And you see, this boss is really hard to move. And now he's standing in the middle of the pools from the blood. And it's almost impossible for them at this point to dodge the Gatling gun. So they're trying to just run through the Gatling gun, using some of the defensives they have available to them to mitigate it. But they're slowly but surely getting down these Awakened mobs. The blood needs to go down soon though, so the room is not going to get filled even more with all of this area of denial.
Oh yeah, and of course once the blood is down, the room clears up, everything becomes much easier to dodge, and I think that's the main danger of this fight gone here. Just got to keep an eye on those positions. JB getting hit by one of the, oh man, I don't know how that doesn't one-shot him there. You got to be punished for making mistakes like that in the grand finals, but fortunately enough for him, it doesn't end up happening. Don't have to waste that battle res, and they are able to somehow move through. And the important thing is they have their healer here. They're not going for the kite strat. They have that healing available for this intermission phase. We shouldn't see any deaths to those drill smashes, but we've seen issues happen on Mogul even with the healer here.
Yeah, all they have to do is naturally dodge the smashes. They gotta call Dr. J and ask how that works. As they are now in the intermission phase, and yeah, intermission phase definitely can do a lot of damage. Not only do you have the smashes that just have a huge burst on them, but you also have these the mobs that you have to deal with. Usually we have Lighty just soak the mechanic that they're casting, the Heartseeker, so the damage dealers don't have to take that extra damage on them. But sometimes it can, sometimes they can jump in a weird position, and then it's really hard for the tank to soak both of them at the same time. But it looks like they dealt with one of them already, and then it shouldn't be as big of a deal. But you keep actually dropping incredibly low from that smash. Did manage to survive though with the acceleration that he had available.
And this is crazy what's going on right here for Wunderbar. They're going all in on this strategy, but we know that they weren't planning on doing this strategy by looking at their gear. Usually when teams go for this strategy of kiting, they all have rebooting bit bands, which allow them to heal each other every 15 seconds, but they don't have that right now. They have the overclocking bit bands, which give them haste whenever they do certain things. We can tell just by looking at their gear that their strategy coming to this dungeon was not to have their healer kite the mobs, but they have to go for it here to give themselves any chance of coming back and winning this dungeon. That being said, Golden Guardians is already through the intermission phase. They're sub 20% on the boss right now with nothing but a little bit of a health bar standing between them and a Game 5 in this Grand Finals series, and it looks like they've done it. They've pulled it off. Even though they had issues with that trash pack after the first boss, they were able to somehow put it all together and play well enough to send them to a Game 5 in one of the best series I think we've ever had in the MDI.
Oh, it is all tied up now as Golden Guardians takes the win in that Motherload run with the last couple seconds start winding down on the clock, but not going to be able to do 50% in 5 seconds, so Golden Guardian takes the victory. And hey, we started talking a lot, Zyro, previously about gushing wounds, running versatile setups. That extra damage that JB took, almost died from. Hey, versatility was there to be able to save him. Yep.
Yeah.
Secret Infusion when he pops it with Rising Sun Kick, giving him a huge versatility buff, giving him 40-50% damage reduction fairly regularly. It's enough to save him, and make sure that you don't die to any of those, any of the damage that goes off at the very end, Ratnos.
Yeah, I mean, that was close for sure. I think they may have still been okay even if he went down to that, but it would not have been ideal.
Yeah, exactly, and especially when there's that much pressure on them, and they have a little bit of an idea of where their opponents are, but they really just got to make sure they're focusing on what they're doing. So very well played by them, and it puts us into a round 5, probably the closest and the tightest we've had for a grand finals in MDI, Nagura.
I'm so excited to see a 5th game here in this series, and it's just so perfect that it's on a freehold too, because freehold is this dungeon we've seen so many times already. So many teams love playing freehold, and they just refined their strategy from cup to cup, always just innovating, getting new strategies, and we always see different stuff coming out of the teams as well. I think to this day, people don't have the best strategy, right? There's not one strat that everyone plays, just like in some other dungeons. We see every team just have something different. Some of them are kiting double X, some of them are playing them with the last boss, some are pulling trash on top of the last boss, some are not. So I really like freehold as the deciding game in this best of 5 series.
That's right. Before we get into it, let's start talking about some of those highlights and really just some of those deaths that came out as well, Dranos.
Yeah, so the Motherload is just so much relies in this dungeon upon that first pull being executed correctly. When you wipe on this very first pull of the dungeon into the first boss, it sets you back by such an absurd amount that even if something like what went wrong to Golden Guardians does go wrong, this size wipe, this size disaster for them is so small in comparison to the first pull going like that. So all in all, that's just really where Wunderbar fell so far behind. Credit to Golden Guardians here. Like we said in the King's Rest, this strategy here of killing off an extra awakened enemy to make the last boss fight safer is so smart when you see that the other team has had such a big disaster. And that was all it took here for the Golden Guardians to force a Game 5. Game 5 in this matchup between these two teams in Freehold as the final game of Battle for Azeroth in the MDI, I could not have picked anything better.
Oh, without question, that's going to be a great dungeon for all of us to be able to see. There's going to be so much on the line for these teams that have constantly been rivals, that have constantly been battling it out. You know, Zyro, when it came to the Spring LAN in Australia last year, we saw Method NA take it, now Golden Guardians. At BlizzCon, we saw Method U, now Wunderbar taking that championship now. It's insane how close these teams have been competing to each other and for how long they have as well.
I mean, this is a rivalry that goes back years at this point, right? Both of those series were 3-0 in the favor of either team. The last time we can go back to a series that was this close, you have to go back to the MDI 2018 Global Finals, where Shell's Angels took a very close 3-2 win over Method NA. They've been around for forever. This is ridiculously close, and I can't think of a better way to end off the BFA MDI series with a best of 5 going to a game 5 between these two teams.
That's right, seeing the full scope of how these teams are going to be able to perform. Checking out the maps, we've seen back and forth through tournament, and now Freehold with Fortified, Bolstering, Grievous going to be our decider. And oh my goodness, let's get some predictions out of this one, Dranos. Who you got to take it all?
I think Wunderbar's got to be favored in this dungeon. I think their strategy's better, and I think that they're going to win.
All right. Nagura, who you got?
So we've seen both of the teams already compete in Freehold, and as Stratno said, Wunderbar did have the fastest strategy, so if both of them play perfectly and execute their strat properly, it should be Wunderbar that wins. But looks like it really wasn't their best day today with those mistakes they made in Motherload, and the mistakes they made earlier as well in the Wayrest, so
yeah, I mean,
maybe it's Golden Guardians.
When we saw Golden Guardians take the win last year at Summerland, you know, we had talked to Wunderbar previously, and they said that they just weren't really feeling it. Unfortunately, we don't have them in person with us. So, Zyro, who you got? Do you think that they're having a bad day, or do you think they're going to be able to pull through on this?
It's such a hard thing to call, but I think I agree with you to a certain extent, Jack. I think the only time that we ever see Wunderbar make mistakes to the point where they've made them in a couple of the games this series, it's just when they're not on their game, and I'm feeling it. I'm going to go with Golden Guardians here. I think they've just got it today.
Yeah, they have absolutely been capitalizing on their mistakes. They've been forgetting about mistakes and moving past them very frequently, and it's going to come down to last boss, Harlan Sweet. Lots of obelisks going to be coming in on this one, Dratnos, and generally not as lethal of a boss as we've seen in other dungeons.
Yes, well, they still wiped teams a solid
average,
13%
sure.
of the time. And those, yeah, I mean, some of those wipes have been iconic and heartbreaking to watch. But absolutely, it is a boss that really lends itself to fighting for obelisks at the start, because it doesn't really do much at the first part of the fight. So you can safely deal with those obelisks while it's busy, while Harlan himself doesn't really do much at the start.
That's true. And, you know, we've seen just from the beginning how this dungeon, one of the first dungeons we've really been able to experience in BFA, has had so much experience, innovation, experimentation, everything going into it with how flexible teams have been, not only with Reaping over the years, but now with Awaken. It's all going to come down to this, our grand finals, with the winner taking home $150,000. Let's get into it. Our final round in Freehold.
All right, let's see what those two teams can do in this last game of this best of 5 of the grand final. Both Wunderbar and Golden Guardians popping that Lightfoot potion immediately as they start the dungeon, and they're gathering up a huge pull right at the get-go. It is bolstering, so definitely want to be careful on how they manage the damage on these mobs.
And it's all going to come down to, like you mentioned, that bolstering management and whether or not Wunderbar is going to be able to execute their strat. We saw the peak efficiency of Golden Guardian strat earlier today when they were able to put in just a barely sub 13-minute run. Now, we do know that they can probably eke out about 20 to 30 seconds of time by going for that cannon barrage on top of the final pack that they opted to just DPS down earlier on. So maybe they can put a time up that's way closer to what we saw from Wunderbar. But Wunderbar, with the sub 12-minute hot capability run in this dungeon, it's like they're just this giant Hulk standing in front of you saying, do something. And Golden Guardians are going to have to do something to win this game.
Yeah, definitely. And the Golden Guardians, they're already fighting Sky Captain Crack. They only dealt with that one pack they need to deal with to spawn the boss. Because we do know, as Tyra said, that they have a completely different strategy, those two teams. Golden Guardians is going to deal with the obelisk, with the awakened mobs on the last boss. And they're also going to pull trash on top of Harlan Sweet. So throughout this whole dungeon, it's gonna look like Golden Guardians is ahead in dungeon speed, but Wunderbar is actually gonna deal with a lot more trash before they reach the last boss. So it's gonna look like Golden Guardians is ahead, even though this is gonna be a lot closer just because of the different strategies that those two teams are playing.
For sure, and this is actually going to put them very similar in terms of trash counts. We know that they like to do this. They actually changed their strat, Golden Guardians, from earlier in the Cup. We talked about this last time they played Freehold earlier today. They've changed their strategy in order to be more efficient on this first boss here. So, oh wow. Oh, Lip got hit by the bird here after getting shot by Sky Captain Crag, instantly 100 to 0'd. He is going to be able to release when Sky Captain Crag goes down, so it's not the worst death in the world, but because of that, they're going to have a little bit less damage on this trash, and it's going to take them more time to move on to the dungeon. Very unfortunate to see there. And on top of that, 5 seconds on the board for them. He is able to release right where the boss dies once it goes down, but that's not what you want to see at the start of this dungeon when you know the other team has a ridiculously fast run.
Yeah, and it looked like Wunderbar is moving on first because of this death that they had, even though Wunderbar is already ahead in trash percentage. So yeah, not something you want to see. I mean, I can't even imagine the amount of pressure on both of those teams here, being in this grand final. 2-2 match, just the last game, the last chance both of those teams have to win this whole thing. It must just be an insane amount of pressure on those teams. But they are veterans and they should be used to it, so they definitely should be on their A-game here and just perform well. As they're moving on to the next boss, we see Gingy is moving away from the team because he's going over to the Ring of Booty to start that event.
I mean, you have to think about the pedigree of player on these teams. Across the 10 players that you see on your screen right now, 8 of them have world first raid titles under their belts. One of them was a competitive player in Yoda in multiple other games, and JB has been, he's been
and
part of the
Zalia
top
too.
End. Well, oh, Zalia also was
Yeah.
a competitive player in another game. JB himself has been part of the WoW scene for over 10 years at this point, playing at a high level, even being in Blood Legion back in the early days. Every single one of these players has some stake on why they're here, on top of just currently being some of the best players in the game to play in the MDI. You'd think that the nerves would go away at some point, but they really don't when you're in a situation like this.
Yeah, definitely. And now we see Wunderbar, they are about to finish off the boss a little bit faster compared to Golden Guardians because they reached this point earlier. We do see some trash being pulled on top as well on Wunderbar's side. It is bolstering, so that's why they delayed the trash pull, and they still want to use the friendly effect that they get from this boss. You just get this buff that increases your damage, or it's a debuff that does damage to the mob. So that's why we do see the trash being pulled on top at the very end, even though it is bolstering.
For sure, and you can see from both teams, somehow, some way, Golden Guardians managed to clean up their pull and finish it before Wunderbar. Must have been good RNG with Bad Brews there because they were definitely behind on boss percentage HP, but they managed to careen ahead here, and they're just getting ahead in the dungeon here. I feel like that's the only way they have a chance of pulling this off. We know that they like getting that extra trash percentage with Harlan Sweet later on, so even though they're 8% behind in trash, that's not going to be that big of a thing in the grand scheme of things. And this is exactly what they needed to have a chance of coming out ahead here. Going straight into massive trash pulls here, and actually a little different sort of way to do the pulls here. Usually we'll see teams go in and do the Ludwig pull like we're seeing from Wunderbar here, but it looks like for Golden Guardians, they hadn't quite spawned Ludwig yet, so we'll see if that's something that messes up their routing later on.
Yeah, there was actually a little bit of a difference I noticed. So Gingy went to trigger the pick, and then he came back, and he also pulled the trash on top when he came back. And then before they finished off the trash, that's why I think Golden Guardians finished their boss and their pull faster, because Wayrest left before the pull was actually done to do the pick, and that's why Ludwig was already here as they got here. So tiny little things they actually are doing differently here between Wunderbar and Golden Guardians that change up their strategy a little bit. Golden Guardians, though, they are dealing with the trash faster. You can see they're up to 38% now, while Wunderbar is fighting those crashers and Ludwig that of course do take longer to get down, but they're also going to give a lot of percentage once they are done.
Yeah, and of course the percentages shouldn't matter. You shouldn't keep too much of an eye on the percentage here because the differing trash pulls are just being done in different sequence here. It's really going to be about who deals with all of this trash around Trothak's room before the other one. So even though the percentages might be in favor of Golden Guardians now, and then it's now going to be in favor of Wunderbar since they've finished their trash pull, you really have to keep an eye on the overall progression here rather than just what that number at the right side of the screen says, or left side for Wunderbar rather. Ooh, very scary moment there for Gingy, but able to be healed up and not go down from that hook there. And wow, big AoE pull for both teams coming out here.
Yeah, and you gotta look at the damage by the Prot Warriors. On some of those pulls, the Prot Warriors are doing close to the most DPS. Look at Lighty doing 200k DPS on some of these Crusher pulls. Just a lot of damage coming out of the Tank Warriors here as well. And you see the defenses being used, the turtles being used by Fragments and Gingy here at the very end, because when you do those kind of huge pulls, it can be so incredibly dangerous because of the bolstering effect. When you have 10 bolstering stacks on one mob, then any ability is going to one-shot you. That's why we see those immunities coming out of those hunters. And now they are about to engage Trothak, while Golden Guardians just now got done with looting.
Oh yeah. I mean, we got to keep an eye on it here, because this is going to be what sets them apart here, how efficiently they're going to be able to deal with this trash here. Those two crushers going on top of Trothak here are going to be the efficient engine that lets the hunters do most damage possible, but they're already engaged in Trothak. I mean, like you mentioned, it's just pure dungeon progression here. I think whichever team ends up getting to the final boss first, regardless of strategy, is going to be the team that takes this series here. Obviously, Wunderbar has a little bit more of an advantage because they only have to worry about the boss itself, whereas
Lighty?
Golden Guardians are going to have to cleave the boss down. But Lighty has gone down at the end of the trash pull. That's an extra 5 seconds on the board, as well as the reawaken cast time. Not what you want to see here. I mean, Golden Guardians, they're already 20 seconds behind just due to death timers.
Yeah, I mean, this is really not what you want to see. I mean, we had the early death on the first boss, and then we have Lighty going down twice, and now they're up to 4 deaths, 20 seconds timer. Even if none of those deaths actually caused too much of a time loss in the dungeon itself, because there was no major resets or anything like that. But still, just the amount of time they lost from the deaths themselves and having to rest them back up is not something you want to see in such a close game in the grand final, best of 5 last game. So yeah, they really need to shape up, and they need to make up some time somewhere if they want to win against Wunderbar, because Wunderbar on their side, they're having a perfect run. They have 0 deaths, and it really looks like they're on their way to move to the last boss right after Trothak is about to go down here.
Yep, and Wunderbar, we know where their last trash percentage comes from. They've got one more trash pull that they have to pull off. That they get the rest of their trash from those painful motivation casts at the end of the dungeon, and then Zalia is off to the races while the rest of his team deals with Harlan's suite. It's going to come down to execution. Does Zalia have the nerves of steel in order to pull off that one kite to win $150,000? I think he does.
Yeah, there we go. They are on their way to that last boss area. Now we do know they do a very interesting Ravager pull here, where they end up seeing some of the Ravagers, kill off the rest of the trash, and then trigger the Ravagers at the very end. So first they're dealing with this Ravager pack here, and then they'll move on and do some more trash later until they go to Harlan's suite. And we also know that they're kiting the 4 Awakened mobs that they still have available to them. While Golden Guardians is now finishing off Trothak, they still have a lot of percentage left, but a lot of it is being done with the last boss, because we know they're not actually kiting the obelisks, they are playing the Awakened mobs with the last boss.
Here we go. Wunderbar actually just about to start engaging the final boss here. Once this commander pack goes down with that officer in the center, they're going to let that painful motivation in the corner go off. That will be the rest of the percentage they need in order to finish this dungeon off. And there goes the cast. There goes the debuff. The mobs are dead. They're at 100% trash count. And it's all going to be on Zalia here. Can he pull off this kite when it matters the most? All eyes are on Zalia here. And of course, you got to keep an eye on the hunters and the tank up here, but this has been done so many times. They just have to make sure that they don't take too much damage here from frontals from the boss, and they should be totally fine. Keep an eye on Zalia. The Dampen Harm is popped just so he can take enough damage to gain healing threat on all 4 Awakened mobs. And after he's gotten that down, he should be off to the races. Even standing in the pool to get more healing threat too. That's another impressive play here. There shouldn't be any threat issues from those hunters at all here.
Yeah, they really did everything they could to get the aggro on Zalia here. We saw the misdirects come out of the hunters, making sure all of the mobs are being misdirected onto Zalia, and then he was standing there just tanking some of the melee hits before he did transcend to the bridge, just making sure that he's got aggro for sure, and there's no way of them snapping back to the rest of the group. And now all eyes on Zalia. We know how Harlan's suite works. We definitely don't need to see them play that boss, because it really should not be an issue at all for now and the 3 hunters here. But Zalia, look how close this blood is actually going to Zalia here. What a close run. He should be able to survive 1 melee attack by the blood, but it can be very dangerous for him. So he needs to watch out, especially with the offensive build that Sally is running, right? We know that he's running that gashing build instead of the versatility.
And we know that he has to cut it that close purely because Urgroth is a very slow kite pattern. He casts those Dark Furies. He has to make sure that he's kiting slow enough so that Urgroth can go around. But all eyes right now are on Wunderbar as Harlan Sweet crosses that 30% threshold into the double damage execute phase. None of the hunters is in any major danger. Fragments does have a 3-stack of Grievous, but that's not going to have enough time to kill him with the boss now in that double damage phase. Wunderbar, Zalia has pulled off the kiting strap perfectly for you here. All it's going to take is a little bit more damage to finish off this series, and it looks like we're going to have Wunderbar winning our final MDI finals in this battle for Azeroth season.
Wow.
Flappable Wunderbar taking the grand finals victory, the $150,000 grand prize, and establishing themselves as the dominant team for Battle for Azeroth's Mythic Dungeon International. Dratnos, they just completely shattered any sort of conversation about them not having a great day. They've had a phenomenal weekend and are rightfully our champions. Absolutely, and they made sure that they did not have any sort of issues whatsoever. Dranos, did you enjoy that or what?
Yeah, sorry, I muted myself there.
It's okay.
Yeah, that was awesome though. They were able to put it all together in a flawless run. I was really happy to see Wunderbar able to have that happen. Unfortunate for Golden Guardians though, you know, they've also had a great season here in the MDI, and that was a few games in a row where, well, not in a row, but a few games in this series where things went pretty wrong for them, and it closed out in Freehold with a pretty sloppy run too. So unfortunate showing for them, but really a great season for them too. And I don't think that they should be too disappointed losing to Wunderbar. Wunderbar look like they are just on another level compared to anything we've seen ever before in the MDI.
Without question, and you know, it talks about the depth of the competition for the MDI and how strong it has gotten. Let's start talking about those mistakes, though, that unfortunately cost them the Freehold.
Yeah, you know, there was not too much strategically that looked bad from Golden Guardians. It was going to be interesting to see whether or not their strategies matched up with Wunderbar's, but we didn't actually get to see a perfect run out of them. We got to see Lighty getting hit with that Azurite powder shot into the bird combo, and then rough bolstered harpooners here. We've all seen this before where you just have somebody sitting at full health, and then all of a sudden that harpoon comes out, and you know, they're just yoinked right out of this realm of existence. And you saw what happened to J.B there. There's really just not much you can do when that's happening to you. So all of these just bolster-related catastrophes at the end of polls, you know, it's tough to avoid these, but it is doable. And it's the kind of thing with spacing out crowd control right for the end of polls that really teams like Wunderbar are able to do. They were able to win it here at the end with great kiting on the last boss. Zalia here running this route flawlessly, and this route is actually a harder route than we've seen the other healers do. It's a tighter circle around just the Trothak area, and he's able to make it look great. I don't think we've ever seen Zalia mess that one up, and that one is not easy to do. So big props to Wunderbar, big props to that whole team. Really nothing that we can point to in that Freehold run that looked even slightly out of place there. It looked like a textbook run.
That's right, and when they're running on all cylinders, they have everything going right for them. There's completely an unstoppable force. And you know, we got to give props as well, Zyro, to Golden Guardians for keeping it as close as they did, because as they had mentioned before, as both teams were talking about, it would always end up being sweeps one way or another between them.
Yeah, I mean, I can't think of a better series to have at the end of BFA. I said it before, I'll say it again. These guys have grown so much in terms of just player strength and group strength over the years, and I can't think of a better position to be in going into Shadowlands, where hopefully we'll see something similar in terms of strength and competition.
That's right, and both of them have represented their regions insanely well, looking at how, you know, all of the teams from across the board here, Nagura, as we check out our bracket, have made this weekend so incredible and some of the tightest competition we've ever seen.
Yeah, I mean, shout out to all of the teams that participated. It's the incredible skill of all of the teams made this such a awesome final to watch, and we've seen so many just incredibly close games between those teams. Some of the games I couldn't even believe, and just 1 second difference, 2 second difference between some of the teams. Just incredible on how much those teams have practiced and how well they've executed some of those strategies in dungeons. Just insane seeing some of those incredible pulls in their Taldastars and their Waycrests and the Freeholds. So yeah, shout out to all of the teams. And of course, big shout out to Wunderbar for winning the whole thing.
That's absolutely right. What a great bracket. What a great showing from so many teams throughout all over the world at this point. Being able to look at what their potential has and be able to see how far that they can really end up pushing it to the limit. So not only have they put on a great performance, but many of these teams are coming home with some great prizes, as the $300,000 prize pool with $150,000 going to our grand champions in Wunderbar. Golden Guardians going home with $60,000, Deplete from Beyond $30,000, and all three of those teams, by the way, getting some amazing medals like we had showed earlier. So congratulations to those top three, and very big thank you to Perplexed, Ethical, Complexity Limit, the boys, Goosey Bad, for all putting in so much work to make this tournament what it is here, Zyro.
Yeah, I mean, the amount of effort and time going on behind the scenes that these teams have to put in, it's days upon days of relentless practice and so much testing, going over strategies, making sure you're comfortable with what you're running. It's ridiculous how much effort these teams put in, and we can't thank them enough for participating and making it what it is.
That's right. Not only, of course, to our to all the teams who are participating, but also to our production, to our tournament organizers, to the devs as well, for providing the support that they can, so that we can be casting from home. We can be still continuing this production from home with all of the support that they've given us, from stats, from all the amazing graphics that have been coming to work, and making sure we have everything really at our disposal to continue bringing the Mythic Dungeon International to everybody's homes. And we got a lot more WoW esports going on throughout the rest of the year. As August 22nd, the AWC circuit is going to be continuing, so we'll be able to see the best in the world squaring off in Arena as well, and get to see some more great WoW esports action. So if you haven't subscribed to the YouTube channel, be sure to do so down at the bottom, and ring the bell, of course, so that you'll be able to know when the channel goes live next, and whenever we maybe get some more Shadowlands stuff going on. And same YouTube channel for that as well, Dratnos.
Very, very cool. Got to make sure you ring that bell.
Thank you, Dratnos. Any last closing thoughts that you've got, Nagura, as well?
No, just thanks for everyone watching this whole MDI, and I just had a great time casting all of it. And to be honest, I'm a bit sad that BFA is over and we're not going to see any more of these MDIs possibly in BFA. I'm looking forward to Shadowlands though.
Oh yeah,
exactly. So it was kind of sad wrapping up an expansion and all the the experiences with it from a content perspective, but also being able to look at the experiences that you've built with your friends as well. Zyro, what do you think?
And I think everything's already been said. I'm just really looking forward to seeing how these dungeons are going to play out in Shadowlands there. I think we have beta coming next week. Got some Mythic Plus action. I'm looking forward to playing around with that. Super excited for that. But yeah, man, seeing the progression of the BFA MDI series, seeing the players put so much effort in, it's been fantastic to watch, fantastic to commentate. It's been awesome.
Yeah, it's been an absolute privilege being able to bring this show to all of you. So we wanted to thank you once again for checking it out, for joining us as we switch platforms as well. It means the world to us. Thank you so much for joining us for this year's production of the Mythic Dungeon International as we wrap up BFA. Be well, be safe, be good to each other, and have an excellent night.